5 different worlds of spirits, demons, ghosts, monsters, and beasts descended on the Blue Star in the form of dungeons. Humans were randomly selected by the Heavenly System to enter these dungeon worlds. Su Chanshan, a kindergarten student, was unexpectedly chosen. When Su Yang learned that his daughter was going to enter the dungeon world, he reminded her, "Don't play for too long. Come home on time for dinner." Play? Did he think the dungeon world, which was like a human purgatory, was a playground? Just when people all thought Su Chanshan was done for, they were surprised to find out she was really just playing around. In various dungeon worlds, the divine beast Qilin served as her mount, a legendary demon lord begged to be her full-time nanny, a giant monster acted as her bodyguard, and Flower Fairy and Ghost Queen Xiaoshan even wanted to be her stepmother. The whole world was shocked. Who on earth was Su Chanshan's father? Su Yan? Chapter 1. You treat the Otherworld Instance Dungeon as an amusement park. Swoosh, a phenomenon descended from the sky and appeared in the void of the blue planet. It was as if a blood-red door had been opened from the endless purgatory. The blood-red aura that spread out from it permeated the entire sky, making people feel even more terrified. Otherworld Instance Dungeon, Demon-Eating Forest, about to descend. Difficulty level, 3 stars. At this moment, the Heavenly Dao System's voice was like a heaven-shaking war song that shook the entire world. It's actually a 3-star instance dungeon, Demon-Eating Forest. I remember it descending 2.5 years ago. None of the 12 chosen people survived. I want to gamble with the luck of my life. Don't choose me, don't choose me, there are tens of billions of people on the blue planet. I don't believe I'll be so unlucky. Billions of tense hearts prayed that they were not the chosen one. Swoosh. Swoosh, in an instant, 9 beams of light shot out like pillars that supported the sky, enveloping the vast land of the Dragon Country. Selection complete. Yo. The chosen ones are all from the Dragon Country. Ha ha. Serves them right. It's their fault for having so many people. Only a few of them died. Oh my God, may the Lord bless you. Amen. Time flew back to an afternoon 28 years ago. At that time, the sky was clear for tens of thousands of miles. Suddenly, a black light covered the sky. A mysterious power awakened. It was the descent of an otherworld instance dungeon. From that moment onwards, the 5 alternate worlds of demons, fiends, ghosts, monsters, and beasts would descend on the blue planet in the form of dungeons. As the chosen ones, they were forcibly teleported to another world dungeon to undergo various terrifying trials. In reality, they were walking through the gates of hell. Most of the chosen ones would not be able to return. Hence, the Otherworld Instance Dungeon had become a nightmare that all of humanity could not get rid of. But, if one completed the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial, one would obtain unexpected gains. Wealth was only secondary, the main reason was that one could obtain mysterious power from it. It was definitely not something that could be measured by money. There was a woman named Yu Fushue in the Dragon Country. In the Demon Realm Instance Dungeon, she obtained the enhancement of the Devouring Demon power. From then on, she swept through all the Demon Realm Instance Dungeons with difficulty below 5 stars. Later on, Yu Fushue also became a legendary trump card of the Dragon Country. It was already very lucky for the others to come out alive. How could they dare to hope to obtain a mysterious power from an otherworld instance dungeon? Swoosh, a cute child carrying a small school bag had a surprised expression on his round face. Huh? What's this? Su Chanshan looked at herself being enveloped by a beam of red light that descended from the sky with a puzzled expression. This was the symbol of being chosen by the Heavenly Dao System. Congratulations, you have become the chosen one for this otherworld instance dungeon. Warm reminder, in 1 hour, the 9 chosen ones will be teleported to the demon-eating forest for trial. Live broadcast activated. The Heavenly Dao live streaming room automatically connects to various live stream platforms. The voice of the Heavenly Dao System entered the minds of the 9 chosen ones. At the same time, all the live stream platforms around the world had a message called "Welcome to the Heavenly Dao live streaming room." On the screen of the live stream, there were 9 compartments. The 9 chosen ones appeared on the screen. Let me see who the 9 unlucky bastards are. Why is there a little girl? Big eyes, small round face, so cute. She will definitely be an exquisite beauty when she grows up. How pitiful. She's sent to another world to train at such a young age. Isn't it said that it's not suitable for children? It was common knowledge that adults would have a slim chance of survival if they entered an otherworld instance dungeon, let alone a little girl. Moreover, she had entered a 3-star difficulty demon-eating forest. In the live broadcast room, the identities of the people chosen by the Heavenly Dao system appeared. No. 2. Su Chanshan age, 5 years old. Identity, Rainbow Starlight Kindergarten Senior Class. Child strength, none. Treasure, Pink Turtle Smartwatch for children. When the viewers saw Su Chanshan's personal information, a few question marks appeared above their heads. What the hell is a Pink Turtle watch for children? It's a children's smartwatch that's been very popular recently. It costs 180 yuan per watch. You can even make phone calls. What kind of treasure is this? Everyone knew very well that only the treasures obtained from the Otherworld Instance Dungeon were true treasures. The identities of the other 8 candidates were also revealed to everyone. The other 8 were also chosen for the first time. This is the first time they've been chosen by a 3-star difficulty Otherworld Instance Dungeon. I reckon the entire team will be wiped out. Be more confident. Remove the words I reckon. In fact, in the past 28 years, this was not the first time someone had been chosen by the Heavenly Dao system to participate in a 3-star difficulty instance dungeon. Their survival rate was really 0. Even those who passed the trial could not guarantee a 10% chance of survival in the 3-star difficulty dungeon. While the people of the Dragon Country were glad that they were not chosen, they also felt sad for the 9 chosen ones. What should I do? I'm scared. Even though Su Chanshan was only a 5-year-old girl, she had heard of the existence of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. It was an existence that was even more terrifying than ghost stories. Beep beep. Su Chanshan raised her slender right hand and pressed the phone button on her smartwatch. Beep. Beep. The call was answered. Hey, is that Daddy? Her tender voice was slightly trembling. Yes, it's Daddy. A man's voice came from the children's smartwatch. Dad, I've been chosen. I'm so scared. Su Chanshan's understanding of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon was very hazy. It could be said that she knew nothing about it. She only knew that it was a very scary place. After a while, a very calm voice came from the other end of the phone. Chanshan, don't be afraid. The Otherworld Instance Dungeon is a very special amusement park. There are many novel and fun things. Hearing this, Su Chanshan frowned and asked doubtfully, Dad, is what you said true? Of course it's true. When has Daddy ever lied to Chanshan? As soon as these words were spoken, the viewers in the livestream rooms on various platforms seemed to know that these were words of comfort. The families of the chosen ones are all desperately preparing for this. However, Su Chanshan's father can only watch helplessly as his daughter dies. What a useless father. Let's hope she reincarnates well in her next life. Since she's so helpless and pitiful, I'll tip her 1 Heavenly Dao coin. Big Shot, you're so domineering. Big Shot, you're a good person. Have a safe life. Heavenly Dao coins could be obtained through otherworldly dungeons. They could buy treasures in the Heavenly Dao system and so on according to the ratio. 1 Heavenly Dao coin was equivalent to 10,000 yuan, and it was still rising. However, 1 Heavenly Dao coin was naturally not enough to buy a treasure. To put it bluntly, this Big Shot was just giving Su Chanshan the money to buy a coffin. On the other end of the line, don't play for too long. Be home on time for dinner. The sound of the phone was heard by all the major live broadcasts, the viewers. Chapter 3. You re so cute when you beg for mercy. This was a 3-star difficulty Otherworld Instance Dungeon. It was filled with endless terror. As for the demon-eating forest, it was the territory of demons. In front of demons, humans were even weaker than ants. The life of the chosen ones would also be played by various demons. There would be no human rights at all. In front of Su Chanshan, a 30-foot-tall tree demon waved its long whip-like branches and let out a strange laugh. Ouch, ouch. Not only was its laughter terrifying, but the aura that spread out also activated the fear in the depths of everyone's heart. A level 6 tree demon? In the distance, when Dong Long and the others saw this tree demon, all the cells in their bodies trembled. Through the Heavenly Dao livestream, the viewers watching the demon-eating forest broke out in cold sweat. They were glad that they were not chosen by the Heavenly Dao system. They had encountered a level 6 tree demon as soon as they arrived. How could they survive? As everyone knew, in the demon world, one of the 5 other worlds, those from the 1st to the 5th level were small demons, and great demons were from the 5th to the 10th level. Even with the enhancement of treasures and strength, they might not be able to deal with a level 6 demon. In the Heavenly Dao live streaming room of the various live stream platforms of the Dragon Country. Su Xian of the current era, it's a pity that he's a tree demon. I want to renounce asceticism. This tree demon looks like a tentacle monster. Level 10 keyboard warrior,
it's just a level 6 tree demon. Even if it's a level 10 demon, I won't take it seriously. Smelly tofu seller Shisher, if you eat my stinky tofu, you will definitely survive. If you really can't, you can touch my tofu. I won't put it on credit. The viewers were all over the place. Without exception, they all thought that if Su Chanqian and Wang Wanqing did not leave, they would definitely die out if they left. They would not be able to complete the mission and everyone would be doomed. In the demon-eating forest, the tree demon's strange laughter stopped and it started to speak. I'm the green vine tree demon. I opened this road and planted this tree. If you want to pass by here, leave your money here. This sentence sounded very familiar. Wasn't that the line used by bandits to rob? Everyone could understand the tree demon's words. Don't ask why. This was the ability given to them by the Heavenly Dao system to understand the language. Hearing this, Wang Wanqing seemed to know that there was a turning point. If it killed the chosen one without a word, that would be despair. Wang Wanqing asked respectfully, Mr. Tree Demon, is 150 Heavenly Dao coins okay? I only have so much money on me. Heavenly Dao coins were common currency in the other world. Actually, 150 Heavenly Dao coins was not a small amount for most families. That was equivalent to 1.5 million yuan. When Wang Wanqing's family found out that she had been chosen by the Heavenly Dao system, the moment she entered the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, they sold everything they had in exchange for 150 Heavenly Dao coins. The other chosen ones would definitely use all their assets to exchange for Heavenly Dao coins when they were chosen by the Heavenly Dao system, except for Su Chanqian. As a result, Su Chanqian's father was labeled as a useless father. 150 Heavenly Dao coins? Do you think I'm a beggar? The green vine tree demon immediately flew into a rage. The surrounding vines let out a strong pala sound. Wang Wanqing was so frightened that she did not dare to reply. For a great demon like green vine tree demon, 150 Heavenly Dao coins was really like dismissing a beggar. Su Chanqian, who was standing at the side, asked curiously, Big sister, is Heavenly Dao coins a ticket to the amusement park? As soon as she said that, everyone thought that Su Chanqian had been poisoned by her father. She still foolishly thought that the Otherworld Instance Dungeon was a playground. Wang Wanqing said with a faint smile, Yes, Big sister's Heavenly Dao coins are not enough to buy tickets for the amusement park. In fact, it was not an exaggeration to treat the green vine tree demon as a ticket seller because it was very likely to allow them to pass if it was paid. Do you need a lot of Heavenly Dao coins? Su Chanqian asked. The green vine tree demon spoke again, without 10,000 Heavenly Dao coins, don't even think about passing. The viewers in live stream room, 10,000 Heavenly Dao coins? Are you crazy? It's equivalent to 100 million yuan. How many people can afford 10,000 Heavenly Dao coins? This green vine tree demon isn't just asking for an exorbitant price. It's simply crazy. What can you do? In the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, the chosen ones are like fish on a chopping block, at their mercy. It was undeniable that the green vine tree demon had no intention of giving these chosen ones a way out. Meanwhile, the green vine tree demon seemed to be able to read minds. It could be seen that Wang Wanqing and Su Chanqian did not have 10,000 Heavenly Dao coins at all. The green vine tree demon didn't waste any time and laughed again. If you don't have money, die. Countless vines were like long whips with thorns as they swung towards Su Chanqian and Wang Wanqing. The strength of a great demon-level tree was simply terrifying. It could instantly kill a black belt expert, let alone a weak female university student and a weak little girl. At this moment, Wang Wanqing seemed to realize that her life was coming to an end. Although there was unwillingness in her heart, becoming the chosen one meant that she was destined to have a tragic fate. Before she died, she was still holding Su Chanqian's hand and did not resist at all. Even if she wanted to resist, it was equivalent to an ant trying to shake a tree. Escape? Could she escape from the green vine tree demon? Even if she left, she wouldn't be able to survive. The moment the green vine tree demon attacked, time seemed to have stopped. The green vine tree demon's entire body was trembling, and its eyes that were embedded in the tree were about to fall out. Not only that, the green vine tree demon was actually sweating. Dong Long and the other chosen ones behind were all dumbfounded. What's going on? The green vine tree demon stopped moving as soon as it attacked? Could it be that he has something to say? Or does he want to kill her after enjoying her? No one could guess why the green vine tree demon suddenly stopped attacking. A moment later, the green vine tree demon muttered in its heart, Damn it, I'm finished. How could I be so stupid? The green vine tree demon's gaze landed on Su Chanqian's arm. It stared at the pink turtle smartwatch,
But the more it looked at it, the more it trembled. It felt an incomparably intense fear from Su Chanshan's pink turtle smartwatch, as if it came from an endless abyss. It was a terror that it could not touch. It was far more difficult for the green vine tree demon to become a great demon than the animals. It took a longer time to become a great demon. Therefore, be it in terms of temperament or intelligence, it was far superior to other great demons. However, this time, it just had to judge a book by its cover. Bang! Suddenly, the green vine tree demon leaned forward and knelt down in front of Su Chanshan. I was muddle-headed. I didn't know that the Venerable One would come. Please spare me. Clap. Clap, the green vine tree demon cried and begged as it whipped itself. I have parents and children. Venerable One, please spare my cheap life. Everyone who saw the scene seemed to be in a mess. Toyed with, what happened? Can someone tell me what the green vine tree demon is doing? Could it be that this green vine tree demon is a masochist? There seems to be a kind of person who tortures others after torturing himself. But something doesn't seem right. Do masochists like to whip themselves while crying and begging for mercy? There are all kinds of strange things in the huge world. Before the Otherworld Instance Dungeon descended on Blue Planet, how many people would believe in the existence of demons, ghosts, and beasts? The living beings that should have appeared in the fantasy actually existed, therefore, nothing was impossible as long as one could think of it. Big sister, isn't this tree demon selling tickets? Why does it look like a circus performance? Su Chanshan interpreted the strange behavior of the green vine tree demon as a circus. After all, there were all kinds of strange actors in the circus who were putting in all their effort to perform just to make the audience laugh. Well, for a moment, Wang Wanqing didn't know how to explain it to Su Chanshan. However, she knew very well that the green vine tree demon that wanted to kill her and Su Chanshan suddenly knelt down and begged for mercy was not because the green vine tree demon had masochistic tendencies. However, Wang Wanqing didn't know the reason why the green vine tree demon would beg a 5-year-old girl for mercy. When the green vine tree demon heard the word circus, it immediately improvised. The green vine tree demon weaved the vines on its body into a ball and stepped on it to walk back and forth. Upon seeing this scene, Su Chanshan clapped her hands self-consciously. Daddy is right. The amusement park here is really novel. As soon as he said that, the viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream room were speechless. The green vine tree demon, who had performed for a round, was actually covered in green sweat. It was definitely not sweat from exhaustion, but cold sweat from fright. Although the green vine tree demon did not know Su Chanshan's identity, from the terrifying aura emanating from the pink turtle smartwatch on Su Chanshan's hand, it was not difficult to tell that Su Chanshan was mastering an existence so powerful that even the green vine tree demon was terrified. Even demon kings had to retreat. How could a mere great demon-level green vine tree demon dare to disobey, when the green vine tree demon saw Su Chanshan raise her hands? It said obsequiously, "Please don't kill me, Venerable One." Kill you? Aren't you selling tickets? I still want to go in. Su Chanshan could not wait to explore the depths of the demon-eating forest. The green vine tree demon cowed out a few times and said gratefully with tears streaming down its face, "Thank you for sparing my life, Venerable One." He quickly said, "How would I dare to charge you for the tickets? You can enter as you please." The green vine tree demon couldn't be more polite. "Big sister, this tree demon uncle doesn't accept our tickets." That's great. Su Chanshan waved at the green vine tree demon. Uncle tree demon, bye-bye. As the green vine tree demon was too frightened, it forced a smile. After looking at Su Chanshan and Wang Wanqing, it heaved a sigh of relief as if it had been reborn. Immediately, the Heavenly Dao live stream room exploded. Explain to me. What happened? I'm also shocked. Why did the green vine tree demon suddenly stop attacking, beg for mercy for no reason, and even address a 5-year-old girl as its master? Could it be that Su Chanshan has a powerful background? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. I don't think so either. Could it be that her father is a big shot? Can someone tell us who Su Chanshan's father is? No one would have thought that it was Su Chanshan's pink turtle smartwatch that had completely intimidated the green vine tree demon. Hence, they guessed that it was very likely because Su Chanshan's father had a powerful background. At the edge of the demon-eating forest, Dong Long and the other chosen ones were also shocked. However, there was no time for them to guess too much. There's still 10 minutes. Let's go into the demon-eating forest too. If they could not enter the demon-eating forest within 30 minutes, they would be completely wiped out. The trial had begun.
It was impossible to give up halfway, unless they died. Well, the two hot-tempered brothers wanted to retreat. And no matter how bad-tempered a person was, they had to be afraid when facing a great demon. It's called a great demon, but it's actually a tree demon that's as timid as a mouse and even afraid of children. He's just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. With that said, Dong Long signaled with his eyes for the short and fat man and the other thin man to walk in front while he followed behind them. If anything unexpected happened, the two of them could be cannon fodder. As soon as Dong Long and the others approached, the green vine tree demon became as threatening as before. I'm the one who opened this road and planted this tree. If you want to pass by here, leave your money behind. Clap. Clap. The vines waved like dozens of whips again, and the aura it emitted made people tremble. Lord Tree Demon, we are also chosen ones, Yang Yu said with a slight tremble. A crack. As soon as he finished speaking, the green vine tree demon's whip cut off Yang Yu's left arm like a long saber. Ants, leave your lives behind if you don't have money. What happened? Dong Long and the others immediately panicked. While Yang Yu rolled on the ground and howled in pain, the attitude of the green vine tree demon had not only changed 180 degrees from before. It was completely different from before. Wasn't it said that the green vine tree demon was strong on the outside but weak on the inside and as timid as a mouse? How could the green vine tree demon, which were afraid of children, be so terrifying? Today, I'll show mercy. There are 7 of you. Sacrifice 3 of you and I'll let you go. The green vine tree demon could have killed Dong Long and the others, but it gave Dong Long and the others a chance to. It was obvious that the green vine tree demons were testing their ugly human nature for fun. After all, human nature was the most fragile. Ants, hurry up and choose which 3 people to sacrifice. Otherwise, I'll go back on my word. Just as the green vine tree demon finished speaking, Dong Long pointed at Yang Yu and the thin man. Then, he forcefully pushed the woman in makeup away. Lord Tree Demon, sacrifice the lives of these 3 people. Ruthless, how ruthless, and without hesitation, I don't want to die. Why should my life be decided by you? If you want to die, go and sacrifice yourself. I don't want to die. The 3 people whom Dong Long had decided to sacrifice their lives were in a rage. Dong Long looked at the 3 people beside him and said, "It's not my decision alone. Everyone has decided to sacrifice you." The other 3 also echoed. If they didn't sacrifice Yang Yu and the other 2, they would have to sacrifice themselves. Therefore, their desire to live was equally strong. Although they would feel guilty, they had to take care of themselves. Brother Long, please let me go. I'll do anything you want. The woman in makeup knelt at Dong Long's feet and hugged him tightly with both hands. She looked extremely pathetic as she cried and begged, "Get out of my way, ugly woman." Dong Long suddenly kicked the woman in makeup 3 meters away mercilessly. Sigh. What an ugly human nature. I like it. Crack. Chapter 5. The children's smartwatch is a treasure. The round man, the skinny man, and the gorgeous woman were instantly dealt with by the green vine tree demon. There was dead silence in the Heavenly Dao livestream room. Everyone's fear of the otherworld instance dungeon had also risen to a new level. One could not help but sigh. Human life was actually so fragile. At this moment, a person with the nickname Descendant of the Dragon sent a message in Heavenly Dao livestream room. Brothers, if you want to know anything about Su Chanxian's father, please type. If you want to find information, come to Tongtian. For a moment, the entire screen of the Heavenly Dao livestream room was filled with these words. This wave of advertisements could be said to be unexpected. A moment later, the guy nicknamed Descendant of the Dragon shared information about Su Chanxian's father. Name, Su Yang, age, 23, education, high school, status, homeless, no car, jobless, marital status, unmarried, relative, daughter. The viewers who saw this message, a jobless person who has a daughter out of wedlock. I thought he was some high-level figure, but in the end, he can't even be considered a low-level figure like us. At least I have a job as a security guard. I thought he was a hidden big shot, but in the end, he's just trash. Since Su Yang is a loser, why did the green vine tree demon beg Su Chanxian for mercy? Everyone was puzzled again. Could it be that the green vine tree demon really had a tendency to torture itself? However, when the green vine tree demon toyed with the other chosen ones, it enjoyed it. It was impossible for humans to understand the thoughts of demons. Suddenly, a viewer's message caught everyone's attention. Do you still remember the children's smartwatch that Su Chanxian was wearing? Pink Turtle children's smartwatch? I remember now. In the chosen one's information, Su Chanxian's Pink Turtle children's smartwatch was a treasure. I didn't think much of it. Could it really be a treasure?
If I'm not wrong, the Green Vine Tree Demon discovered Su Chanshan's smartwatch and was scared out of its wits.
That must be it. This pink turtle children's smartwatch can scare a demon-level Green Vine Tree Demon? Better safe than sorry. What if it's true?
Immediately, the phone numbers and orders in the Dragon Country's children's smartwatch stores exploded. The bosses who sold the Pink Turtle children's smartwatch took the opportunity to raise the price. From the initial 180 yuan, it soared to 1,000 yuan, 2,000 yuan, or even 5,000 yuan. They were all snatched up. A tattooed man in his 30s wearing a pink children's smartwatch. Did he really not feel ashamed? If he could save his life, what was shame? In the demon-eating forest, it's only been 10 minutes.
Are they gone?
Dong Long did not want to let Su Chanshan and Wang Wanqing off. After all, he still needed cannon fodder. Brother Long, they're a female university student and a little girl.
They should not be far ahead.
Let's chase after them, the long-haired man said. Upon hearing this, Dong Long glared at the long-haired man angrily and said, "Are you courting death by running wildly in this dangerous demon-eating forest?" Although Dong Long looked valiant, he was a clear-headed and ruthless person. Brother Long is right. We need to be careful and avoid all the demons.
If we encounter another great demon, we will be completely finished. It will be difficult for us to even kill a small demon, so how can we deal with a great demon? That's right. Let them step on the traps first. If they can find the demon-eating flower, that would be the best.
Including Dong Long, the priority was to survive in the demon-eating forest. They could only meet again if they were alive. If a person was dead, there would be nothing left. About 300 meters ahead, Wang Wanqing, who was walking with Su Chanshan, immediately stopped in her tracks. As she had been in a tense state, her facial features seemed to have become abnormally sharp, but it also stimulated an even stronger sense of fear in the depths of her heart. Other than Su Chanshan, the other candidates were all trembling in fear. "Big sister, what's wrong?" Su Chanshan looked up at Wang Wanqing. Meanwhile, Wang Wanqing stood rooted to the ground with a dazed expression. Her pupils constricted slightly, and she could not hide the fear in her heart at all. "Big sister, are you afraid?" "My father told me not to be afraid. He also said that the Otherworld Instance Dungeon is a fun and novel place." Even though Su Chanshan was only 5 years old and did not have a high cognitive ability, she knew fear. It was just that she was more willing to believe what her father said. Wang Wanqing took 2 deep breaths, but she still could not get over the fear of the Green Vine Tree Demon. "Chanshan, your father must be very impressive." Wang Wanqing was referring to mental fortitude. If it were a normal person, they would have collapsed when they found out that their daughter had been chosen by the Heavenly Dao system. Impressive. In the Heavenly Dao live streaming channel, those viewers who knew about Su Yang revealed looks of disdain. In their opinion, what was so great about a nobody? Yes. Daddy is very impressive. Sometimes, when he returns home covered in wounds, he doesn't forget to cook delicious food for me and even play with me. Daddy dotes on me the most. Su Chanshan's round face revealed a happy expression. Wang Wanqing looked at the innocent Su Chanshan and felt comforted. The wording is wrong. It's not that he's covered in injuries, but that he's tired from work before returning home. Wang Wanqing felt that the word to describe hard work should not be covered in injuries. Su Chanshan put on a puzzled expression. In her mind, she recalled her father's appearance. Sometimes, he would really return home covered in wounds. However, Su Chanshan's attention was diverted by a hissing sound. Su Chanshan's eyes were filled with anticipation, as if she knew that a new demon was about to appear. Previously, Su Chanshan was amused by the Green Vine Tree Demon's circus performance, so she was curious about what kind of novel demon she would encounter next. Wang Wanqing was different. She was extremely unwilling to encounter demons. However, this was the Otherworld Instance Dungeon for demons. It was impossible for them not to encounter demons. They could only pray that they did not encounter great demons. This was because there was still a chance of survival if they encountered a level 1 small demon with weaker attack power. Whoosh! Not far ahead, a faint yellow smoke curled up. Before the yellow fog dissipated, a hazy figure appeared in the fog. A human being. It was obviously illogical for someone other than the chosen ones to appear in the demon-eating forest. However, demons could take human form, but that was only limited to great demon and above. From the looks of it, the demon that appeared in the yellow fog was another great demon. Wang Wanqing did not choose to escape. She knew that she could not escape. She could only face it bravely. She could not sense the demonic energy, but the aura released from the yellow fog was even more suffocating than the aura of the green vine tree demon. In other words, the humanoid demon that appeared at this moment was not only a great demon-level existence, but also more powerful than the green vine tree demon. The Heavenly Dao live stream rooms on the various platforms were flooded with comments again.
Chapter 6. Do you think I look like a mortal or a god, a humanoid demon? Another great demon. I'm afraid this great demon is much stronger than the green vine tree demon. Is this the 3-star Otherworld instance dungeon? Even 10 lives aren't enough. It's 2F** King terrifying. The viewers were once again glad that they had not become the chosen ones of the demon-eating forest, otherwise, they would be dead on the spot. It had to be known that the 9 people chosen by the Heavenly Dao system had entered the Otherworld instance dungeon for the first time. Furthermore, it was the demon-eating forest with a difficulty of 3 stars. Their survival rate had been greatly reduced by dozens to hundreds of times. However, there were also so-called Children of Destiny who could often complete all kinds of trials in the Otherworld instance dungeon. The Children of Destiny were only 1 in 100. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was 1 in a million. Yu Fuxue of the Dragon Nation was one of them. Not only was Yu Fuxue extremely lucky, but she was also powerful. That was why she could truly become the child of destiny. In the demon-eating forest, the ball of pale yellow smoke completely dissipated. Su Chanshan and Wang Wanqing saw a person wearing a pure yang scarf and a yellow Taoist robe holding a horsetail whisk. This person looked to be in his 40s. He had sharp eyebrows and a rosy face. His expression was the same, and he looked like an immortal. Rather than saying that he was an expert who lived in seclusion in the depths of the mountains, it would be more accurate to say that he was an expert in cultivation, but this was the demon-eating forest dungeon of the demon realm. Taoist? Wang Wanqing immediately shook her head. No matter how much the person dressed like a Taoist priest, this was the demon-eating forest. It was impossible for him to be a human Taoist priest. Therefore, she was certain that this was a great demon who had transformed into a Taoist priest. It could be confirmed that it was a demonic priest. As for what kind of demon it was, there was no way to know. The demon that looked like a Taoist priest did not look ferocious at all. Dao is profound and unusual. Greetings. The demonic priest greeted Su Chanshan and Wang Wanqing politely, but in Wang Wanqing's eyes, this demonic priest was a wolf in sheep's clothing. No matter what, that was a great demon. Wang Wanqing did not dare to look down on him and politely cupped her hands in return. Greetings, Taoist priest. Su Chanshan, who was at the side, did not bow. She did not know these etiquettes either. Moreover, in Su Chanshan's eyes, this Taoist priest was very strange. In the Heavenly Dao livestream room, all the viewers were guessing what kind of demon this Taoist-like guy was. This demonic priest is quite polite. Is he very friendly? It's just an act. I'm very curious. What kind of demon transformed into the demonic priest? He really looks like a sage. Could it be that a Bodhi tree has transformed into a demonic priest? Could it be some Dao fruit turning into a demon? After all, it's a great demon. There were also many types of demons. Not only were there tree demons, but there were also cat demons, fox demons, stone demons, and so on. When all living beings were born in the world, they could become demons. Not all demons were malicious, but they were definitely not kind. In the demon-eating forest, after the demon bowed, he slowly walked towards Su Chanshan. Su Chanshan was not afraid. She just stared straight at the demonic priest. Su Chanshan seemed to be thinking about something, but what bad intentions could a little girl have? As for Wang Wanqing, who was at the side, she was wondering what this demonic priest wanted to do. If she knew the demonic priest's motives, she could take precautions in advance. Although the effect was minimal, it was much better than being powerless to struggle. Little girl, what's your name? The demonic priest asked in a friendly tone. My name is Su Chanshan. I'm in the senior class of Rainbow Starlight Kindergarten, Su Chanshan replied sincerely. The demonic priest nodded and said, Su means green, Chanshan means emerald, your name is 3 layers of green. What a good name. Hearing this, Wang Wanqing was stunned. She did not expect a demonic priest to be so knowledgeable. Su Chanshan said proudly, of course. This is the name Dad gave me. The demonic priest waved the horsetail whisk in his hand, still looking kind. Seeing him, he asked again, Little girl Chanshan, do you think I look like a mortal or an immortal? As soon as these words were spoken, the viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream room were the first to cheer. Why does that sound so familiar? I also find it very familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere before. It's the story of the yellow weasel asking for a title. In an instant, most of the viewers began to come to a realization. Could it be that the real body of this demonic priest is a weasel? Shocking. It's actually a weasel demon. Is this demonic priest asking Su Chanshan for a title?
The story of the weasel seeking a title was not familiar to everyone, but most people had heard of this folk legend. Legend had it that when a weasel had a certain level of cultivation, it would transform into a human and ask passers-by for a title. Everyone thought that the weasel demon was most likely here to ask Su Chanshan for a title. The weasel demon had a very high cultivation talent. It was not surprising that it could transform into a human form and become a demonic priest. The viewers returned to the question. Speaking of which, how should you answer the yellow weasel's question?
If your answer is mortal, it will be extremely angry.
It might even kill the person who conferred the title to him in a fit of anger.
If the answer is an immortal, then the yellow weasel will suffer the wrath of the heavens? This kind of question of the century is like when two people closest to you fall into the water at the same time. Which one should you save? At this moment, the viewers were all sweating profusely for Su Chanshan.
Regardless of whether she answered mortal or immortal, she would be in trouble. Similarly, when Wang Wanqing heard this, she immediately knew that the real body of the demonic priest was a weasel demon. However, the question also stumped her. The danger she was facing at this moment was much greater than the danger of the green vine tree demons blocking the way and robbing her. Su Chanshan put on a sizing up look and carefully examined the demonic priest's entire body. After a while, Su Chanshan looked slightly puzzled and said innocently, "You don't look like a mortal, nor do you look like an immortal." When the demonic priest heard this, he did not get angry on the spot. Instead, he smiled and said, "Little girl Chanshan, your words are not an answer."
Su Chanshan continued to speak childishly, "Isn't that considered an answer? But you really don't look like a mortal or an immortal." Demonic priest asked amiably again, "Then what do I look like?"
Wang Wanqing, who was at the side, saw that the sage-like demonic priest looked a little like an immortal, but also like a mortal living a mundane life. As a result, she could not determine if the demonic priest looked more like a mortal or an immortal. Su Chanshan sized up the demonic priest again and said, "You're like a big rat in a Taoist robe." Boom! Instantly, the demonic priest felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Charming fox demon, a majestic demonic aura spread from the demonic priest's body. The suffocating feeling was unprecedentedly strong. Evidently, Su Chanshan had completely enraged the demonic priest. However, Su Chanshan could not understand why the demonic priest was so furious. Could it be that she had said something wrong? But Su Chanshan was telling the truth. In Su Chanshan's eyes, the demonic priest was just a big rat in a Taoist robe. To be precise, it was a weasel the size of an adult. However, the others could not see through the demonic priest's true body at all, including Wang Wanqing. She could not tell that the demonic priest was a big rat at all. In the Heavenly Tao livestream room.
The viewers, is that really the case? Why can't I tell? It's said that children under the age of 7 have yet to close their third eye and can see things that we can't understand. In Su Chanshan's eyes, it's not surprising that the demonic priest's true appearance is that of a weasel who has been wearing a Taoist robe. The demonic priest is angry. The problem is very serious. The demonic priest will definitely not let Su Chanshan and Wang Wanqing off easily. If he angered a weasel demon at the great demon level, the chances of survival were slim. Moreover, even ordinary magical equipment could not deal with a great demon, let alone a weak little girl and a weak female university student.
What could she use to resist? Wang Wanqing hurriedly explained, "You've misunderstood. A weasel is the worshipped yellow deity." Even though Wang Wanqing flattered the demonic priest, she still did not let the demonic priest restrain his anger. Wang Wanqing hurriedly added, "In our folklore, you are the leader of the 5 demon immortals.
It's too late to flatter me now."
The demonic priest would not stop just because of flattering words. Demonic priest waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and immediately rose into the air. 5 meters above the ground. It was obvious that the demonic priest was about to unleash his ultimate move on Su Chanshan. "Little girl, you saw through my true body and made me lose my cultivation. I can only absorb 50 years of your lifespan to make up for it." Everyone was shocked. It turned out that the weasel wolf demon would lose its cultivation after its true form was seen through, but isn't the demonic priest going too far? Even if Su Chanshan is only 5 years old, if her lifespan is taken away, wouldn't she become an old lady in her 50s? How can she bear it? However, taking 10,000 steps back, being able to survive is already a blessing in disguise.
The viewers immediately thought of the other chosen ones.
Their outcome was even worse. After all, the Green Vine Tree Demon had directly asked Dong Long and the others to sacrifice the lives of the three of them as the price for passing. Just as the demonic priest was about to absorb Su Chanshan's lifespan, the horsetail whisk in his hand inexplicably caught fire. Damn fox, how dare you ruin my plans! As soon as he finished speaking, another beautiful woman walked out of the forest on the right. She looked to be around 20 years old. Her long silver hair draped over her shoulders, and her facial features were especially exquisite.
She was smooth and fair, showing off her nobility.
Especially when she was wearing white clothes, she had the aura of a fairy. However, her alluring figure was irresistible. It was as if she was a woman walking on the edge of immortality and mortality. Humph.
The red-haired woman snorted and said, "You're exasperated because a little girl saw through your true colors?
Not only are your cultivation skills insufficient, but you're also petty."
For some reason, the viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream room were all attracted by the silver-haired woman. What a beautiful fox demon.
My soul has been seduced by her.
Mom, I think I'm going to fall in love. I finally know what it means to be a femme fatale.
It turns out that I also have the taste of King Zhou, but I don't have that fate.
He. Men.
Regarding the appearance of the fox demon, the men in the Heavenly Dao livestream room were mesmerized, while the women were envious and jealous. It was undeniable that even a beautiful woman like Wang Wanqing paled in comparison to this fox demon. One wave had yet to settle, and another would rise. The appearance of the demonic priest had already made Wang Wanqing at a loss. Now that a fox demon had suddenly appeared, what should she do? Su Chanshan asked Wang Wanqing. "Big sister, this silver fox is so beautiful." To Su Chanshan, not only were the demons in the demon-eating forest novel, but they were also very unique, making her curious. Wang Wanqing did not know how to answer. She could completely understand the curiosity of a 5-year-old girl, but what she had to consider now was how to escape danger. At that moment, the fox demon and the demonic priest were looking at each other. "These two belong to me." The fox demon's index finger brushed across her red lips, and her expression was very charming. The demonic priest said angrily, "Don't even think about it." The fox demon smiled and said, "You and I are both level 7 demons, and you've lost your cultivation.
Can you stop me?"
Hearing this, the demonic priest became even more irritable. Just as the fox demon had said, they were both level 7 demons, and the demonic priest had lost his cultivation.
He really could not stop the fox demon. However, how could he let the meat that was about to be eaten be snatched away just like that? The demonic priest forcibly held back his temper and said in a calm tone, "When I absorb 50 years of their lifespan, you can take them away at will." The fox demon smiled charmingly and said, "Forgive me for not being able to accept it.
If you absorb their 50 years of lifespan, their hearts will lose their vitality." As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Wanqing felt a chill. The beautiful woman who looked as gentle as water was actually a fox demon who ate people's hearts. She had yet to escape from the rat's nest, but she had already entered the fox's den. For a moment, she did not know what to do. In the Heavenly Dao livestream room, I can understand why the demonic priest absorbs lifespan, but why does the fox demon want to eat people's hearts? It's said that female fox demons are born charming, but they don't live forever. Therefore, fox demons eat people's hearts to maintain their youth and beauty. A demonic Taoist who absorbs lifespan and a fox demon who eats people's hearts. How dangerous! The 3 demons that appeared in the demon-eating forest were not easy to deal with. It was impossible for them to escape under the noses of the 2 great demons. Everyone had already guessed the outcome. There was only one word for it. "Die." "Your name is Chanshan, right?" the fox demon asked gently. Su Chanshan replied obediently, "Yes. I'll bring you to eat good food and have fun." The fox demon was not lying. She indeed wanted to bring Su Chanshan and Wang Wanqing to eat, drink, and have fun. However, after eating, drinking, and having fun, it was time for the fox demon to enjoy a feast. Their hearts were clearly the most to her liking when they were happy. With a wave of the fox demon's hand, Wang Wanqing was controlled by the fox demon like a doll and followed behind it. Meanwhile, Chanshan was being led away by the fox demon. Seeing this, the demonic priest's pupils constricted. The demonic aura on his body became stronger, but the demonic priest did not attack the fox demon. There was only one reason. Chapter 8 120 years of lifespan absorbed. That was, the demonic priest could not defeat the fox demon. If he could win, how could he hand over his prey to the fox demon? The current demonic priest could only rage and watch helplessly as the fox demon took Su Chanshan and Wang Wanqing away. The demonic priest watched as the fox demon disappeared from his sight.
He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. I'll remember this." Weasels were born to hold grudges. When the demonic priest's cultivation was above that of the fox demon, he would probably find the fox demon immediately and settle the score. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on the demonic priest's originally ferocious face. In the Heavenly Dao livestream rooms on the various platforms, the tens of thousands of viewers were once again in an uproar. The live broadcast in Heavenly Dao livestream room was divided into 9 screens that corresponded to the live broadcast of the 9 chosen ones. Other than the 3 screens that had turned pitch black, the other 6 were still live streaming, which meant that there were still 6 chosen ones who had not died. However, the reason why the viewers were so excited was because Dong Long and the others were about to encounter the demonic priest. Originally, the demonic priest had suffered in silence at the hands of the fox demon. Now that Dong Long and the others had encountered the demonic priest, how could he let them off so easily? As expected, you can escape the first disaster, but you can't escape 15. It can't be helped. This is a 3-star Otherworld instance dungeon. Su Chanqian and Wang Wanqing were taken away by the fox demon. Their outcome will definitely be worse than Dong Long and the others. Through the Heavenly Dao livestream, they had personally seen Su Chanqian and Wang Wanqing being taken away by a heart-eating fox demon. One could imagine how tragic their fates would be. Most of the viewers believed that Dong Long and the others were about to encounter the demonic priest and would not have a good ending. However, they had a chance of survival. A yellow mist surrounded them, causing Dong Long and the others to break out in cold sweat. Dong Long and the others sensed that something was wrong and took the lead to retreat. However, for some reason, Dong Long and the others seemed to be bound by the fixed body art and could not move at all. Of their bodies were not tied up by any ropes, but they could not move. Don't forget the demon's new demonic techniques. Straight ahead, the demonic priest appeared in the fog. There are 4 of them. The demonic priest looked at Dong Long and the others. He would definitely vent his anger later. However, Dong Long and the others were stunned. They still didn't know what was going on. Why did a Taoist priest in a yellow robe appear in the demon-eating forest? Although he looked like a sage, the demonic aura emitted from him was more than twice as powerful as the green vine tree demon. Dong Long and the other 3 could not see the true body of the demonic priest at all. In Wang Wanqing's eyes, what they saw was exactly the same. It was a yellow-robed man who seemed to be neither a demon nor an immortal. I can use you to make up for my lost cultivation. The demonic priest held the horsetail whisk and rose into the sky. Spare me, Taoist. Dong Long was the first to beg for mercy. He was no longer as unyielding as before. Dong Long and the others had no way of resisting a great demon. Taoist priest, please spare me. Please let me go. As long as you let me go, I'll do anything. Taoist priest, please let me go. Dong Long and the others begged bitterly. The demonic priest seemed to be moved. He actually gave Dong Long and the other 3 a chance to live. Or rather, the demonic priest's goal was not to kill them, but to absorb their lifespan. As expected, the demonic priest put on a superior attitude and said to Dong Long and the others, "It's not impossible for me to spare your lives." Upon hearing this, Dong Long and the others felt as if they had walked through the gates of hell. Cold sweat seeped through their clothes. They were scared out of their wits. Thank you, Taoist priest. You're the most beautiful Taoist priest we've ever seen. The 3 pure ones, 4 imperials, and 5 elders can't compare to a single strand of your hair. Dong Long and the other 3 hurriedly flattered the demonic priest. However, the demonic priest did not buy it. The demonic priest said disdainfully, "I only said that I would spare your lives. I never said that I would let you go." The demonic priest continued, "Since you are so devout, each of you only needs to pay 20 years of your lifespan." As soon as these words were spoken, Dong Long and the others panicked again. Dong Long and the other 3 were in their 20s to 30s. If the demonic priest absorbed 20 years of his lifespan, he would become an old uncle. A long-haired man muttered, "Damn demonic priest, he actually wants us to live 20 years less." The demonic priest's ears twitched. It was obvious that he heard the long-haired man's muttering, "You're actually not satisfied? Then everyone should pay 30 years of lifespan." The demonic priest glared at Dong Long and the others. At this moment, Dong Long and the other 2 men looked fiercely at the long-haired man. "Shut the F***ck up. Are you trying to kill us? F***ck. Dong Long and the other 2 candidates wanted to kill the long-haired man immediately. Dong Long rolled his eyes and pleaded with the other 2 men, "Taoist priest, since we're so pious, please do us a favor. We're willing to give up 20 years of our lifespan. 30 years of lifespan is too much. This is tantamount to killing us." Please be magnanimous and be kind. Among the four of them, Dong Long was the one who pleaded the most. Even though Dong Long and the others begged with all their might, the demonic priest was still unmoved. If you dare to say another word, I'll suck away all your lifespan. In fact, the demonic priest only needed to absorb 10 years of lifespan to make up for his previously lost cultivation. However, the demonic priest vented all his anger on Dong Long and the others. Whoosh, as the demonic priest waved the horsetail whisk in his hand, streaks of green light were absorbed into the horsetail whisk like thousands of threads. In the blink of an eye, Dong Long and the others looked extremely old. Absorbing lifespan was absorbing their essence, spirit, and energy. The long-haired man's originally shiny black hair had actually turned white at the temples, and there were some wrinkles on his face. He looked like he had aged more than 30 years and had become an out-and-out uncle. Dong Long and the other two men also had a lot of white hair. Not only did the wrinkles on their faces increase, but they also had age spots. Now, they looked like they were in their 50s or 60s. After absorbing the lifespan of Dong Long and the others, the demonic priest turned into a wisp of yellow smoke and disappeared on the spot. In the Heavenly Dao livestream room, the viewers were all sighing. That's horrible. They just lost 30 years of their lives. According to the average lifespan, Dong Long and the others only have 20 to 30 years left. This is already considered lucky. At least they're alive for now. Everyone still believed that not only Dong Long and the others, but even Su Qianqian and the others would not be able to survive in the demon-eating forest. Chapter 9. Dead before spending all the money. Bang! Dong Long suddenly kicked the long-haired man. The long-haired man rolled a few times on the spot. Son of a b****, tch, because of your big mouth, we lost 10 more years of our lifespan. Dong Long gave the two men beside him a look, signaling them to vent their anger on the long-haired man. Bang! Bang! The feeling of each punch hitting flesh lasted for a long time. Brother Long, I was wrong. The long-haired man's face was bruised and swollen, and his entire body was trembling. In fact, he was also very regretful. He shouldn't have said anything, but what was done was done. There was no turning back. The long-haired man only begged Dong Long not to kill him enough. Although Dong Long was very angry and wanted to kill the long-haired man, killing the long-haired man was useless. However, Dong Long would not kill the long-haired man yet. With one less chosen one, Dong Long would have to pay an additional price. Dong Long glared at the long-haired man and scolded him in a stern tone. If you say anything redundant next time, I'll kill you. Brother Long, I won't do it again. The long-haired man nodded obediently. The other two men walked to Dong Long's side and asked, Brother Long, are those two women dead? If they die, we're the only ones left. What should we do next? Actually, Dong Long wasn't sure if Su Qianqian and Wang Wanqing were still alive. Even if they were still alive, they would definitely not be any better. If the two females died, they could only rely on him. Dong Long said, what else can we do? Find the demon-eating flower and complete the trial. Otherwise, we'll all die. Dong Long did not know where the demon-eating flower was, so he could only search aimlessly. North of the demon-eating forest, under a towering tree, was a completely different world. Walking along the tree hole, there was a small path paved with fluorescent stones. After crossing the fluorescent path, there was a solid wooden bridge. The sound of flowing water accompanied the spinning of the water wheel. Like a Ferris wheel, there were unique little houses on both sides, and below them was a blue hot spring that was steaming. On the lower right, there was a lush green lawn. There was no lack of swings, wooden horses, and other toys for people to enjoy. On the bottom left, glamorous colors blended with the fragrance of the flowers to form a dreamy flower field. This place was simply a paradise on earth. Wow! This was the first time Su Qianqian had seen such a novel place. Seeing so many interesting and novel things, Su Qianqian began to play in the cave abode to her heart's content. It was obviously impossible for a 5-year-old girl to consider the so-called sense of danger. Furthermore, Su Qianqian had always believed her father's words. However, at some point, Wang Wanqing, who had been lured here, had completely sobered up. When Wang Wanqing saw this paradise-like scene, she was also shocked. However, her sense of danger did not ease for a moment. Instead, it became even stronger. Wang Wanqing naturally wanted to escape, but she had already entered the cage. She was only a weak woman. How could she resist a level 7 demon? Of course, Wang Wanqing did not intend to give up struggling, even if the chances of survival were very slim. You woke up from my charm so quickly. It seems that your fear is very strong. The fox demon clung to Wang Wanqing's back and used her index finger to scratch Wang Wanqing's cheek. Wang Wanqing did not reply or resist, because she knew that the fox demon would not kill her immediately. A moment later, Wang Wanqing asked tentatively, why do you want to eat our hearts? The fox demon smiled charmingly. Is there a need to ask? Of course, it's to protect my beautiful face. Wang Wanqing had also heard of the legend of fox demons. It was said that in order to maintain their youthful appearance, fox demons often seduced young men and ate their hearts. Wang Wanqing was still puzzled. Why don't you just eat our hearts? The fox demon did not hide anything and said bluntly, at the most joyous moment, the heart is the most delicious. It was obvious that the fox demon wanted to dig out Su Qianqian and Wang Wanqing's hearts when they were at their happiest. Wang Wanqing did not directly say that the fox demon was too cruel, but in fact, the fox demon was really cruel. Do you think I'm cruel? The fox demon seemed to be able to read minds and actually asked Wang Wanqing this question. The fox demon continued, in the demon-eating forest, I'm the most benevolent great demon. The fox demon only glanced at Wang Wanqing and could actually follow Wang Wanqing's train of thought. If you think that the vine demon is the most benevolent, then you're too naive. Actually, the benevolence that the fox demon thought of referred to killing methods. At the very least, the fox demon wanted others to die in JOY.AS for the green vine tree demon mentioned by the fox demon. It toyed with others for a while before killing them completely and turning them into nutrients to be absorbed. Similarly, the demonic priest's methods were painful. He absorbed the lifespan of others. Even if the victims lived, they would be better off dead. These were only the three great demons that Wang Wanqing had encountered in the demon-eating forest. However, the demon-eating forest was known as the 3-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon. There were definitely other great demons and even demon kings. People like Wang Wanqing, who had entered the Otherworld Instance Dungeon for the first time, were simply trying to survive. Big sister, swing with me. Su Qianqian had just gotten off the wooden horse and wanted to play on the swing. However, she really couldn't do it alone. Wang Wanqing felt that although she was also very miserable, she could not bear to watch Su Qianqian die. After all, in her eyes, Su Qianqian was just a 5-year-old girl who had yet to learn the ways of the world. If she died just like that, wouldn't that be even more pitiful? You're right. It's better to die in joy than in fear. Wang Wanqing stopped hesitating and immediately walked up to Su Qianqian. Su Qianqian sat on a swing woven from flower vines. As the swing flew higher and higher, gusts of wind blew past her ears, as if she was flying freely in the air. This happiness came from her innocence. After playing for a while, Su Qianqian stared at the flower field on the lower left. Big sister, let's play house here. Su Qianqian continued, I'm going to be a little princess. These words immediately evoked Wang Wanqing's childhood memories. In the past, she also liked to decorate her hair full of flowers in the flower field and be a happy little princess. At this moment, the viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream room, Dom Long and the others, are keeping a low profile. Are these two playing house here? It's really over. Wang Wanqing is still a weak woman. She can't resist at all. No one had ever included Su Qianqian in their combat strength. As for whether the pink turtle children's smartwatch in Su Qianqian's hand was a treasure, there was also a lot of doubt. It was just that some people had the mentality that they would rather believe it than not, so they rushed to buy the pink turtle children's smartwatch. Finally, the fox demon was about to attack. Chapter 10 is this heart-sealing love. Clang, in an instant, the fox demon's hands extended by more than 30 centimeters like sharp claws. The viewers in Heavenly Dao livestream room had already thought of the bloody scene and did not dare to look at the screen. However, when Su Qianqian's small hand picked up something that looked like a crystal, the fox demon's charming face instantly turned pale, looking very scary. Big sister, I found this crystal. Su Qianqian planned to use this crystal to decorate the newly woven flower crown. However, when Wang Wanqing saw this crystal, her eyes flickered with hope. Crystal in the shape of a heart? Wang Wanqing took the heart-shaped crystal and looked at the fox demon not far away. My guess was right. When Wang Wanqing said this, the fox demon's expression became even more ugly. Don't move or I'll break it. Wang Wanqing was confident that the moment the fox demon attacked, she would break the heart-shaped crystal in her hand. The fox demon was really motionless on the spot. She did not dare to attack again because she was afraid. Of course, she was not afraid of the weak Wang Wanqing, but of something else. In the Heavenly Dao livestream room, what's going on? Is the fox demon afraid? Could it be that she's afraid of the heart-shaped crystal in Wang Wanqing's hand? No, this heart-shaped crystal should have a special connection with the fox demon. Otherwise, why would the fox demon, a level 7 demon, be afraid? What everyone could not understand was what kind of treasure the heart-shaped crystal in Wang Wanqing's hand was that made the fox demon so afraid. In the flower field, the fox demon was even more confused. How did Su Qianqian obtain the heart-shaped crystal? Also, How did Wang Wanqing know that the heart-shaped crystal was a great threat to the fox demon? Give it to me. The fox demon suppressed her anger and said in a friendly tone. Wang Wanqing did not buy it at all. Her tone became firm. As expected, this is your heart. Actually, Wang Wanqing did not know how Su Qianqian obtained the heart-shaped crystal. However, Wang Wanqing could tell at once that this was the fox demon's heart.
It had a lot to do with her major in college. One had to know that Wang Wanqing was a university student in the history department. Not only did she specialize in human history, but she also minored in mythological history. As for why she chose this major, it was most likely because the Otherworld Instance Dungeon had descended on the Blue Planet. Initially, she only wanted to be a researcher on the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. She did not expect to be chosen by the Heavenly Dao system. Wang Wanqing said, since the fox demon is not immortal and needs to rely on eating people's hearts to maintain her youthful appearance, she will definitely seal her heart in love. As the saying goes, if the heavens have feelings, the heavens will age. At this point, the fox demon was unable to refute. It also made the fox demon even angrier. However, the fox demon did not dare to attack, afraid that Wang Wanqing would really fight to the death. In that case, not only would the fox demon become old and ugly, but it would also lose its cultivation. The gains would not make up for the losses. The fox demon chose to take a step back and said, "Return it to me. I guarantee that you can leave this place safely." Wang Wanqing acted like a bad woman and pushed her luck even further. Impossible. It's not just a bargaining chip for our survival now. What are you doing? The fox demon had completely underestimated Wang Wanqing. This weak woman, Wang Wanqing, went straight to the point. Help us find the demon-eating flower first. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about anything else. Wang Wanqing had never forgotten the purpose of the trial. It was just that she had been in a crisis previously and had no time to consider it. Now that there was a chance, she naturally had to find the demon-eating flower and complete the trial. However, when the fox demon heard the words demon-eating flower, an inexplicable fear surged into her heart. What kind of existence was the demon-eating flower that could make a level 7 demon's expression change? It was definitely not an ordinary flower. There was too much information. Wang Wanqing's brain was almost overwhelmed. The fox demon said bluntly, "This place is called the demon-eating forest. It was once controlled by the demon king, gluttonous flower demon. It had appeared the term demon king was only natural in the 3-star difficulty demon realm dungeon. Was?" Wang Wanqing continued to ask, "You mean that the demon king is no longer around?" The fox demon said bluntly, "Yes, he died 6 years ago. However, the gluttonous flower demon seed is the demon-eating flower." As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Wanqing felt as if she had been struck by lightning. How could she have thought that the demon-eating flower was actually a demon? Furthermore, the trial to find the demon-eating flower was actually so dangerous. If she could not complete the trial, she would still die. Seeing this, Wang Wanqing put the heart-shaped crystal into an exquisite small box and said to the fox demon, "This is an enhanced version of the Mozi mechanical box. If you forcefully destroy it, the things inside will also be destroyed unless you can take things from afar." Wang Wanqing's meaning was very clear. Other than herself, if anyone else forcefully opened the box, they would destroy the heart-shaped crystal. "I thought you were a weak woman." The fox demon was already gritting her teeth in hatred towards Wang Wanqing. Even the viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream did not expect that Wang Wanqing, who looked weak, was actually very strong and had a certain level of shrewdness and courage. "I don't want to talk too much nonsense with a demon." Wang Wanqing had always believed that demons were not good people. If she hadn't grabbed this life-saving straw at the critical moment, she wouldn't have survived. And now that she had a bargaining chip, not only could she survive, but she could also make a deal with the fox demon. As long as it was not too much, there was no need for the fox demon to fight to the death. Wang Wanqing went straight to the point. "As long as we're alive, your heart will be fine." The fox demon understood what Wang Wanqing meant. She wanted her to protect them until they found the demon-eating flower. The fox demon didn't answer and only tacitly agreed. Her gaze shifted to Su Qianqian. She still could not understand how a 5-year-old girl could pick up the heart that she had sealed. Her heart was sealed in the withered rock of the sea. That was a seal that even a level 10 demon could not open. The fox demon could not believe that Su Qianqian was really an ordinary little girl. A hidden big shot. How was that possible? Then how did Su Qianqian manage to control the fox demon's heart so easily? Furthermore, it was already abnormal for her to be able to come here unscathed. The more the fox demon guessed, The more she felt that Su Chanxian was extraordinary, therefore, the fox demon was even more puzzled. The fox demon tacitly agreed to Wang Wanqing's conditions, but a large part of the reason was that the fox demon could not figure out Su Chanxian. Oh, I remember now. Su Chanxian gently knocked her head with her small hand. Wang Wanqing asked, Chanxian, what did you remember? Su Chanxian said truthfully, Dad told me not to play for too long and to come home on time for dinner. Wang Wanqing was stunned. Chapter 11 Reward of Heavenly Dao Coins. Although only an hour had passed in the demon-eating forest, however, the question was whether they could leave alive. Wang Wanqing said very patiently, Chanxian, we are the chosen ones. We need to pass the trial before we can go back. Do you want the demon-eating flower? Su Chanxian's agile round eyes revealed a sharp expression. Wang Wanqing nodded slightly and said, yes, Chanxian is so smart. After being praised, Su Chanxian's expression became even more confident. She said proudly, I can get 2 little red flowers every day. Wang Wanqing was in the same channel at the first moment. However, after thinking for a while, she remembered that Su Chanxian was still in kindergarten. Big sister, what does the demon-eating flower look like? Su Chanxian looked around because this was a colorful flower field. Wang Wanqing did not know how to answer this question because she did not know what the demon-eating flower looked like. She did not know if it was a flower or a demon. Big sister isn't sure either. It should be a very special flower that can be recognized at first glance, so we can't continue playing. We have to leave this place and find the demon-eating flower, Wang Wanqing said. Actually, Wang Wanqing also felt that Su Chanxian might not be ordinary. Of course, it was definitely not because Su Chanxian was extraordinary that she brought Su Chanxian along to search for the demon-eating flower. Most of the reason was that she could not bear to abandon Su Chanxian. Such an innocent and cute little girl really made Wang Wanqing love her from the bottom of her heart. She did not know when her survival instincts had become incomparably strong. She had to walk out of this nightmarish forest alive. It's supposed to be a special flower? Su Chanxian suddenly took a step to the left and gently lifted a flower bush. Does the demon-eating flower look like this? A human-shaped flower entered Wang Wanqing's sight. Not only was Wang Wanqing very surprised, but even the fox demon looked shocked. This is unbelievable. The demon-eating flower is actually hidden in my cave abode's flower field. The fox demon really did not expect this. What shocked the fox demon even more was that Su Chanxian was able to discover the demon-eating flower. How dare she call Su Chanxian an ordinary little girl? Swoosh! Instantly, the moment the demon-eating flower was discovered by Su Chanxian, it hid in the flower field again. Wang Wanqing, who had recovered from her shock, could not help but exclaim. She had really searched high and low for it, only to find it without much effort. Finding the demon-eating flower meant that she had to complete the trial inside. Wang Wanqing immediately asked, Chanxian, how did you discover the demon-eating flower? Just now, it looked at me, Su Chanxian said honestly. It was unknown if Su Chanxian's vision was sharp or if the demon-eating flower was attracted by Su Chanxian. Otherwise, how could even the fox demon not know? After all, this was the cave abode of the fox demon. The viewers watching this in Heavenly Dao livestream room were also in disbelief. Does Su Chanxian have a special ability, or is she so lucky to be able to find the demon-eating flower? Not only did she reverse the crisis time and time again, but she also found the demon-eating flower. Isn't her luck too good? You don't say. Luck is also a part of strength. The attentive viewers all discovered something. Chanxian had been able to avert danger many times. If Su Chanxian was really that powerful, it was hard to tell. If she did not have the strength, how could she be unscathed? There was no reasonable explanation. It could only be attributed to luck. At this moment, a broadcast-like voice sounded. Strangely, the fox demon did not hear anything. Su Chanxian and Wang Wanqing both heard the broadcast of the Heavenly Dao system. Congratulations to the chosen ones for successfully completing Trial 1. According to the comprehensive evaluation, congratulations to chosen one number 2 for obtaining 500 Heavenly Dao coins as a reward. According to the comprehensive evaluation, congratulations to chosen one number 5 for obtaining 200 Heavenly Dao coins as a reward. According to the comprehensive evaluation, congratulations to chosen ones number 1, number 6, number 7, and number 9 for obtaining 100 Heavenly Dao coins each. Wang Wanqing was shocked again. Even if her family went bankrupt, they could only gather 150 Heavenly Dao coins. However, in the demon-eating forest, if they found the demon-eating flower, they could obtain 200 Heavenly Dao coins, which was equivalent to 2 million. This was undoubtedly a windfall. However, Wang Wanqing was not very happy. She was worried that she would not be able to spend her money. The trial in the demon-eating forest had not completely ended. Who knew how many trials she would have to go through before she could leave the demon-eating forest? These Heavenly Dao coins rewards were exchanged with the lives of the chosen ones. The rewards of the Heavenly Emperor system were synchronized on the screen of Heavenly Dao livestream room. 500 Heavenly Dao coins is equivalent to 5 million. I might not be able to earn so much money in my life. The 5-year-old Su Chanqian earned 5 million yuan. I'm so envious. It's still too early to be envious. The remaining 7 candidates might not even be able to leave the demon-eating forest alive. The most painful thing in life is not spending all of your money before you die. It had to be said that the Otherworld Instance Dungeon was like a death game. Only those who had the last laugh could become the true winner. Everyone still felt that even if they completed one of the trials in the demon-eating forest, the next trial would definitely be even more dangerous. Perhaps they would really be wiped out. 2.5 years ago, the demon-eating forest, which was also a 3-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon, descended. None of the chosen ones survived. This was enough to prove how terrifying the demon-eating forest was. Other than Su Chanqian, all the candidates were on tenterhooks. At the same time, Dong Long and the others wore homemade camouflage suits. As they crawled through the forest, they also heard the broadcast. They're actually still alive and even found the demon-eating flower. They're really lucky. Damn it, we only have 100 Heavenly Dao coins as a reward. Brother Long, since they found the demon-eating flower, the next trial must be related to the demon-eating flower. Shouldn't we find them first? All 3 candidates cast their gazes on Dong Long. There were a total of 2 trials in this Otherworld Instance Dungeon. As long as they completed the next trial, this demon-eating forest trial would be completely over. In Dong Long's opinion, the next trial would be even more dangerous. At the same time, if he completed the next trial, he would undoubtedly obtain even more Heavenly Dao coins. Most importantly, not only were Heavenly Dao coins a fortune, if he passed the 3-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial, he could obtain an extremely high status in the Dragon Country. Dong Long's expression became increasingly cold. Not only did he want to obtain more Heavenly Dao coins, but he also wanted to leave this nightmarish demon-eating forest alive. In a moment, the voice of the Heavenly Dao system spread like a broadcast again. Chapter 12 Weak and Helpless Little Flower Demon, Trial 2, please bring the demon-eating flower to the Windbone Pond. After completing the trial, you can obtain a Heavenly Dao reward. There is also a chance to draw on the 3-star lottery pool. Warm reminder, the Windbone Pond has been successfully located. Please complete the trial in 3 hours. If you are late, you will be completely wiped out. I wish everyone good luck. Although it's only 3 hours, we still have a high chance of completing the trial. Moreover, the reward is too tempting. There's even a chance of winning the lottery. Since those 2 women found the demon-eating flower, the next step must be to go to the Windbone Pond. Brother Long, should we confirm the path to the Windbone Pond first before intercepting it? The other 3 chosen by Dong Long were also very greedy. After completing the final trial, not only would they be rewarded with Heavenly Dao coins, but they would also be able to draw a lottery. If they were extremely lucky and obtained the enhancement of strength, wouldn't they become a big winner in life? Dong Long's gaze changed again. He felt that the 3 chosen ones beside him were too stupid. They had been completely blinded by greed and had actually forgotten about the crisis. That's right, Dong Long was even more greedy, but he was even more scheming. Furthermore, he was ruthless because he had never treated the 3 chosen ones as his companions. His initial idea was to monopolize everything and then enjoy the fruits of victory alone. In the Heavenly Dao livestream rooms on various platforms. At this moment, the viewers watching the live broadcast started an intense discussion. Wang Wancheng and Su Chanqian are only 23 miles away from the Windbone Pond. I think what's coming next is the real nightmare. However, they only have 3 hours. It's impossible for them to complete the trial. Dong Long and the others are going to intercept them? Don't tell me they really don't realize that they're at the gates of hell? Maybe this is why people die for money and birds die for food. I would have done the same. There's no turning back. Dong Long is a ruthless person. He has the highest chance of survival, especially in this demon-eating forest that has no legal restrictions. Dong Long's potential will be magnified several times. Many people believed that Dong Long had the highest chance of survival. As for the 3 chosen people by Dong Long's side, they simply did not have the ability to survive. Everyone felt that Su Chanqian was still safe and sound because of her heaven-defying luck. However,
luck was not something that could always be relied on.
At most, she would be lucky 2 or 3 times, however, in this demon-eating forest where danger lurked everywhere, there were more than just 2 or 3 dangers. The entire journey was rife with danger, so luck could not always be on Su Chanshan's side. In the fox demon's cave abode, the demon-eating flower was still in the flower field. It was only temporarily hiding. However, the flower field was not big. It was not difficult to find the demon-eating flower again, but the problem was how to safely bring the demon-eating flower to the Windbone Pond. Wang Wanqing, on the other hand, felt that the journey to the Windbone Pond was even more dangerous than the previous encounter. At this moment, Wang Wanqing shifted her gaze to the fox demon and said, "After taking us to the Windbone Pond, I'll immediately return your heart to you." The fox demon also knew the identity of Wang Wanqing and the others. The voice of the heavenly Tao system that sounded like a broadcast just now also reached the fox demon's ears. The fox demon said in a cold tone, "Do you know what kind of place the Windbone Pond is? Do you know what dangers you will encounter on the way to the Windbone Pond? Don't expect me to protect you. If I die, you won't be safe either." Wang Wanqing had always been on guard against the fox demon. If she didn't have the heart-shaped crystal, forget about negotiating, she would have been eaten by the fox demon. Not only did the fox demon agree, but she also compromised. It was definitely not because of Wang Wanqing's coercion. What the fox demon cared about was whether Su Chanshan, this little girl, was really a hidden character. Therefore, the fox demon planned to take the opportunity to find out if Su Chanshan was extraordinary when she traveled with Wang Wanqing and the others. If the fox demon knew that Su Chanshan was just an ordinary little girl, she would definitely not compromise and would even kill Wang Wanqing and Su Chanshan. "Big sister, if we bring the demon-eating flower to the Windbone Pond, we'll be able to get out." "Is that so?" Su Chanshan's gaze shifted to Wang Wanqing. Wang Wanqing nodded gently and said, "Chanshan is so smart. You understand so quickly. However, the road will be very dangerous. Try your best to hide behind the fox demon. She won't hurt us." At this moment, the fox demon spoke again. "The Windbone Pond is the paradise of the demon-eating flower. Once the demon-eating flower returns, this place will become a terrifying purgatory again. It has nothing to do with me." Wang Wanqing did not care what would happen to the demon-eating forest in the future, she only cared about the trial. As long as she brought the demon-eating flower to the Windbone Pond, she could leave the demon-eating forest alive. What happens to the demon-eating forest in the future is indeed none of your business. However, on the way, you will become enemies with all the demons in the demon-eating forest. Do you still think I can protect you?" The fox demon's words were meant for Su Chanshan. She believed that if Su Chanshan really had the ability, she would continue to compromise. Otherwise, she would immediately break up with them. Not only did the fox demon not want to be enemies with all the demons in the demon-eating forest, but she also wanted to kill Wang Wanqing and Su Chanshan. It was for no other reason than the fact that the fox demon had been forced to negotiate with a human. It was a humiliation to her. Su Chanshan said to the demon-eating flower hidden in the flower field, "Come out. I'll bring you to the Windbone Pond. Otherwise, I won't be able to return home on time before dinner." Wang Wanqing and the fox demon did not think that the demon-eating flower would appear. In the end, the demon-eating flower really walked in front of Su Chanshan. Wang Wanqing also saw the demon-eating flower clearly. The demon-eating flower's head was like a red sunflower. Its body was very slender and yellow, and it looked malnourished. Moreover, it had 4 limbs and roots under its feet. It was hard to tell whether it was a human-like demon-eating flower or a flower-like little girl. Perhaps this was the young form of the demon-eating flower. The demon-eating flower suddenly spoke, "I'm not going out. It's too dangerous outside. I'm just a weak and helpless little flower demon. I'm so afraid." Wang Wanqing could understand what the fox demon said. Although the current demon-eating flower was still very weak and was only a small demon, once the demon-eating flower returned to the Windbone Pond, it would become a demon king. However, Wang Wanqing did not care about the outcome. "Little flower, don't be afraid. My father said not to be afraid." Su Chanshan had always believed her father's words. Moreover, she had not suffered any harm since she was teleported to the demon-eating forest, but at this moment, the viewers watching the demon-eating forest through the Heavenly Tao livestream were actually shocked. The reason was that Dong Long and the others were in danger. What the hell? Chapter 13 The Unusual Hole. In a dark swamp in the demon-eating forest, Dong Long and company encountered another great demon. The great demon rolled out of the quagmire. Its entire body was incomparably black, and there was a strong stench. It was a black snake demon with a strange human face. That was not the point, however. The main point was that there was a red foot on the lower half of the snake demon's body. You're all men, but it doesn't matter. As long as there are holes, it's fine. I'm already thirsty. When the snake demon spoke, its mouth was like a smelly ditch, unbearable. However, Dong Long and the others didn't immediately cover their noses. Instead, they subconsciously tightened their asses. In the Heavenly Dao livestream room, some experienced men immediately reacted, "This can't be, F***ck, no way?" If that's really the case, then it's really F***king disgusting. A portion of the viewers were dumbfounded. They had no idea what these viewers were talking about. Shouldn't they be paying attention to whether Dong Long and the others could survive? Why were they paying attention to something different? It had begun. In the dark swamp of the demon-eating forest, the turbulence became abnormally intense. Even though Dong Long and the others were wearing camouflage suits, they were trapped in the swamp. It was like entering a tiger's den. There was no way for them to escape. This snake demon was a level 6 demon. What happened at this moment was not only painful to the eyes, but it also destroyed their understanding of the world. The snake demon in the swamp was like a fish in water. It pressed Dong Long and the others to the ground, but it did not use death entanglement. Perhaps the snake demon's goal was not to kill Dong Long and the others immediately, or to swallow them alive. Instead, it had another goal. Facing a great demon snake demon, Dong Long and the others were powerless to resist. The snake demon's red foot was like a red-hot poker. The scorching temperature had yet to reach its peak, but it already made Dong Long and the others tremble. First, the long-haired man was spun 3 times by the snake demon's tail. The long-haired man tried to struggle, but the snake demon's entanglement was like a steel bar. Even if he used a knife or axe, he could not cut it open. However, how could he break free with his bare hands? The snake demon seemed to have a special tendency. The more the long-haired man resisted, the more excited the snake demon became. "Lord Snake Demon, I beg you, let me go." The long-haired man smelled the stench that was like rotten eggs. His stomach was already churning, and now, he was being intimately touched by the snake demon. It was extremely uncomfortable. It's coming. The snake demon's fire poker seemed to have just been taken out of a furnace. It was as if it had stabbed into the hole of a stove, forcefully increasing the firepower to the maximum. It was moving back and forth, and even added oil to the fire, making it burn even more vigorously. The long-haired man could not withstand such a fierce fire. His eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. However, in less than 3 seconds, the long-haired man woke up from the intense fire. The sounds of tearing, howling in pain, and struggling converged together to form a 1,000-year-long tragic song. Even the viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream did not dare to look at this scene directly, afraid that they would have nightmares. In less than half a minute, the long-haired man died. The long-haired man never expected that he would be tortured and killed like this in his life. It was simply painful and cruel. Seeing this, the snake demon looked at the other 3. Dong Long and the others were running for their lives in the swamp, but Dong Long and the others, who were deep in the quagmire, moved as slowly as ants. Therefore, the snake demon was very calm and wrapped around them one by one. This time, it was the pineapple-headed man's turn. He was stronger than the long-haired man. Although he was more than 1.8 meters tall and weighed more than 90 kilograms, he was as weak as an ant in front of the snake demon. The pineapple-headed man begged for mercy, but the snake demon was still getting more and more excited. "I didn't have enough fun just now. I hope you can last a little longer." The snake demon attacked the pineapple-headed man with the red-hot poker. The pineapple-headed man let out a miserable scream. An unprecedented pain spread throughout his body. It was as if he had fallen from the human world to hell. This red poker, which was thicker than an arm, was being moved back and forth. Not even an elephant could withstand it, let alone a human. However, the pineapple-headed man actually endured the torture for more than a minute and did not lose consciousness. However, every second was extremely painful. Even if he had never received the punishment of being dismembered by 5 horses, this was definitely more painful than any capital punishment. In less than 3 minutes, the pineapple-headed man spat out foam and looked completely dispirited. Such a big man was actually gradually dying. Only Dong Long and another buzzcut man were left in the swamp. The snake demon's huge body trembled, and it shook its head. "It's not enough." Seeing this, the snake demon looked at Dong Long and was swinging its big tail to launch a surprise attack. Dong Long pushed the buzzcut man behind him like a hungry beast. The snake demon began to launch an anal attack on Buzz Cut. The snake demon, it was just a matter of order. The various Heavenly Dao livestream rooms were deathly silent for more than 10 minutes.
Everyone knew that the Otherworld Instance Dungeon was a living hell.
They also knew that the survival rate of Dong Long and the others in the 3-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon was almost zero, but however, their death was so tragic that even an evil person would not be able to bear to see it die in less than 2 minutes. The buzzcut man was killed by the snake demon, and Dong Long would never be able to escape the fate of being inserted by the snake demon. The rolling waves spread out, and the boiling aura surged into Dong Long's body, all the way to his heart end. Lungs, the foul smell was like an inextinguishable evil aura. Dong Long roared in pain. Not only was his body hollowed out, but even his soul seemed to be about to be obliterated. After about 5 minutes, Dong Long was still alive. No one expected Dong Long to be so resistant. Not only was Dong Long tenacious, but his endurance was also extraordinary. No wonder the viewers thought that Dong Long was the most likely candidate to survive among the 9 candidates. Compared to Dong Long's tragic scene,
Su Chanqian and the others were much warmer and happier. Su Chanqian held the demon eating flower's hand and walked out of the fox demon's cave abode. There was also a pure-looking beauty accompanying her, perhaps because they were of similar age. Even though one was a human and the other was a demon, Su Chanqian unexpectedly became good friends with the demon-eating flower. The current demon-eating flower could not even be considered a small demon. It could only be considered an infant demon and had no lethality to speak of. Once it returned to the Windbone Pond, it would really grow crazily. It was only a matter of time before it became the demon king of the demon-eating forest. Swish. Swish, it had been less than 10 minutes since they walked out of the cave abode. This time, they encountered demons again. The demon-eating forest was like a demon village. It was natural for them to encounter demons, however, she did not know what kind of demon it would be. GG. Chapter 14. Your father is a good-for-nothing. A large group of gray rats the size of wild dogs rushed out on 2 legs. These were no ordinary rats. Besides, how could an ordinary rat be so big? Moreover, it couldn't walk upright. Level 2 small demon. For some reason, Wang Wanqing could also tell at a glance the demons below level 10. Perhaps she had sensed the auras of various great demons, so she could accurately determine that they were a group of level 2 demons. Although the rat demons were only level 2, they had the advantage in numbers. There were about 14 rat demons that rushed out. The 2 front teeth of this group of rat demons were suddenly dyed black and gold. Big sister, are they big rats? Although this was the first time Su Chanqian had seen such big rats that could walk upright, she really wasn't afraid at all. Chanqian, demon-eating flower, let's retreat first. Before Wang Wanqing could explain, she immediately pulled Su Chanqian and the demon-eating flower to the back. Only the fox demon was left behind. Even if it was a level 2 rat demon, Wang Wanqing could not handle it at ASA level 7 demon. It was only a matter of minutes for the fox demon to kill these rat demons. Of course, the fox demon did not intend to kill them all. She was just here to make an example out of them. The fox demon's nails were like 5 scimitars as they slashed across the throat of a rat demon. Blood splattered on the spot and it was killed in one strike. The fox demon glared at the group of rat demons angrily, scaring them so much that they trembled and fled back into the cave in the distance. After the crisis was resolved, the fox demon took out the rat demon's heart and swallowed it. It was very common for demons to eat demons, just like humans eating animals. The fox demon only ate the rat demon's heart to satisfy its cravings. At this moment, Su Chanqian ran all the way to the rat demon's corpse. Then, she turned to Wang Wanqing and said, "Big sister, it's really a big rat. I'm hungry. I want to eat this." Hearing this, Wang Wanqing was shocked. "Chanqian, this is a rat demon. It's rat meat. Don't eat it." Wang Wanqing found it hard to imagine how rat meat could be eaten. Su Chanqian, on the other hand, was puzzled. She asked, "Why?" "But Daddy has given me a lot of rat meat. It's fragrant." These words shocked not only Wang Wanqing, but also the viewers in the Heavenly Dao streaming room. What? Catching rats for such a young child to eat? Is he so poor that he can't even afford pork? She's really unlucky to have such a useless father. Logically speaking, everyone in the Dragon Country was moderately well off. It was not to the extent that they could not even eat pork. Cooking rat meat for his daughter? How heartless or useless was that? Everyone's impression of Su Chanqian's father, Su Yang, rose to another level. At this moment, Wang Wanqing walked up to Su Chanqian and asked, "Does your father usually feed you rat meat?" Su Chanqian nodded obediently and said, "That's right. Sometimes, I even eat snake meat. It's crispy and delicious."
At the mention of food, tears streamed down Su Chanshan's face. Those who heard about it would be sad and those who saw it would cry. How could he give a 5-year-old girl such disgusting food? Don't eat these things in the future.
It won't be good.
Wang Wanqing caressed Su Chanshan's head gently to comfort her. It could be said that most people had never eaten rat or snake meat, including Wang Wanqing. Su Chanshan's eyes were also filled with confusion. Her father had clearly said that this was a delicacy from another world and was very delicious. Moreover, after eating it, she realized that it was really delicious. Suddenly, the fragrance of meat wafted out. It was the fox demon who had roasted the rat demon's meat.
She had deliberately made Su Chanshan eat rat meat. This was because they did not know that rat demons were not ordinary rats.
Their corpses carried a demonic aura. After humans ate them, even if they did not die, they would fall seriously ill. The fox demon's motive was to see how capable Su Chanshan was. About 10 minutes later, there was a big rat, roasted until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Its fragrance wafted over. The fox demon broke open a piece of rat meat and handed it to Su Chanshan. Su Chanshan also nimbly took the rat meat and ate it in small bites. Su Chanshan was not only tired from playing in the demon-eating forest, but she was also hungry. The way Su Chanshan ate the rat meat was very enjoyable. Clearly, this was not her first time eating rat meat. Wang Wanqing, who was watching from the side, was also a little hungry, but she held it in. After all, she would rather eat wildflowers and vegetables than rat meat. Wang Wanqing thought about Su Chanshan's father. What kind of father was he? Was he really as great a father as Su Chanshan had said? If that was the case, why did he feed Su Chanshan such disgusting food? She was deeply suspicious of this. The demon-eating flower could not help but eat. The demon-eating flower was not a plant. She was a demon. Moreover, the demon-eating flower was a demon that ate demons. I'm so full. Su Chanshan smiled in satisfaction. She was so satisfied with a meal of rat meat. Wang Wanqing was already suspicious of Su Chanshan's father, who must have mistreated Su Chanshan. Even the father of a normal family would not give the child snake and rat meat. The fox demon's expression changed again. She did not say it out loud, but the reaction in her heart was very strong. In her opinion, Su Chanshan's physique had already exceeded what a human could withstand, and she was only a 5-year-old girl. However, the fox demon would not give up just like that. She would continue to probe. Fox demons were cunning and scheming by nature, which was why they were so vigilant. It was precisely because Wang Wanqing grasped the fox demon's nature that she could further restrain the fox demon and use its heart as a trump card. In fact, the fox demon was most likely wary of Chanshan. Wang Wanqing asked the fox demon, if there are no demon kings in the demon-eating forest, how many great demons are there? Up until now, Wang Wanqing had encountered a total of 3 demons. In her opinion, although the demon-eating forest was huge, the demon world also followed the law of the jungle, so there were definitely not many great demons. The 7 great demons all have their own territories. 2 of them are husband and wife, and they are also the most powerful to become the rulers of the demon-eating forest. The fox demon told the truth, and there was nothing to hide. A great demon couple? Wang Wanqing asked. The fox demon said, their true forms are centipedes, level 8 demons. If you want to reach the Wind Bone Pond, you still have to pass through the territories of 3 demons. The fox demon's gaze began to become frivolous. Then, she said, don't expect me to help you deal with them. If that's the case, I'd rather kill you first. Clearly, even the fox demon did not dare to provoke the centipede couple. After all, they were demons of the 8th rank. The fox demon was only a level 7 demon. Even the willow demon is not someone I can deal with. The fox demon's words caused waves again, making Wang Wanqing truly realize that bringing the demon-eating flower to the Windbone Pond was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Wang Wanqing thought to herself, was she really doomed? Chapter 15. The fox's tale is revealed. Other than the centipede couple, which other 2 great demons are there? Wang Wanqing asked. The black swamp boa demon and the clear stream willow demon. Although the fox demon would not hide anything, it did not mean that she did not have her own plans. A cunning, scheming, vicious, and cautious were the synonyms of fox demons. What level are they? Wang Wanqing asked again. The fox demon smiled coquettishly. Level 6 boa demon and level 7 willow demon. After Wang Wanqing clarified, she turned to Su Chanshan and said, Chanshan, let's continue to bring little flower to the Windbone Pond. Su Chanshan responded and continued forward along the way. Su Chanshan did not take the initiative to speak to the fox demon at all. Su Chanshan saw through the fox demon's thoughts. It was obviously impossible.
perhaps she simply did not like the fox demon. A child's senses were really accurate. There was no explanation for that. About half an hour later, in total, they had walked about 5 miles. Along the way, they encountered 6 small demons, but the demons were scared away by the fox demons. In front of him, a foul smell assaulted his nose. Wang Wanqing immediately knew that this was the Black Swamp, which was also the territory of the boa demon. Strangely, there was no movement in the Black Swamp. However, the next scene shocked Wang Wanqing so much that she almost vomited. This was because she saw a few corpses in the Black Swamp. Their bodies were pierced through from the lower half, and their deaths were especially tragic, especially the corpse of the man with long hair. If the scene was not censored, she wouldn't be able to stand it. Wang Wanqing recognized them at first glance. They were Dong Long and his group of chosen ones. However, Wang Wanqing did not show any compassion for them. Wang Wanqing remembered very clearly that Dong Long and his group had treated her and Su Qianqian as cannon fodder. Although Wang Wanqing was in a predicament where she couldn't even protect herself, she really couldn't bear to see a pitiful little girl like Su Qianqian die. Perhaps Wang Wanqing was kind-hearted, but it could not be said that she wanted to save everyone, afraid that Su Qianqian would be traumatized. Wang Wanqing immediately blocked Su Qianqian's view. If such a young girl saw a few tragic corpses, it would probably leave a terrifying shadow. The fox demon looked around the Black Swamp and finally understood. The boa demon is a dirty old man. No wonder it's so quiet. It turns out that it's done having fun. After the incident, the boa demon was already satisfied. The fox demon was stronger than the boa demon, but the fox demon did not want to fight the smelly boa demon. Similarly, the boa demon did not want to fight the fox demon either. After all, it could not gain any benefits. Of the 9 screens in Heavenly Dao livestream room, only 2 were left. They were still moving according to the vision of the chosen ones. The vision of the other 7 chosen ones had already been completely frozen. After crossing the pitch-black swamp, Su Qianqian and the others came to a stream. Wang Wanqing was about to go into the water to wash up when she realized that her body was bound by branches. It was like being tied up by the green vine tree demon. Wang Wanqing immediately realized that this was the territory of the clear stream willow demon. Strangely, the willow branches did not restrain Su Qianqian and the demon eating flower. Immediately, a willow tree not far away spoke. Lady Charming, since when did you submit to a puny human? The Lady Charming mentioned by the willow demon was naturally referring to the fox demon. After all, the demonic technique of seduction was the signature of the fox demon, just like how the fox demon called it a willow demon. I have no choice. My heart is being held hostage by this girl. The fox demon who said this sounded exceptionally calm. With this also allowed the willow demon to tell at a glance that the fox demon had other schemes and was definitely not submitting to humans. The willow demon's tone became sharp. No matter what, you trespassed on my territory. I won't let you escape unscathed. The willow demon continued, I don't kill children, but this woman must die. Otherwise, how can I stand in the demon-eating forest? The reason why the willow demon only restrained Wang Wanqing was already clear: not killing children? He. The fox demon sneered. Then, the fox demon said, as a level 7 willow demon, you actually know how to do the centipede couple a favor. I'm really surprised. From what the fox demon knew, the willow demon was an immortal existence in its territory. Unless they moved the willow demon to a dry place, even if the demon king came, he would not be able to kill the willow demon. After all, even if the willow demon only had 1 branch left, it could still regenerate at a high speed. Wang Wanqing learned 2 truths from the fox demon's words. Firstly, not only did the willow demon kill children, but it also liked to kill children. Secondly, even if the centipede couple were level 8 demons, they could not kill the willow demon. However, the willow demon had done the centipede couple a favor, which meant that the willow demon had reached some kind of deal with the centipede couple. Seeing this, the fox demon refused in one breath. That won't do. My heart is still in this girl's hands. If you kill her, I'll suffer heavy losses. Seeing that the fox demon was unwilling to take a step back, the willow demon also said, Lady Charming, have you ever had a heart? His words caused an uproar among the viewers in Heavenly Dao livestream room. What? Holy sh*t, what the f*ck is going on? The fox demon has no heart? Wasn't it all thanks to the fox demon that Wang Wanqing and the others were able to avert danger along the way? I don't understand. My head is itching. I'm going to grow a brain again. Everyone recalled that if it was really as the willow demon had said and the fox demon had no heart,
she would not have been coerced by Wang Wanqing into negotiating terms, much less protect Su Chanqian and Wang Wanqing. No one could understand why the fox demon did this stuff. If she just wanted to eat Wang Wanqing and Su Chanqian's hearts, she could have done it in the fox cave abode. The more the viewers analyzed, the more they felt that it was terrifying. In terms of scheming and cunning, Wang Wanqing was completely inferior to the fox demon. At this moment, Wang Wanqing felt that her intelligence had been crushed by the fox demon. If the box in Wang Wanqing's hand wasn't filled with the fox demon's heart, then what was it? What was the cunning fox demon planning? Only then did Wang Wanqing realize that from the beginning, Su Chanqian had never taken the initiative to talk to the fox demon, nor did she take the initiative to approach it. This was very strange. The 5-year-old girl did not have the ability to distinguish good from evil, but her intuition exceeded that of an adult. Only then did Wang Wanqing realize that she had been completely played by the fox demon. Wang Wanqing, who thought that she had obtained a life-saving trump card, foolishly thought that she had become a hunter, but she had never thought that she had always been a prey. In fact, Wang Wanqing had understood a principle from the beginning, which was that no demon in the demon-eating forest could be trusted. Even so, she was still too young. However, it was also because of this that Wang Wanqing knew that the fox demon's tail was exposed. Chapter 16. The real nightmare begins. The fox demon was not angry after being exposed by the willow demon. As for whether the fox demon pretended not to be angry or was really not angry, it was unknown. The fox demon waved her hand, and a demonic wind attacked Wang Wanqing. Wang Wanqing immediately broke free from the restraints of the willow branch. The fox demon said indifferently, "Bring them over." Wang Wanqing had no idea what the fox demon was thinking. The fox demon's tail had clearly been exposed, and the life-saving talisman in Wang Wanqing's hand had become a useless card. Wang Wanqing did not waste any time and immediately brought Su Chanqian and the demon-eating flower around a clear stream. As for what the fox demon was planning, it was not something Wang Wanqing was considering now. If she did not leave now and the fox demon fought with the willow demon, she would not have the time to care about the others. The willow demon watched helplessly as Su Chanqian and the others left. It did not stop them or start a massacre. Lady Charming, you broke my rules. You know my temper very well. The rule of the willow demon was that anyone who entered would die. However, due to the obstruction of the fox demon, not only did it fail to kill the intruders, but they all left safely. The fox demon smiled coldly. Rules are dead. They can be changed. The willow demon was furious. An extremely powerful demonic wind rose from the willow tree that was more than 10 meters tall. From the looks of it, the willow demon was going to fight the fox demon. Strangely, the willow demon was only angry for a moment, but it did not fight the fox demon. They were both 7th level great demons. If they fought, the chances of both sides suffering were very high. Therefore, the fox demon and the willow demon were still bickering. As for how long it would take, they would have to wait until Su Chanqian and the others were at least a few kilometers away from here. The viewers were actually very confused by the fox demon's obstruction. Since the fox demon's tail was already exposed, there was no way she could continue pretending. Why should she help Su Chanqian and the others leave? Why did the fox demon do this? The fox demon was definitely not a kind person. Her viciousness was not inferior to the willow demon at all. Damn. I don't understand the thoughts of demons at all. She looks like a coquettish fox demon, but she's actually a hidden old fox. Not to mention someone who's inexperienced in the world, who'll be played to death by the fox demon. Even an old fox will be controlled by her. What is the true purpose of the fox demon? The viewers did not want to be stubborn. They admitted that the demon's deception was simply not something humans could compare to. It was as if demons were born to deceive, hide, and disguise. Walking out of the clear stream willow demon's territory took about half an hour. There was less than an hour and a half left before the trial ended. If Su Chanqian and Wang Wanqing could not complete the final trial in time, they would indeed be eliminated. The journey was only about 5 kilometers away, which meant that they would reach the wind Bone Pond. Previously, with the escort of the fox demon, they had passed a lot of obstacles. Now, they only had the last destination left. It's the centipede couple's territory up ahead. Wang Wanqing was terrified. She was just a female university student and did not have the ability to resist. Even an adult brawny man like Dong Long was killed by a great demon. Wang Wanqing really knew from the beginning that demons could not be trusted. She originally thought that she could use the heart-shaped crystal to negotiate with the fox demon, but in the end, she was still played by her. She had no means of resisting now. As all kinds of terrifying thoughts surged into her mind, Wang Wanqing's delicate body began to tremble uncontrollably, and her face turned pale. Just then, a warm and soft hand held Wang Wanqing's hand. "Big sister, don't be afraid." Su Qianqian did not know how to express her love and concern, but she had a good impression of Wang Wanqing. Wang Wanqing did not say anything. She only thought that if she could leave alive, she would never want to experience such a nightmare again. The real nightmare had just begun. As soon as they entered the centipede couple's territory, the forest dimmed. Waves of cold demonic wind attacked, magnifying the fear in the depths of people's hearts by several times. A hazy figure walked out of the forest. It was a woman who looked to be in her 40s, but her skin was reddish brown. When she revealed a strange smile, her teeth looked especially black. The hands and feet on her body were a little dense, and it was obvious that she was not human. It was the female centipede demon. This female centipede demon's gaze kept landing on the demon-eating flower, scaring it so much that it hid behind Su Qianqian. The demonic aura between demons was more direct and intense than that of humans. It was obvious that this was an 8th level great demon. Her strength was definitely above great demons like the fox demon. Wang Wanqing seemed to know that there was no room for negotiation. The female centipede demon did not immediately kill Su Qianqian and the others. Rather than saying that all great demons were slow-witted, it would be more accurate to say that they always looked like they were at ease. In fact, that was indeed the case. In the eyes of the great demon, Su Qianqian and the others were just a few weak and insignificant ants. There was no need to be anxious. The root of the trouble must be removed, or I will never be able to rise again. The female centipede demon still glared fiercely at the demon-eating flower. The female centipede demon called the demon-eating flower the root of the trouble because it was a seed born by the previous demon king. The female centipede demon's intentions were very obvious. She wanted to kill the demon-eating flower to prevent it from returning to the Wind-Bone Pond and growing into a demon king. In that case, the ambitious centipede couple could forget about standing out in the demon-eating forest. All demons knew that the demon-eating flower was the most terrifying existence. The terrifying thing was that the demon-eating flower could grow into a demon king, including the centipede couple. They had also survived under the brutal rule of the gluttonous demonic flower. Wang Wanqing could also understand that the matured demon-eating flower was dozens or hundreds of times more terrifying than all the great demons here. However, Wang Wanqing was not worried about what would happen to the demon-eating forest in the future. She only knew that as long as she brought the demon-eating flower to the Windbone Pond, she could complete the trial. But the question was, how could she complete this almost impossible trial? Wang Wanqing immediately thought of something like the Heavenly Dao coin. She originally had 150 Heavenly Dao coins that her family exchanged with all their money. Coupled with the 200 Heavenly Dao coins she had obtained after completing the first trial, she had a total of 350 Heavenly Dao coins. Perhaps she could exchange for treasures to deal with the female centipede demon in the Heavenly Dao Mall. Why do you charge so much? Wang Wanqing almost collapsed in her heart. As the chosen one, she opened the trading link system and realized that the treasures used to deal with great demons were all more than 10,000 Heavenly Dao coins. Even if she had enough Heavenly Dao coins, she did not unlock the purchasing authority. Even the demon exorcism whip used to drive away level 2 small demons cost 1,888 Heavenly Dao coins. In other words, Wang Wanqing did not have any means to resist the female centipede demon and would be at her mercy. Su Qianqian suddenly stood up. Chapter 17. Baby is angry. The problem is serious, don't bully little flower. Su Qianqian's pigtails swayed, and her mouth puffed up slightly, as if to say, baby is angry, the problem is very serious, you're about to die, yet you still want to protect others. The female centipede demon's gear-like black teeth were grinding back and forth, thinking about how to kill Su Qianqian and the others. It was obviously not satisfying to kill them in one strike. Since you're in such a hurry to stand out, I'll kill you first before slowly tasting you. When the female centipede demon looked at Su Qianqian, the demonic energy on her body soared into the sky. In the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, it was common for demons to eat humans or beasts to eat humans. The female centipede demon, such a fair, tender, and cute little girl, was simply a delicacy. Of course, one was not enough. There was still Wang Wanqing. At the very least, the demon-eating flower could be used as a snack. The blood of those who die in fear will soar rapidly. The nerves in their bodies will be quite strong. That's quite delicious. The female centipede demon ground her deer-like teeth again. It was obvious that the female centipede demon wanted to force Su Qianqian to the edge of fear before killing her and enjoying the delicious food. Qianqian, step back. Wang Wanqing stood up, trembling slightly. She also had no ability to resist. Seeing this, the female centipede demon let out a strange laugh and glared at Wang Wanqing fiercely. Then, she said, little girl, don't be anxious.
It's your turn later. Meanwhile, the demon-eating flower hiding behind Su Chanshan was still trembling. And no matter how powerful the demon-eating flower would become in the future, the current demon-eating flower was just a weak and helpless little flower demon. How could it fight an 8th level great demon head-on? The female centipede demon launched an attack on Su Chanshan, and it was aimed at her heart. It was so fast that one could only see a purple-gray figure flashing by with the naked eye. It was faster than a rocket. The viewers in Heavenly Dao livestream could not bear to look at the screen. However, a strange scene happened. The moment the female centipede demon attacked, it was as if she had entered a desolate and ethereal space. The female centipede demon could not move at all. Her ferocious gaze turned from dull to terrified. The female centipede demon didn't know what was going on. She only felt that the moment she was about to kill Su Chanshan, she was entangled by endless terror. A mysterious and powerful aura made her completely immersed in it and unable to extricate herself. When Wang Wanqing saw that the female centipede demon was motionless, she knew that this was a good opportunity to escape. However, at this moment, the demon-eating flower's hands were like two sharp spears that stabbed towards the female centipede demon. Don't hurt Chanshan. Although the demon-eating flower was very timid and its young body was still trembling, it was really trying its best to stab the female centipede demon. Zap. Zap. The female centipede demon was like a piece of wood, allowing the demon-eating flower to stab her crazily. The demon-eating flower stabbed the female centipede demon dozens of times, creating more than 10 large holes. Purple-brown blood stained the female centipede demon's entire body. Little flower, you're so awesome. Not only was Su Chanshan not afraid, she even raised her hands. In fact, in Su Chanshan's eyes, even though the female centipede demon was in human form, she was still a huge centipede. At this moment, Wang Wanqing was completely dumbfounded. Was an 8th level great demon so easy to kill? Moreover, it was stabbed to death by the demon-eating flower. In that case, wouldn't a weak woman like Wang Wanqing also be able to kill this female centipede demon? Wang Wanqing was not the only one who was confused. The viewers watching Heavenly Dao livestream were also stunned. What's going on? Why can Su Chanshan always avert danger? I clearly saw that the female centipede demon was about to kill Su Chanshan, but the female centipede demon seemed to have been immobilized and allowed the little flower demon to pierce dozens of large holes. Could it be that Su Chanshan really has some mysterious power? It should be the pink turtle children's smartwatch she's wearing, right? You still believe that thing is a treasure? Most of the viewers were unwilling to believe that Su Chanshan's pink turtle children's smartwatch was a treasure. However, they really could not find any other reason to explain why she had averted danger so many times. In the dark forest, the female centipede demon fell into a purple-brown pool of blood, looking like she was on the verge of death. Even though she was an 8th level great demon, the female centipede demon was not a willow demon. She could not recover and regenerate. With many questions, Wang Wanqing walked to Su Chanshan and asked, Chanshan, what did you do to the centipede demon just now? Su Chanshan shook her head. I didn't do anything. Wang Wanqing could tell that Su Chanshan wasn't lying and she didn't know. Besides, a 5-year-old girl's deceiving eyes could not be so innocent and flawless. It could only be said that Su Chanshan did not know why the female centipede demon was immobilized by some force when she attacked. Strange. Wang Wanqing recalled that she and Su Chanshan had been in danger more than once. However, Wang Wanqing still could not understand what was going on. Wang Wanqing pondered for a moment and looked at the pink turtle children's smartwatch that Su Chanshan was wearing. She immediately recalled Su Chanshan's identity information, which included treasures. Su Chanshan's treasure was the pink turtle children's smartwatch. Chanshan, can you let big sister take a look at the pink turtle children's smartwatch on your hand? Wang Wanqing asked. Su Chanshan immediately nodded. Sure. Wang Wanqing carefully observed the pink turtle children's smartwatch and realized that other than being able to call and scan the QR code, there was nothing special about it. It was no different from an ordinary smartwatch. It could be said that it was an ordinary children's smartwatch. Daddy bought it for me at the stationery store. Su Chanshan thought that Wang Wanqing also wanted to buy a pink turtle children's smartwatch, so she said, it's right next door to our kindergarten. Dad bought me a lot of things. Many stationery stores sell not only stationery, but also various children's electronic toys. Wang Wanqing could tell from Su Chanshan's tone that Su Chanshan was very happy and proud when she mentioned her father, Su Yang. However, it was different in the eyes of others. They knew that Su Chanshan's father, Su Yang, was useless. Wang Wanqing could not deny that even if Su Yang was a coward, he was still a great father in Su Chanshan's eyes. Husband, save me. The female centipede demon, who was lying in a pool of blood, had completely lost her previous aura.
Even her tone had become very weak. Even if they didn't deal the finishing blow, the female centipede wouldn't live for more than half an hour before she died. The female centipede was asking for help. Wang Wanqing knew very well that this was the centipede couple's territory. If there was a female centipede demon, then there was naturally a male centipede demon at its coming. Chapter 18. This is the world of demons. A strong demonic wind blew over, comparable to a tornado. The swaying trees were on the verge of collapse. Whoa, 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 I'm being blown away. Su Qianqian's small body staggered from the demonic wind. Wang Wanqing hugged Su Qianqian and took a few steps back. Wang Wanqing could also feel an extremely strong cold aura in this demonic wind, causing every cell in her body to tense up. Because the demon-eating flower's feet were rooted, it could completely stick to the ground. After a while, a hazy and burly figure walked out of the darkness. It was a man who looked to be in his 50s. His skin was slightly brown, and his eyes were dark and lifeless. The limbs on his body were thicker and denser. One could tell from afar that this was not a human being at all. Wang Wanqing, who was 50 meters away, recognized it at a glance. It was the male centipede demon. The male centipede demon walked to the dying female centipede demon and looked at the female centipede demon with a cruel and pitiful gaze. Husband. The female centipede demon used all her strength to reach out and grab one of the male centipede demon's arms. Honey, I will avenge you. The male centipede demon looked especially sad, like a devoted husband. However, no one expected that the next scene would cause Wang Wanqing to choke up a crack. In just 4 to 5 seconds, the male centipede demon actually swallowed the dying female centipede demon. Wang Wanqing was sure that she was not seeing things. The male centipede demon was really devouring his wife one mouthful after another. The viewers watching Heavenly Dao livestream all had ferocious expressions. This is too cruel. He swallowed his wife and didn't even leave a drop. Even if they're husband and wife, they're only SOSO. I've broadened my horizons. Demons have an additional label of being heartless. This is the world of demons. Maybe if you love her, you should eat her. That's true love. Everyone seemed to understand that it was obviously impossible to think about demons in the way humans thought. After digesting it, tears flowed from the corners of the male centipede demon's eyes. It was hard not to suspect that this was the crocodile's tears. When he ate his wife, he actually wolfed her down. After eating, he even revealed an extremely indignant expression. For some reason, Wang Wanqing's body seemed to be out of control. It was not because she was so frightened that her limbs went limp, but because she really could not move, especially when she saw the male centipede demon approaching step by step. Her soul felt like it was about to split open. This was a pressure that she had never felt before. 9th level great demon? Wang Wanqing's pupils constricted, and an even stronger sense of fear surged in her heart. This male centipede demon didn't say anything, but his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Tap, 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 like the sound of a typewriter, he swept across the ground. He instantly appeared in front of Su Qianqian and Wang Wanqing. Crack, the male centipede demon's body split open. The centipede's body was about to wrap around Su Qianqian and Wang Wanqing in an attempt to swallow them alive when another strange scene appeared. This male centipede demon was the same as the female centipede demon from before. His body was motionless, and his expression was dull and terrified. At this moment, the male centipede demon's mind was extremely chaotic. It was as if he had been teleported to a desolate and ethereal terrifying space and could not break free at all. The male centipede demon's body was even distorted, like a person's head turning 180 degrees. The male centipede demon, who was entangled by endless horror, actually felt an unprecedented fear. Another opportunity had presented itself. Wang Wanqing, who had recovered from her fear, and the demon-eating flower actually attacked the male centipede demon. Wang Wanqing picked up a rock and threw it at him. As for the demon-eating flower, it used its spear-like hands to crazily stab the wooden centipede demon. For some reason, a weak woman could really fight back crazily under the control of her desire to live. About 3 minutes later, the male centipede demon's entire body was a bloody mess. His rotten body had completely lost all signs of life. After Wang Wanqing was done, she sat on the ground. She thought that Su Qianqian would be scared out of her wits. Unexpectedly, Su Qianqian raised her hands again. Big sister and little flower are so amazing. Hearing this, Wang Wanqing asked in surprise, Qianqian, aren't you afraid? Su Qianqian shook her head. I'm not afraid. What Wang Wanqing didn't know was that in Su Qianqian's eyes, Wang Wanqing had only killed a huge centipede. It was as if she was watching Discovery. Wang Wanqing, who had killed the male centipede demon, only heaved a sigh of relief. She would only dare to completely relax after completing the trial. However, the strongest centipede couple in the demon-eating forest had already died. They only needed to walk a few more miles to reach the Windbone Pond. Wang Wanqing still couldn't figure out what mysterious power Su Chanxian had. Chanxian, thank you. Wang Wanqing was very grateful to Su Chanxian. Wang Wanqing knew very well that if she hadn't been together with Su Chanxian back then, she would have ended up like Dong Long and the others. Her death would have been especially tragic. I should be the one thanking Big Sister for always accompanying me. Su Chanxian giggled. Her smile was very innocent and flawless, making people happy. Wang Wanqing continued, not far ahead is the Windbone Pond. Let's take a break first. Then, we'll bring the demon-eating flower to the Windbone Pond. After all of this is over, we can leave this place. Yes, yes. Su Chanxian nodded gently. Even though Su Chanxian was a little reluctant to part with the demon-eating flower, she had never forgotten her father's instructions to not stay here for too long. Wang Wanqing took a deep breath. It had only been more than 3 hours since she was teleported to the demon-eating forest. However, the life and death crisis she had experienced was something she would never forget for the rest of her life. There were only 2 words to summarize: too difficult. She personally experienced what a nightmare-like otherworld instance dungeon was. Shanxian, demon-eating flower. Let's continue forward. Just as Wang Wanqing finished speaking, there was a commotion behind her. The viewers in Heavily Dao livestream had been discussing it for more than 10 minutes. Seeing this, Wang Wanqing looked behind her and saw a burly man covered in blood. This person was none other than the Chosen One, Dong Long. Dong Long wasn't dead. Wang Wanqing panicked. She clearly saw Dong Long and the other Chosen Ones fall into the black swamp covered in blood. Bitch, I am still alive. Dong Long was extremely furious. He vowed to vent all the grievances and injustice he had suffered previously on Su Chanxian and Wang Wanqing. As for why Dong Long was still alive, the viewers in Heavenly Dao livestream saw everything with their own eyes and learned the truth about why Dong Long was still alive. Demons are really too cunning. Chapter 19. The Dragon is the faith of the Dragon Country. Dong Long, who was breathless, wouldn't have been able to survive. After all, he was knocked into a mess by the Boa Demon. Who would have thought that the Fox Demon who was originally confronting the Willow Demon would join forces and save Dong Long? This Willow Demon's revival demonic technique is too powerful. If I had this demonic technique, I would definitely become the richest person in the world. Don't forget why the Fox Demon and the Willow Demon saved Dong Long. The viewers in Heavenly Dao livestream changed the topic again, so Su Chanxian's pink turtle children's smartwatch is really a treasure. I knew it. Su Chanxian is just a 5-year-old girl. How could she have averted danger time and time again? That's just the wisdom of hindsight. I don't understand. The Fox Demon said that Su Chanxian's pink turtle smartwatch has a mysterious power to resist demons, ghosts, and beasts. What's going on? Everyone knew that Su Chanxian's pink turtle children's smartwatch was bought from the stationery shop next door to Rainbow Starlight Kindergarten, but why was there a mysterious power that could resist demons, ghosts, and beasts? Could it be Su Chanxian's father, Su Yan, who bestowed it on her? Ha ha. I'd rather believe that a pig can fly than believe that he has the ability. He's a nobody and a useless father. If he's so powerful, the Dragon Clan would have roped him in long ago. I think the Dragon Clan couldn't bear it and gave Su Chanxian a watch that gave her a mysterious life-saving power. At the mention of the rumors of the Dragon Clan, everyone was no stranger. Legend had it that it was a mysterious force that had existed in the Dragon Country for more than 5,000 years. Those who could become members of the Dragon Clan were all legendary figures. Someone once thought that the legendary trump card of the Dragon Country, Yufushua, was also a member of the Dragon Clan. However, the Dragon Clan only existed in rumors until now. There was no conclusive evidence to prove the existence of the Dragon Clan. As citizens of the Dragon Country, they had always believed that the Dragon Clan really existed. The Dragon Clan was not only the guardian of the Dragon Country, but also a faith of the people of the Dragon Country. Swoosh, 2 figures flashed and appeared on Su Chanxian's left. It was the Fox Demon and the Willow Demon. They appeared. Seeing this, the Fox Demon's gaze made Dong Long stand rooted to the ground. The Fox Demon said, "Little girl, you still don't know what true despair is." The current situation made Wang Wanqing feel extremely hopeless. Wang Wanqing asked, "I don't understand?" Wang Wanqing had many doubts about the Fox Demon. The Fox Demon snorted coquettishly and said, "I'll do a good deed this time. Before you die, I might as well tell you the truth so that you can die in peace." You call that a good deed? The Fox Demon said again, "Actually, it was all an act from the beginning." In the beginning? Did it start with the Weasel Wolf? Wang Wanqing felt terrified when she thought about it. If that was the case, the fox demon was much more terrifying than the centipede couple. What was terrifying was not how powerful the fox demon's demonic techniques were, but how meticulous the fox demon was. She treated others as a game of chess, as if she could control fate even earlier. To be precise, the moment you entered the demon-eating forest, everything was within my calculations, the fox demon said bluntly. Wang Wanqing continued to ask, "What is that heart-shaped crystal?" Since it was not the heart of the fox demon, what could it be? Wang Wanqing even thought that the fox demon had deliberately asked the willow demon to say it. In other words, the fox demon had deliberately revealed its tail, like throwing a brick to attract jade, allowing the fox demon to lead her by the nose. It's just an ordinary crystal stone. The fox demon crossed her legs and leaned against a big tree. Her posture was extremely alluring. In that case, you discovered that Su Qianqian's pink turtle children's smartwatch is a treasure? Wang Wanqing asked. She had known about Su Qianqian's identity from the beginning, but she had suspected repeatedly that the pink turtle children's smartwatch was a treasure. She only confirmed it in the end. That's right, the fox demon admitted generously. However, Wang Wanqing finally solved all the doubts in her heart. Ever since Su Qianqian entered the demon-eating forest, she had met the green vine tree demon. After the green vine tree demon attacked, it had inexplicably begged for mercy. As a result, the fox demon, who was secretly watching all of this, learned that Su Qianqian had a powerful treasure. Then, the fox demon came up with a plan to lure Su Qianqian and Wang Wanqing into her trap step by step. On the way, it seemed like Wang Wanqing had a life-saving talisman in her hand, but it was actually because the fox demon wanted to better complete the next step of her plan. The final goal of the fox demon was definitely not as simple as killing the demon-eating flower. The fox demon wanted to become the ruler of the demon-eating forest, but there were two problems. The first was the centipede couple, the second was Su Qianqian's treasure. Therefore, the fox demon used Su Qianqian's treasure to solve the first problem. Now, it was time to solve the second problem. It seemed that the fox demon had already made thorough preparations before her appearance. That's right, the fox demon had asked the willow demon to save the dying Dong Long in order to solve the second problem. Wang Wanqing gritted her teeth. She was clearly just one step away from completing the trial. In the end, she was still mercilessly played by the fox demon. Wang Wanqing finally understood what a cunning fox was. It also made her understand that the real nightmare was not just a crushing massacre, but also the despair in her heart. Immediately, with a look from the fox demon, Dong Long was like an emotionless puppet. He immediately snatched the pink turtle smartwatch from Su Qianqian's hand. As expected, as a human, Dong Long could easily snatch Su Qianqian's treasure. If the pink turtle children's smartwatch was also lethal to humans, wouldn't she be in big trouble if she couldn't come into contact with humans on the blue planet? The fox demon had long thought of this, which was why she had saved Dong Long's life. Crack. After Dong Long snatched the pink turtle children's smartwatch, he walked in front of the fox demon and immediately stepped on it. "You can go to hell." Crack, crack, dozens of willow branches passed through Dong Long's body. As for Dong Long, he was still under the effects of the charm. Before he could wake up, he died, plotting. Wang Wanqing suddenly laughed. Was she so desperate that she was smiling foolishly? Not really. Wang Wanqing looked at the flirtatious and charming fox demon, but her tone was very calm. "I feel very uncomfortable being schemed against by you, but do you think you won't be schemed against?" Wang Wanqing continued, "I admit that most humans seem humble and weak in front of you demons. You claim to be the controller of the fate of others, but it also creates your self-righteousness. In fact, you're just a clown." When she heard Wang Wanqing's shameless words, the fox demon was not angry. She only thought that Wang Wanqing was just boasting before she died, but the truth was just as Wang Wanqing had said. Chapter 20. We can only meet again if we're alive. In an instant, under the fox demon's feet, the shattered pink turtle children's smartwatch exploded with a dazzling golden wave of light like a bomb. Rustle, rustle. The golden tide that swept up approached the fox demon and the willow demon head-on. The fox demon and the willow demon looked terrified. They tried to dodge, but it was too late. The light wave instantly engulfed the fox demon and the willow demon. Their bodies were about to melt, and incomparably intense pain and fear surged continuously. The willow demon roared angrily, "Lady Charming, I regret listening to you." The willow demon could have survived in the clear stream in an undying and indestructible form. However, the willow demon could not resist the temptation of resources. The greed in its heart made it leave the clear stream. Without the water in the clear stream, the willow demon would not have the ability to regenerate. Rather than saying that humans were greedy, demons were actually no less so. At this moment, the fox demon was filled with regret. She originally thought that everything was within her calculations, but in the end, she was counterattacked by humans. Before dying, the fox demon felt the fear of death, but it was too late. As the last golden wave shot out from the Pink Turtle Children's smartwatch, the bodies of the fox demon and the willow demon dissipated like dust returning to dust. The viewers in Heavenly Dao livestream were simply stunned. The great demons were instantly killed by this powerful force. I'm very curious. Who exactly gave Su Chanshan's Pink Turtle Children's smartwatch the power to fight against demons and ghosts? Let's first eliminate the possibility that he's Su Chanshan's father. Furthermore, there are very few people who can give such power to resist the great demon. It's mainly done without anyone knowing. I really can't think of anyone except the rumored dragons. On the Blue Planet, there were many organizations specially established because of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. In the Dragon Country alone, there was a highly trusted and prestigious national organization, Shenzhou. Other than that, there were also many otherworldly organizations established by modern corporations and large families. In terms of the most mysterious and powerful organization in the Dragon Country, it was undoubtedly the Dragon Clan that was rumored to control the lifeline of the Dragon Country for 5,000 years. In the demon-eating forest. Su Chanshan picked up the Pink Turtle Children's smartwatch. She did not cry because the watch had been trampled. Instead, she pouted in grievance, "Big sister, can my watch still be repaired?" Su Chanshan showed it to Wang Wanqing. This Pink Turtle Children's smartwatch had already released the mysterious power it had been given. Not only was it not even a treasure, but it was also just a broken watch. Actually, what Su Chanshan cared about was not whether the Pink Turtle Children's smartwatch was a treasure or not. What she cared about was whether it could be repaired. After all, her father had bought it for her. It probably can't be fixed. I'll help you take out your SIM card and change it into a new one. Wang Wanqing took a closer look and realized that the chip was broken. Big sister, I don't have money. Daddy has money. Daddy works so hard. I don't want Daddy to spend so much money, Su Chanshan said truthfully. When Shanshan gets out, she'll become a rich lady. Wang Wanqing added, when the time comes, it won't be a problem to buy as many watches as possible. Why? Su Chanshan clearly did not know how valuable the Heavenly Dao coins she had obtained were. Wang Wanqing continued, Heavenly Dao coins are money. You have about 5.01 million yuan now. A fraction of it can buy many new children's smartwatches. That's a lot of money, isn't it? That'll allow Daddy to live a good life, right? Su Chanshan threw the matter of the children's smartwatch to the back of her mind. In comparison, she was more concerned about letting Daddy live a good life in the future. Wang Wanqing nodded slightly and continued, we'll bring the demon-eating flower to the Windbone Pond and leave after completing the trial. Okay. Su Chanshan put on a happy expression again and brought the demon-eating flower to the Windbone Pond. Moving forward. 23 minutes later or so. In a place surrounded by white fog, there were bones under his feet. This was the Windbone Pond. Su Chanshan and Wang Wanqing successfully brought the demon-eating flower to the Windbone Pond. The system's voice sounded like a broadcast. Congratulations to the chosen ones for successfully completing Trial 2. According to the comprehensive evaluation. Congratulations to chosen one number 2 for obtaining 500 Heavenly Dao coins as a reward. According to the comprehensive evaluation, congratulations to chosen one number 5 for obtaining 300 Heavenly Dao coins as a reward. Warm reminder, in 1 minute, the surviving chosen ones will be teleported out. At this moment, Wang Wanqing heaved a sigh of relief. She did not even want to recall the life and death crisis she had experienced in the demon-eating forest, let alone experience the trial of the otherworld. Instance dungeon again. Shanshan, we're going out. Let's wave goodbye to the demon-eating flower. Wang Wanqing still did not believe in any demons, but Su Chanshan was friends with the demon-eating flower, so she could not help but remind her. Upon hearing this, Su Chanshan walked to the demon-eating flower's side and said reluctantly, Little flower, I'm going out. I'll come to play with you in the future. The demon-eating flower's heart did not fluctuate much. She did not have any human emotions, but from Su Chanshan's innocent eyes, she could tell that Su Chanshan really treated her as a good friend. Okay, I'll wait for Chanshan's visit. As soon as the demon-eating flower finished speaking, a red teleportation circle appeared under Su Chanshan and Wang Wanqing's feet. The viewers in Heavenly Dao live stream side, the 3-star difficulty demon-eating forest is really terrifying. When the 9 chosen ones were teleported to the demon-eating forest trial, the 2 people who were the least likely to survive survived. As a result, they broke the zero survival rate trial in the demon-eating forest.
It's true that an expert helped Su Chanxian behind her back. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived. They won't have that kind of luck again. The dragons were really as everyone thought.
When they saw a 5-year-old girl being chosen by the Heavenly Tao, they couldn't bear it and helped. Even the mysterious dragon clan could not always have a trump card that gave them powerful strength. After all, the mysterious power was definitely not something that money could measure. There were tens of billions of people in the world, and there were very few trump cards that could fight against the 5 alternate worlds. Swoosh! As the teleportation circle in the demon-eating forest disappeared, Su Chanxian and Wang Wanqing were teleported back to the blue planet. Wow, I'm back. Su Chanxian looked at the familiar surroundings around her before jogging towards home. Su Chanxian always remembered Su Yang's instructions to come back on time for dinner. Chapter 21 Legendary Card of the Dragon Country, Yufushue. At the same time, Zhanghai City, in the Rainbow Building. A man with slicked back hair and a black suit entered the conference hall on the 3rd floor. At the top of the hall sat a charming woman. This woman was Mei Jiaqing, the director of the Rainbow Group. Her businesses involved real estate, medical care, education, the internet, and so on. She was the most powerful woman in Zhanghai City. Although Mei Jiaqing was almost 40 years old, she was more attractive than a young university student. Perhaps it was because she had never been in a relationship, had never been married, and had always put her career first. Everyone who was familiar with her called her Sister Qing. Sister Qing, this is the information you wanted. The man in the suit bent down slightly and handed over a USB flash drive with both hands. There were a total of 4 pieces of information. The 3 were detailed information about someone's identity and the last was about the demon-eating forest. They were Su Yang, Su Chanxian, and Wang Wanqing's identity information. From their births until now, their interests, hobbies, and educational qualifications were all sorted out. As the chairman of Zhanghai City's Rainbow Group, she had collected this information. The reason was simple. As early as 20 years ago, Mei Jiaqing had specially set up a research team in Zhanghai City. Mei Jiaqing's strategic vision was very accurate. The Otherworld Instance Dungeon also became a global storm just as Mei Jiaqing had expected. Although the Otherworld Instance Dungeon was a nightmare, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was ushering in a new era. It had to be said that people's ability to accept things was simply too strong. It had been less than 30 years since the Otherworld had arrived on Blue Planet in the form of a dungeon. All of humanity had completely accepted it. People would die? Tens of billions of people in the world would die every day. It was no exaggeration to say that the number of people who fell to their deaths was thousands of times more than the number of people who died in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. The arrival of the Otherworld would not cause the entire world to fall into panic. Instead, it became a topic of idle chatter. This was also a platform to get rich and obtain a higher status. A moment later, after Mei Jiaqing finished reading all the information, she turned to look at the man in the suit and asked, "Do you believe the rumors about the Dragon Clan?" The man in the suit pondered for a moment and finally nodded. He said respectfully, "Sister Qing, I'm willing to believe that the Dragon Clan really exists, but there's no actual proof yet." Mei Jiaqing rocked back and forth in her seat. Her face under the makeup did not reveal her true age at all. The person who can bestow mysterious power on the Pink Turtle children's smartwatch is at least a national trump card. Even in Shenzhou, probably only Yufushue has such ability. However, the person who can do this mysteriously might really be a dragon. Mei Jiaqing was thinking that if Su Chanxian was related to this person and was in this city, she would be willing to pay any price and would even be generous enough to offer 20 years of painstaking research on another world, because such a talent could create more wealth for her. If she didn't have enough chips, she would add herself and everything else. The man in the suit said honestly, "Sister Qing, I'm afraid many corporations in the Dragon Country are looking for this person." Mei Jiaqing nodded and said, "You're right. The news hasn't been announced yet, so we can't determine if this person is related to Su Chanxian. If he really couldn't bear it and saved Su Chanxian's life, then this person didn't expose his identity. It's definitely not the style of a corporation. It's very likely that he's a hidden big shot." Then, Mei Jiaqing changed the topic and said, "Wang Wanqing is a good seedling. She majors in humanities and history and specializes in mythological history. I believe she will focus on the research on the other worlds in the future." The man in the suit immediately understood Mei Jiaqing's words and nodded respectfully. "Then I'll send her an invitation immediately." Mei Jiaqing was not only interested in Wang Wanqing's knowledge, but also the fact that Wang Wanqing was a survivor of the 3-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon, Capital, Shenzhou Building Number 1, Fushue. Have you watched today's live broadcast of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon? A quiet-looking woman who looked to be no more than 25 years old with long hair and black-framed glasses walked to the sofa. However, there was a woman with a high ponytail sitting on the gold-framed sofa. This woman looked to be about 24 or 25 years old. She was more than 1.7 meters tall. She was tall and slender, but she did not lose her feminine charm. Where she should be big, it was big. Where she should be perky, it was perky. She was dressed casually and had an exquisite face. She was an out-and-out beauty. Even the top female celebrities could not compare to her without makeup. She was the legendary trump card of the Dragon Country, the goddess of Shenzhou, Yu Fushue. I watched the entire process, Yu Fushue replied. The bespectacled woman said bluntly, I'm very curious. Who exactly is the person who can bestow such a mysterious power to resist the great demons on a pink turtle children's smartwatch? Don't ask me. My brain isn't as agile as yours. Yu Fushue shook her head. Her name looked very poetic. Although Yu Fushue also looked devastatingly beautiful, in fact, she was really not good at analyzing and her personality was unrestrained. The bespectacled woman smiled shyly. You've been like this since you were young. You like sports, not studying. Yu Fushue smiled and said, That's why I asked you to be my assistant. Without you, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Yu Fushue trusted the bespectacled woman very much. Not only did she know her since she was young, but more importantly, the bespectacled woman could help her think about things that she couldn't think about. The bespectacled woman continued, But then again, you're one of the few people in our Shenzhou agency who can give such powerful strength. However, they're the only ones who can do this without anyone knowing, right? The bespectacled woman was referring to were the elders of Shenzhou. It can't be them. Yu Fushue denied it in one breath. Although Yu Fushue was still very young, she had experienced many Otherworld Instance Dungeon trials, and she had swept them all. Otherwise, how could she become a legendary trump card of the Dragon Country, the Dragon Clan? Yu Fushue also firmly believed in the existence of the Dragon Clan, this mysterious organization. Even though Yu Fushue was rumored to be a member of the Dragon Clan, Yu Fushue didn't have conclusive evidence of the existence of the Dragon Clan. I'm also very curious, but the Dragon Clan is too mysterious. Perhaps you will come into contact with the Dragon Clan? The bespectacled woman thought that Yu Fushue was the goddess of Shenzhou. If the Dragon Clan was really a mysterious organization that exceeded their expectations, she would definitely have a chance to come into contact with the Dragon Clan in the future. Our Dragon Country is the only ancient civilization that has survived. Rumor has it that the Dragon Clan is the lifeline of the continuation. They must have control over the descent of the Otherworld beyond our expectations. Not only did the bespectacled woman believe that the Dragon Clan really existed, but she also believed that the Dragon Clan was the lifeline of the country. Without the protection of the Dragon Clan, it was impossible to last for thousands of years. Yu Fushue lay on the sofa and said with a depressed expression, Compared to this, I want to enter the Otherworld Instance Dungeon to train more. It's been almost 2 months. Hearing this, the bespectacled woman teased helplessly. Others are praying not to be chosen by the Heavenly Dao system, but you know that there are tigers in the mountains and are moving towards them. The bespectacled woman's words took a turn. Chapter 22. The whole internet is searching for the mysterious person. On the other hand, if someone who was chosen the first time survives, the chances of being chosen the second time are twice as high as anyone else's. The bespectacled woman continued, You're different. You've already swept through all the Otherworld Instance dungeons below 5-star difficulty. The probability of being selected is really shocking. However, the probability of another 4-star difficulty Otherworld Instance dungeon descending is too low. According to the data, the Otherworld had arrived on the blue planet in the form of a dungeon. Among them, 50% of the Otherworld Instance dungeons were 1-star difficulty. Starting from the 3-star Otherworld Instance dungeon, only 1 out of 10 Otherworld Instance dungeons would be them, but that wasn't absolute. After all, the Heavenly Dao system determined the difficulty of the dungeon according to the actual situation of the entire blue planet. In fact, Yu Fushue could have joined an organization formed by a corporation. For example, the Deva organization would customize various trial treasures for her in the Otherworld Instance dungeon. However, Shenzhou did not have such treatment. not to mention directly obtaining it. Even if they applied, they had to go through a series of procedures. Point 1 had to know that if the chosen ones obtained the support of the corporations, they would be able to prepare the treasures they needed to survive in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial. As for why Yu Fushue chose to join Shenzhou, it was not only because of her patriotism, but also because she hated capitalists. Capitalists were all about maximizing benefits. It was just like how the corporations did not give you a treasure to save the other chosen ones. Instead, they used this treasure to create greater value and obtain the greatest benefits. Yu Fushue was somewhat similar to Wang Wanqing in some aspects. Therefore, if Wang Wanqing had the chance in the future, the possibility of her choosing to join Shenzhou was higher. 2 days later. On the Otherworld Forum of the Dragon Country, currently, the most discussed topic was the demon-eating forest 2 days ago. Also, who exactly was the mysterious person who gave Su Qianxian the power of the pink turtle children's smartwatch? All kinds of conjectures emerged endlessly. However, many viewers thought that it was the Dragon Clan. It was also strange. There was clearly no evidence to prove the existence of the Dragon Clan, but most people still believed that the Dragon Clan really existed. At this moment, comments popped up at the top of the forum. I wonder how Wang Wanqing is doing? She's a junior in the history department of Xiaoyu University. She must be in school, right? Not necessarily, right? How can she recover so quickly? Moreover, she got 600 Heavenly Dao coins. That's worth 6 million yuan. She must have gone to have fun. One of the IDs was, "I loathe sweets." She claimed to be Wang Wanqing's classmate. Wang Wanqing hasn't been to school for the past 2 days and doesn't come to her dormitory. However, there are many more invitations in her dormitory. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone seemed to immediately understand what was going on. Furthermore, Wang Wanqing's major aside, she was able to survive the 3-star demon-eating forest trial. Moreover, Wang Wanqing's performance was excellent. Especially when she faced the fox demon at the end, she simply strengthened the spirit of our dragon country. Many companies and organizations that are involved in Otherworld Instance Dungeons will invite her to join them in advance. As the saying went, it was better to put it into practice than to talk about it on paper. As the chosen one of the 3-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon, she survived. This was enough to make many factions invite her. Since Wang Wanqing isn't in school, where is she? Don't tell me she really went to have fun with 6 million yuan? Nothing is certain. With this sum of money, ordinary people will be able to save at least 30 years of hard work. They will eat and drink every day and occasionally go to the club to relax. If it were me, I would also celebrate my rebirth after the calamity. Wang Wanqing was considered a rather famous person on the internet now, so she naturally received a lot of attention. Su Qianxian, who was also a survivor of the 3-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon, received a lot of attention. However, she was only 5 years old, so it was impossible for her to be invited to work in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. Moreover, everyone was paying more attention to the mysterious person behind Su Qianxian. It was also because of the arrival of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon in the demon-eating forest that the people of the Dragon Country firmly believed in the existence of the Dragon Clan. It had been 3 days since the last Otherworld Instance Dungeon. The entire internet was searching for the mysterious person. The heated discussion about the mysterious man on the internet increased instead of decreasing. Moreover, some viewers analyzed it logically. However, there were also some who were especially ridiculous. They said that the mysterious person was protected by the heroic spirit of the Dragon Country. No matter how they discussed, no one linked the mysterious person to Su Yang. After all, as Su Qianxian's father, Su Yang's identity and information had long been dug out. The labels of homeless, jobless, poor people feeding their daughters rat meat, and good-for-nothing father were all stuck on Su Yang. The mysterious person could give Su Qianxian's pink turtle children's smartwatch the power to fight against great demons. Therefore, how could such a person be the so-called mysterious person? It was about 9:20 a.m. Shanghai City, Shangping District. It was a residential building that had been built for more than 30 years. The house number was 203. Bang. Bang, the knock on the door was accompanied by a gentle voice. "Qianxian, are you home? I'm big sister." The person who knocked on the door was Wang Wanqing. She did not suddenly come to visit. The day before yesterday, Wang Wanqing had made an appointment with Su Qianxian over the phone. From the other end of the phone, she had also obtained permission from Su Qianxian's father, Su Yang, to bring Su Qianxian out to play on Saturday and help her buy a new smartwatch. Actually, Wang Wanqing could have asked Su Qianxian to come downtown.
However, Wang Wanqing was very curious about where Su Qianqian lived and wanted to see Su Qianqian's father with her own eyes. She thanked Su Qianqian in her heart. A moment later, the door slowly opened. A little girl with pigtails actually smiled happily when she saw Wang Wanqing. Big sister, I'm ready. Su Qianqian had already dressed up. However, Wang Wanqing could tell at a glance that Su Qianqian had tied her hair into a ponytail and changed her clothes and shoes. Qianqian, where's your father? Wang Wanqing glanced at the door and realized that there was no sound in the 20-square-meter house. Then, Su Qianqian said, Daddy had already gone out when I was sleeping. Upon hearing this, Wang Wanqing gently stroked Su Qianqian's little head and said, Then let's go out. All right. Su Qianqian trusted Wang Wanqing. It wasn't that Su Qianqian wasn't vigilant at all. After all, the kindergarten teacher often taught her not to trust strangers. However, Wang Wanqing was no longer a stranger. Moreover, Wang Wanqing was now a famous person. Most importantly, Wang Wanqing had already received permission from Su Qianqian's father. Then let's go to the stationery store now and help you buy a new children's smartwatch. Then we'll go to the amusement park to play. As soon as Wang Wanqing finished speaking, Su Qianqian immediately shook her head. Qianqian, what's wrong? Wang Wanqing asked. Chapter 23 The Great Father Who Relies on His Daughter. I gave the money to Dad. Su Qianqian extended her index finger and said, I only have one heavenly Dao coin. Is that enough? It's enough. Big sister still has more. Wang Wanqing smiled. Actually, she could understand why Su Qianqian's father wanted to take away Su Qianqian's heavenly Dao coins. This was just like when your parents confiscated your red packet when you were young. In name, they were keeping it for you. That was a total of 1,000 heavenly Dao coins, equivalent to 10 million. It was definitely not a small sum. Wang Wanqing couldn't say anything about this. After all, this was someone else's business. Moreover, Su Qianqian was only 5 years old and didn't have the ability to manage her assets. She only hoped that Su Qianqian's father wouldn't squander it too quickly. No matter what, he had to give Su Qianqian something to live on in the future. Studying and living would be a huge expense. About 10 minutes later, Rainbow Commercial Street, stationery store. The Rainbow Group is really amazing. Although Wang Wanqing was not from Jianghai City, she knew Mei Jiaqing, the richest woman in Jianghai City. Wang Wanqing had once seen Mei Jiaqing's interview on a special celebrity interview program. Mei Jiaqing did not start from scratch. Her ancestors had been rich businessmen for 3 generations. However, when it came to Mei Jiaqing, she became the richest person in Jianghai City. A Rainbow Group's market value exceeded 40 billion. Su Qianqian and Wang Wanqing had just walked into the stationery store when they attracted many gazes. Qianqian, let's hurry up. There might be a lot of people later. Although Wang Wanqing and Su Qianqian weren't celebrities, they were quite famous. If she stayed in the stationery store for too long, a large number of internet celebrities and gossipers would definitely come to take photos and chat awkwardly. On the 3rd floor of the stationery store, a waiter, please help me find a children's smartwatch that can make calls, scan QR codes, and video chat. It should also come with some novel functions. Wang Wanqing turned to Su Qianqian and asked, Do you still want pink turtles? Su Qianqian nodded lightly and said, Yes, yes. I like pink stuff. Will do. Wang Wanqing responded and said to the waiter, I want a pink turtle. At this moment, Su Qianqian asked, Big sister, with so many functions, it must be very expensive, right? Su Qianqian was worried that she didn't have enough money. After all, her pink turtle children's smartwatch only had the ability to make calls. It didn't have any other functions. It's alright. Wang Wanqing gently stroked Su Qianqian's head again. Actually, she did not intend to let Su Qianqian pay. Perhaps it was because she was grateful to Su Qianqian, or perhaps it was because she doted on Su Qianqian. Actually, it was both. It was hard not to like such an obedient and cute child. A few minutes later, Wang Wanqing bought Su Qianqian a pink turtle smartwatch worth 3,888 yuan. My new watch, Su Qianqian loved this new children's smartwatch with all her heart. It was even more exquisite than her original children's smartwatch, and its functions were similar to a smartphone. Wang Wanqing bought an 18 yuan pink rabbit from the counter and gave it to Su Qianqian. Wow, pink bunny. Su Qianqian hugged the toy bunny with both hands and acted like she loved it. Although it was cheap, Su Qianqian liked pink toys. After paying the bill, Wang Wanqing brought Su Qianqian to the amusement park. At this moment. On the Other World forum, someone uploaded a photo of Su Qianqian and Wang Wanqing at the Rainbow Stationery store. I'm shocked for 10,000 years. Wang Wanqing actually went to Jianghai City to look for Su Qianqian. Don't tell me she wants to be Su Qianqian's stepmother? Wang Wanqing's conditions are so outstanding. How can she marry a good-for-nothing? Doesn't Su Qianqian have money too?
Your words are too superficial. From what I know, Wang Wanqing has received offers from many large companies. There's even a company that offered her a 5 million yuan annual salary. When she starts her internship, everybody will fight for her. Actually, some viewers had guessed the real reason why Wang Wanqing went to look for Su Qianqian. Around 3:30 p.m. after entering the amusement park, Su Qianqian was drenched in sweat. Su Qianqian mainly went to play bumper cars and slides. Wang Wanqing did not bring her to play on exciting Ferris wheels or roller coasters. In a children's restaurant in the amusement park, after ordering, Wang Wanqing curiously asked about Su Qianqian's family. Qianqian, has your father always been very busy? Wang Wanqing wanted to know about Su Qianqian's father. After all, the rumors on the internet were so crazy. Su Qianqian nodded as she drank her child's drink. Wang Wanqing was very puzzled. It was clearly said on the internet that Su Qianqian's father was a vagrant, and he probably only worked part-time every day to maintain his life. However, Su Qianqian's heavenly Dao coins were given to Su Yang. Surely he could spare some time to accompany his daughter. However, Wang Wanqing did not intend to probe too deeply into Su Qianqian's family matters. Wang Wanqing only wanted to get a rough understanding. At least Wang Wanqing knew that Su Yang was a great father in Su Qianqian's heart. Qianqian, if you want to play, I'll accompany you when I'm free. Of course, Wang Wanqing didn't want to accompany Su Qianqian because of Su Yang. Moreover, Wang Wanqing had never seen Su Yang before. Okay. Su Qianqian also liked to play with Wang Wanqing, this kind-hearted big sister. This was how children were. The wordplay ran throughout their childhood. In the blink of an eye. 2 days later, the happy weekend ended. Wang Wanqing returned to school as usual. As for Su Qianqian, she naturally returned to her new home. On the internet, the viewers were even more passionate. Since yesterday, the popularity of the Otherworld forum had more than tripled. They were all discussing the same thing. I admit, I'm jealous. 1,000 heavenly Dao coins. He bought a 300 square meter house in Zhanghai City's Jinshou Manor. As expected of a great father who feeds on his daughter. If it weren't for the dragons, Su Qianqian wouldn't be alive and her father wouldn't be able to afford a villa. She clearly didn't have the strength to pass the 3-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial, but because the dragons couldn't bear it, they extended a helping hand to Su Qianqian and let her pick up 1,000 heavenly Dao coins for free. I'm so a king jealous. In other words, I can do it too. Strangely, even though Wang Wanqing had become the winner and obtained 600 heavenly Dao coins, no one was jealous of her. Actually, what made the viewers jealous was Su Qianqian's father. That he was clearly a nobody and a coward, but he actually became rich overnight and even bought an independent villa. 99% of ordinary people could not afford a house in their entire lives. How could they not be jealous? Now, Su Yang had another label on her, which was the great father who feeds on his daughter. Chapter 24. The Otherworld Instance Dungeon arrives again. The exterior of the villa, be it the stone pillars or the steps, were all paved with Nanyang marble, making it look very noble and grand. The villa was spacious and bright, and the white-toothed lights were elegant. In a room on the second floor, there were jade pillars all over. Golden carvings seemed to be blooming enchantingly. On a 9-square-meter bed, there was a pink 4-piece set. The pink curtains were rolled up, making her look like a little princess. Su Qianqian picked up the pink bunny on the bed and placed it in her small bag before rushing out of the room. There was only this 5-year-old girl in the huge villa. However, Su Qianqian was already used to this. Half a year ago, Su Qianqian was able to get up alone, put on her clothes and shoes, and skillfully finish her breakfast. Then, she carried her small school bag and went out to take the kindergarten bus to school. A rumble. In an instant, another phenomenon appeared in the sky. Chaotic dark blue aura swept through the world. It was as if a dark door had been opened by an invisible force, as if an endless purgatory had been opened. The deep blue aura that emanated from it filled the entire sky, causing all living beings to feel fear and goosebumps. All the humans on the blue planet were familiar with this strange phenomenon. After all, it started 28 years ago. Otherworld Instance Dungeon, Crazy Asylum is about to descend. Difficulty level, 3 stars. The Heavenly Dao System's voice was as earth-shattering as ever. It was like a shocking war song that shook the entire world. The hearts of millions of humans tensed up again. F***CK, another 3-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon. Sit, don't choose me. If selected by a 3-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon, the survival rate is less than 10%. The Lord is going to punish the humans again. There are many people in the Dragon Country. Let's choose them all. There were indeed several times more people in the Dragon Country than in the Eagle Country, and the probability of being chosen was also much higher.
However, there was definitely more than one chosen one. In the previous Otherworld instance dungeon, there were 9 people. Crazy asylum? A dungeon in the monster world? Don't you know?
The Fireman, the Ice Lady, the Stone Man, the Lizard Man, and the Guillotine Man are all monsters.
Moreover, this Otherworld instance dungeon is the first on our blue planet. It's over. Its horror is not inferior to the demon-eating forest. Please don't choose me.
Nearly tens of billions of people were praying for heaven's blessing, even if after they completed the trial, they could obtain the heavenly Tao reward. It was normal for all the chosen ones to be wiped out in the 3-star Otherworld instance dungeon. Instantly, 12 rays of dark blue light shot out from the sky and enveloped the blue planet like pillars of light. Among them, there were 2 pillars of light that enveloped the territory of Sea Country. There was one covering the territories of Poplar Country, Circle Country, and Ruby Country. There were actually 7 towering pillars of light that enveloped the vast land of the Dragon Country. The selection was complete. There were a total of 12 people chosen this time, and the number of people from the Dragon Country was the highest. There were too many comprehensive factors, and having a higher population was just one of them. Most importantly, the survival rate of the people in the Otherworld instance dungeon was much higher than that of other countries. As the Heavenly Tao livestreams on the various livestream platforms opened, the names of the 7 lucky people of the Dragon Nation were all displayed. However, the audience still had to wait for 30 minutes to watch the chosen one's vision. 1, 2, 6, 8, 9, 11, and 12 are all from the Dragon Country.
Chosen one number 1 is Guochuang. Number 2 is Zhao Fia. Number 6 was chosen by Jan Gaojie. Number 8 is Li Ku. Number 9 is Qin Xiaodai. The 11th pick is Ma Fei Hong. The 12th candidate is Su Chanqian.
The people of the Dragon Country realized that they saw 3 familiar names among the 7 chosen people. Number 2 Zhao Fia, number 11 Ma Fei Hong, and number 12 Su Chanqian are all people who have gone through the Otherworld instance dungeon trial. Everyone was surprised to discover that Zhao Fia had completed 4 1-star Otherworld instance dungeon trials. However, Ma Feihong had completed 2 2-star Otherworld instance dungeon trials. Meanwhile, Su Chanqian completed the previous 3-star Otherworld instance dungeon trial, which was also the demon-eating forest trial. The Pegasus organization was established by the Ma clan. As a member of the Ma clan, he is also one of them. That's why he was able to successfully complete the 2 2-star Otherworld instance dungeon trials.
I wonder if he has a way to complete this 3-star Otherworld instance dungeon? Zhao Fia isn't an ordinary person either. She's a member of the Deva organization.
Whether it was the Pegasus organization or the Deva organization, they were both specialized research organizations founded by chaebol, or capitalists, and capitalists were all the same. It was undeniable that the members of these 2 organizations could obtain the support of a large number of heavenly Tao coins, which meant the supply of treasures. After all, capitalists were not philanthropists. They only sought to maximize their benefits. Congratulations, you have become the chosen one for this Otherworld instance dungeon. Warm reminder, 1 hour later, the 12 chosen ones will be teleported to the crazy asylum for trials. The voice of the Heavenly Tao system entered the minds of the 12 chosen ones. This hour was a prime time period. Those who were chosen by the Heavenly Tao system would basically go bankrupt to gather Heavenly Tao coins within this hour. The Heavenly Tao coin was the universal currency of the Otherworld, and it was also the only way to exchange for treasures. Su Chanqian has been chosen again.
She's really unlucky. Poor girl. She doesn't have any ability to survive. She won't be so lucky this time. No matter how powerful the Dragon Clan is, it's impossible for them to help her again and again. After all, a 3-star difficulty treasure can't be measured with money. Her father just bought a villa and hasn't lived there for 2 days. He'll probably have to sell it for Heavenly Tao coins. There's a good saying. You have to pay for what you did sooner or later. Many people were jealous. Although these people had some sympathy, there was not much. After all, in their eyes, this nobody was far inferior to their own status. What right did he have to become rich overnight and live in a luxurious villa? Xiaoyu University's 12th dormitory building, Chanqian has been chosen again. How could Wang Wanqing have expected that Su Chanqian would be chosen by the Heavenly Tao system again?
Furthermore, it was a 3-star difficulty Otherworld instance dungeon. One could imagine how dangerous it was. She also knew that the reason why Su Chanxian was able to leave the demon-eating forest alive with her previously was because of the mysterious person's help in the dark. He had given Su Chanxian's pink turtle children's smartwatch the power to fight against great demons. Could she really take the good luck from last time and be saved by the mysterious person again? Without the mysterious person's help, the 5-year-old Su Chanxian would have no chance of surviving. Chapter 25 The Friendly or Hostile Chosen Ones. At the same time, a silver Pegasus statue stood at the top of a 100-story tall building. This was the Pegasus building. In the conference room, a group of high-level figures was holding a meeting. What's the startup fund? The person who said this was a man in his late 20s. He was dressed in a casual style. He was not very charming, but at least he was tall, rich, and handsome. This person was the general manager of the Pegasus organization. Molly, the budget for passing the 3-star difficulty trial is about 100,000 Heavenly Dao coins. Due to the fact that the Crazy Asylum is a new Otherworld instance dungeon, the safety budget is around 120,000 Heavenly Dao coins.
General Manager, Mr. Ma Feihong is our company's main focus.
Currently, he has already passed 2 2-star Otherworld instance dungeon trials and can unlock Heavenly Dao shops below level 7.
I think it's best to spend 180,000 Heavenly Dao coins. The upper echelons of this company were naturally discussing how much Heavenly Dao coins to give Ma Feihong to pass this trial. As everyone knew, 10,000 Heavenly Dao coins was equivalent to 100 million yuan. 180,000 Heavenly Dao coins was 1.8 billion yuan. However, it was impossible to recoup his losses. One had to know that the Heavenly Dao reward for passing the 3-star Otherworld instance dungeon was only 1,000 Heavenly Dao coins. However, since Ma Feihong was the target of Pegasus Corporation's special training, the outcome was different. If he failed the trial, they would lose both his life and wealth. Therefore, in terms of budget, there would only be more, not less. In the Heavenly Dao shop below level 7, a level 6 treasure required 10,000 Heavenly Dao coins. If they looked further away, if they could nurture a figure like Yufushue, the value he would create for the Pegasus Corporation would be very huge. There was even a chance to obtain strength in the Otherworld instance dungeon. That was definitely not something that money could measure. It could be said that treasures were inferior and strength was superior. However, the probability of obtaining various mysterious powers was too low. The selected person had to pass the Otherworld instance dungeon trial to have a chance of obtaining a lucky draw opportunity and acquiring strength from the lucky draw opportunity. At this moment, a white-robed young man in his early 20s walked into the conference hall. This person was Ma Feihong, the number 11 candidate this time. Ma Feihong nodded and said to Molly, "7th uncle, I'm ready." Molly held his chin with both hands and nodded slightly. Feihong, Zhao Fia, a member of the Deva organization. She's both friend and foe. You know what to do, right? Ma Feihong responded, I understand. From Ma Li's point of view, out of the 7 people chosen from the Dragon Country, apart from Ma Feihong himself, only Zhao Fia had the ability to compete with Ma Feihong. Ma Feihong naturally understood Ma Li's words. What he meant was that it was necessary for them to work together to complete the trial, but when necessary, he had to deal with Zhao Fia, his competitor. Without a powerful competitor like Zhao Fia, Ma Feihong would have an additional chance to obtain more benefits. As for Su Chanxian and the other 4 candidates, in the eyes of Ma Feihong and even Zhao Fia, they were only cannon fodder. Xiaojing. In the high-level meeting room of the headquarters of the Celestial Corporation, the Information Department sent a quick message just now. The starting capital of the Pegasus organization is 180,000 Heavenly Dao coins. As expected of a company under the Ma clan. Ma Feihong is a member of the Ma family, and he's also the target of Pegasus Corporation's focused training. If they can nurture a new generation genius like Yufushue, it will create higher benefits for their company. Should we start a 2 billion yuan fund? Where is Zhao Fia now? He was called over by Secretary Yang 10 minutes ago. At the mention of Secretary Yang, the higher-ups fell silent for a long time. Even the general manager of this discussion meeting did not say anything. In the secretary's office, Zhao Fia, the CEO thinks very highly of you this time. The higher-ups also intend to nurture you into the second Yufushue. Yang Shi took out a document and handed it to a short-haired woman. As for this short-haired woman, she was Zhao Fia, the number 2 candidate. This was not the first time she had been chosen by the Heavenly Dao system. She had already been chosen 4 times,
but they were all 1-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon trials. This time, she would skip stars and carry out the 3-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial. Zhao Fia was very excited and terrified. Zhao Fia took the document and read through it carefully. Her heart felt like it had been hit by 10,000 blows. The company won't hold you responsible this time. You have to look further away. Yang Shi added, not only does the company think highly of you, but personally, I also think very highly of you. At this moment, Zhao Fia's eyes were dull and she looked like she was at a loss. From the documents, she learned that her boyfriend was actually a business spy, and a spy from Pegasus Corporation. Therefore, most of the information Zhao Fia acquired from the 4 1-star Otherworld Instance dungeons was stolen by her boyfriend. If the company pursued the matter, Zhao Fia might really go to jail. After all, she had signed more than 10 confidentiality contracts with the company. One had to know that the information and experience of the Otherworld Instance dungeons were very valuable. At this moment, Zhao Fia could be said to have been betrayed by her boyfriend and had broken her promise to the company. As long as the company made a move, they could immediately ruin Zhao Fia's reputation and send her to prison for a few years. However, the company's motive for not doing so was very clear. While the company gave Zhao Fia a chance, it also wanted Zhao Fia to prove herself better. Zhao Fia lowered her head slightly and reflected on herself. I understand. Thank you, Secretary Yang. I'm also very grateful for your company's tolerance and forgiveness. There's no need to say these words. You're also a smart person and know what to do. Yang Shi's words were very clear. The company upheld only one principle. Everything was for benefits. Yang Shi continued, when the Otherworld Instance dungeon descended this time, you and Pegasus Ma Fei Hong were both chosen. Your relationship is both competitors and partners. It's impossible for you to complete the 3-star Otherworld Instance dungeon trial alone. I understand. Zhao Fia nodded. Yang Shi's words suddenly took a turn. CEO Ding asked me to pass you a message, number 12, Su Chanqian. Hearing this, Zhao Fia still did not understand what was going on, and the first thing she thought of was that Su Chanqian was chosen for the second time. But if it was just to say that Su Chanqian was number 12, there was no need for Boss Ding to send a message, right? Therefore, Zhao Fia guessed that Boss Ding's words definitely had a hidden meaning. Why didn't he put it bluntly? It was because he didn't want others to know. Since Boss Ding had specially mentioned Su Chanqian, who was number 12, the meaning behind it must be closely related to the crazy asylum. This time, after thinking for a moment, Zhao Fia seemed to have sorted out her thoughts, as if she understood the meaning behind Boss Ding's words. Chapter 26. Daddy, I was chosen again. At first, Zhao Fia thought that since Su Chanqian was chosen by the Heavenly Dao system for the second time, it was almost certain that there was a mysterious help for her to successfully complete the trial the first time. Then she definitely wouldn't be so lucky the second time. Moreover, Zhao Fia and most people believed that the mysterious person who gave Su Chanqian the smartwatch and the power to fight against the great demon would never have thought that Su Chanqian would be chosen by the Heavenly Dao system again. Not if they helped her again, at least the rumored dragons would not be able to take it. Therefore, Zhao Fia knew what Boss Ding meant. It should be about Su Chanqian completing the 3-star difficulty demon-eating forest. In that case, Su Chanqian had unlocked the Heavenly Dao shop below level 10 and could use Heavenly Dao coins to exchange for treasures below level 10. Although Su Chanqian's Heavenly Dao coins were completely insufficient to buy treasures above level 1, the Deva organization that Zhao Fia was in had Heavenly Dao coins. When necessary, they could use Su Chanqian to exchange for level 7 or level 8 treasures, although it could only be used by the wielder. Building a good relationship with Su Chanqian and gaining her trust would allow Su Chanqian to become her weapon user. Boss Ding is really too brilliant. This is a level I didn't expect. Zhao Fia sighed deeply. As for Boss Ding, she was the CEO of this Deva company, and her name was Ding Xian. She was the chairman of the board. You're also very smart, but you don't have enough experience. Otherwise, Boss Ding wouldn't value you so much. Yang Shi said. If one thought of Yang Shi as a secretary who delivered messages, one would be gravely mistaken. A woman who could become Ding Xin's secretary must be outstanding in some aspects. Instantly. A live broadcast appeared in Heavenly Dao livestream. The 12 chosen ones were broadcasting from a third-person perspective. The viewers of the Dragon Country naturally paid attention to the chosen ones of the Dragon Country. Chosen one number 1, Hua Chuang, is trying his best to make a call. He's borrowing money from relatives and friends. It's already not bad for ordinary people to gather 1 million or a few 100,000 yuan. However, if 1 million or a few 100,000 yuan is exchanged for Heavenly Dao coins, it will only be a few dozen. Everyone knew that the lowest level 1 treasure cost at least 100 Heavenly Dao coins. The Otherworld Instance Dungeon to enter was a 3-star difficulty 1.
Even a level 5 treasure might not be useful, the countdown timer. There's nothing interesting about Chosen One number 1. Let me see Chosen One number 2, Zhao Fia. If you want to see her, just say so. We all know.
But then again, Zhao Fia's figure is really too good. Many viewers recalled how Zhao Fia had revealed her figure in the 1-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon. Although it was only for a moment, it had given the male audience a wave of benefits. She's at the Celestial Corporation's headquarters.
Black tights and an S-shaped figure, do you have to be so alluring? Looks like Zhao Fia has already made sufficient preparations.
As expected of someone from the Celestial Corporation.
She's simply inhumanely wealthy.
If they could join the Celestial Corporation and enter the first offensive department, the company would not hesitate to nurture them with a lot of money. As for Zhao Fia, she was someone that the Celestial Corporation was focused on nurturing. Someone said that she didn't have to worry about food and clothing, lived in a villa, and drove a luxury car. That was too much an understatement. The main thing was that her reputation and status would become higher and higher in the future. The effect would be comparable to that of a popular celebrity. Regarding her appearance fees and speech fees, they were all tens of millions yuan per session. After all, Zhao Fia had passed the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial 4 times in AROW in the Dragon Country. The merchandise that was derived from the Otherworld Instance Dungeon was extremely popular. There was also a chosen one who was also very eye-catching. Number 11, Ma Feihan, is in the gym. When teleporting to the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, you can't carry any lethal weapons like guns and ammunition with you. Only lethal treasures are allowed to be carried. Therefore, your physical fitness is also very important.
He's the same as Zhao Fia.
He has a strong backer. He doesn't need to go bankrupt to exchange for Heavenly Dao coins like the other chosen ones. Everyone believed that among the 7 chosen people of the Dragon Country, the only ones who had the highest chance of surviving in this crazy asylum were Zhao Fia, who was number 2, and Ma Feihan, who was number 11. The chances of the other 5 chosen ones surviving were almost zero. At this moment, Zhonghai City, Jinqiu Manor, in the villa. Su Qianqian ate her breakfast alone. She had just finished a glass of milk. I'm already full. I need to give Daddy a call. Su Qianqian's body was still enveloped by a dark blue halo. Su Qianqian looked at the pink turtle children's smartwatch in her hand. Her big eyes flashed with confusion. Oh my, there are 3 more buttons.
Which one is the dial?
Su Qianqian casually pressed a button, and it was really the dial button. Beep beep beep. In less than 5 seconds, the call went through with Qianqian. What's wrong? The man's voice on the other end of the phone was calm. Su Qianqian said in a childish voice, Hey, Daddy, I've been chosen again.
In less than 3 seconds, Su Yang's voice came from the phone. What Otherworld Instance Dungeon has you chosen to go to this time? Su Qianqian thought about it and said, It's some sort of asylum? Asylum? Oh. Daddy knows.
Another voice came from the other end of the phone.
Qianqian, there might be strange pink people there too. I'm so looking forward to it. Su Qianqian picked up the pink rabbit doll. As long as it was pink, she would have a good impression of it. Enjoy the fun. This Otherworld Instance Dungeon is even more exciting than watching a movie.
The person on the other end of the phone continued, Qianqian, Daddy will be busy first.
Okay, bye, Daddy.
The more innocent Su Qianqian's smile was, the more the viewers could not suppress their anger. When the viewers in Heavenly Dao livestream heard this familiar excuse, they could not help but curse, You're just an unemployed vagrant. What can you be busy with? Who knows where you're enjoying yourself? From the looks of it, he's not planning to sell the villa for Heavenly Dao coins. He's even sending Su Qianqian to her death.
What AF * king idiot.
From his tone on the phone, I can tell that he's not frightened at all.
As long as she's his biological daughter, he shouldn't be so heartless, right? What a worthless father. How disgusting. How can such a person still have the face to live in this world?
Originally, many viewers were jealous of Su Yang for having a villa to stay in. As the saying went, those who were poor could not bear to see others get rich first. Now that they saw Su Yang abandoning his daughter so heartlessly, their emotions would inevitably explode. However, Normal fathers would sell the villa and try their best to comfort their daughter so that she would be strong and brave enough to face the otherworld instance dungeon. However, not only did Su Yang not do that, but he also spoke as if he did not care about his daughter. Su Chanqian, even Wang Wanqing, who had always been kind, was furious when she heard Su Yang's words through Heavenly Dao livestream. What kind of father is he? He directly abandoned the innocent and cute little girl. He didn't even do anything and relied on a liar's mouth? Wang Wanqing sympathized with Su Chanqian and felt very sad for her. How could she have such a heartless father? Chapter 27 Welcome to the Crazy Asylum. Immediately a swoosh, the circle of light under Su Chanqian's feet became stronger and stronger, and a spiral teleportation array appeared. When the teleportation array gradually shrank, Su Chanqian disappeared from the spot she had been teleported to the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. The other 11 chosen ones were also teleported to the Otherworld Instance Dungeon at the same time. Location: at the entrance of the Crazy Asylum. The night was hazy, and it was suffocating. There was a plaque hanging directly above it. There were only 2 words on it: Crazy Asylum. There was a 5-meter-tall iron railing in front. There was a square inside, and a fountain was set up in the middle of the square. However, the water in the fountain was oily and had a strong pungent smell. It was sulfuric acid, commonly known as bad water. On both sides of the square were 2 3-story buildings. There was another iron fence in the middle. Further in, there was only a dark forest. All 12 chosen ones were teleported here. Yamit, Totmak. A woman in a cherry kimono had just been teleported in when she started trembling and crying. She was dressed so seriously. Was she trying to have a date with the monsters? Of course not. The family of this woman from Poplar Country knew that she basically wouldn't survive. Not only did they dress her up gorgeously, but they also put on white face and black teeth makeup. Even if she died, she had to die gorgeously. There was also a man who seemed to have come out of a coal mine. When he heard the woman from Poplar Country cry, he immediately broke down. Nego Shueya. The bearded man at the side shouted. The man, who was as black as coal, immediately put on a high and mighty look and actually started fighting with the bearded man. Not only that, as they fought, another man joined in and beat up the charcoal man with the bearded man. Moreover, during the fight, they kept saying things like F***ck. The viewers who could understand these words also knew why they were fighting. Wasn't it because they were cursing each other? Zhao Fia, if the 2 of us work together, we will definitely be able to complete the Crazy Asylum's trial. The person who said this was a man in casual clothes. He was very strong and had to work out in the gym for at least 3 to 5 years to have such a muscular body. Yet he was Ma Feihong, the number 11 candidate. Before the short-haired woman in the tight black leather suit could answer Ma Feihong, the 4 men immediately walked to Ma Feihong's side. Brother Hang, bring me along too. Have mercy. When I come out alive, I will definitely repay your kindness. Brother, it's so easy to do things with more people. With 1 more person, we'll have more strength. Please. These 4 men from the Dragon Country were actually between 20 and 30 years old. Ma Feihong was only about 25 years old. However, Zhao Fia was 22 years old. The first time she was chosen by the Heavenly Dao system was a year ago. In just a year, Zhao Fia had completed 4 1-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon trials in a row. Although it was only a 1-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon, Zhao Fia's potential was huge. Otherwise, she would not have the qualifications to join the Deva organization. Ma Feihong, who was at the side, looked at the 4 men begging and started to make plans. Actually, before he was teleported here, Ma Feihong already had his own plan. Other than himself, everyone else was cannon fodder. Asked Zhao Fia. I plan to team up with her for the trial. On the surface, Ma Feihong was doing Zhao Fia a favor. If Zhao Fia agreed to team up with others, it would mean that she agreed to team up with him. But if Zhao Fia did not agree to the 4 of them forming a team, Ma Feihong would shift the conflict to Zhao Fia. In the end, Ma Feihong would come out to speak up for Zhao Fia. Zhao Fia would also tacitly be agreeing to team up with Ma Feihong. Then let's form a team and train together. Zhao Fia agreed. Thank you, Sister Ya. It was as if these 4 people had grabbed onto 2 life-saving straws. They were very excited. After all, Zhao Fia and Ma Feihong were both experts in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. Furthermore, they were important members of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon research companies. If they followed Zhao Fia and Ma Feihong, their chances of survival would increase by hundreds of times. Little did they know that if the probability of survival was 0, no matter how many times it increased, it would still be 0. Take her with you. Zhao Fia looked at Su Chanqian, who was not far away. She saw that Su Chanqian was still wandering around the entrance of the Crazy Asylum. as if she was looking for the entrance to the crazy asylum, although the others were unwilling. Since Zhao Feiya had spoken, no one could say anything. Zhao Feiya turned to Ma Feihong and said, Ma Feihong, you've completed 2 2-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon trials, so it's more suitable for you to be the captain.
Ma Feihong immediately agreed. No problem. I promise I won't disappoint everyone. Zhao Feiya only nodded slightly.
Others might not be able to see through Ma Feihong's evil intentions, but how could she not know? To put it bluntly, they were all pawns of the capitalists, and their interests were the most important. When it was a special moment, he had to sell his teammates, everything was for himself. His teammates were all cannon fodder. It was the same for Zhao Feiya herself. At this moment, the 5 candidates on the right walked towards Ma Feihong. The bearded man greeted him in the Dragon Country language, not very fluently. Friend, do you want to go together?
F***ck off.
For some reason, Ma Feihong directly scolded the bearded man. It was not hard to see that Ma Feihong was very emotional. Actually, Zhao Feiya wasn't too interested in Sea Country, Circle Country, Ruby Country, and Poplar Country either. What do you mean? The bearded man did not understand what Ma Feihong meant. Brother Hang asked you to go away.
Understand? Scram.
The 4 candidates who flattered Ma Feihong rejected the bearded man and the others. Wait for me. As the bearded man turned around and walked away, he cursed. Zhao Feiya immediately understood why Ma Feihong rejected the bearded man and the others. Ma Feihong was not discriminating against them. He just wanted obedient cannon fodder, not partners. Even if it was a dog, what was the use of it if it was disobedient? Because of this, Zhao Feiya also expressed her approval, so she did not say much. Brother Hang, you can actually pull that girl from Poplar Country over. A bespectacled man stared at the girl from the Poplar Country with a wretched gaze. Ma Feihong glared at the bespectacled man and said, have you watched too much porns? If you talk again, don't blame me for kicking you out of the team. The bespectacled man smiled awkwardly and did not dare to say anything. Ma Feihong said to everyone, in this Otherworld Instance Dungeon, which is even more terrifying than the battlefield, if you don't listen to my orders, you will only die. Ma Feihong's words were not bluffing, but the truth. Beep beep, the wind chimes shook, followed by an ear-piercing sound, as if someone had turned on the radio with the voice of the Heavenly Tao system spread. Welcome the 12 chosen ones of the Blue Planet to the Crazy Asylum. Chapter 28. Tell me, how can I live? There are 2 trials in this Otherworld Instance Dungeon. Trial 1. Please enter the Twin Towers of the Crazy Asylum and find key number 7. After completing the trial, all the chosen ones will receive a Heavenly Tao reward. Warm reminder, within 30 minutes, all the chosen ones must enter the Crazy Asylum. If you are late, you will be completely wiped out. Good luck to everyone. Crack, a large metal door in front of them opened automatically. Ma Feihong and the others were not in a hurry to enter. Instead, they discussed it with Zhao Feiya. The 2 identical buildings on both sides of the square should be the Twin Towers.
Ma Feihong continued, Sister Feiya, it seems that there is more than one key. As for how many keys there are, I'm not sure. However, only the number 7 key is real. This means a problem. Zhao Feiya nodded. Yes, I'm thinking the same thing as you.
If we're unlucky, we might run into a lot of trouble.
If we're lucky, we might be able to find key number 7 at once. Hang, they went to the Twin Towers on the left. The bearded man and the others walked in through the iron gate and headed to the building on the left. Brother Hang, shall we go to the Twin Towers on the left too? Let them step on the trap first.
This was the Crazy Asylum. Not only were there monsters, but they were also very strong. Let the bearded man and the others step on the trap first so that they could avoid a lot of danger. However, Ma Feihong did not agree. So what if they step into a trap? What if they can't deal with the freaks? Won't we have to fight them head on then? If we follow them, we might suffer a huge loss. Ma Feihong's words were not without reason. However, he had another thought, which was that he had to find key number 7 first. It had to be known that Ma Feihong and Zhao Feiya were both chosen ones who had completed the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial. They knew very well that whoever contributed the most would obtain a greater reward from the Heavenly Tao. Zhao Feiya saw through Ma Feihong's plan. She tacitly agreed because she had the same plan. Su Chanshan? Zhao Feiya took another look and realized that Su Chanshan had already passed through the iron gate and entered the square. Su Chanshan's small feet walked quite quickly. Perhaps it was because she was not carrying a school bag, but she was holding a pink stuffed rabbit in her hand. She had picked up this rabbit to play with at the last second of her teleportation to the Crazy Asylum. Su Chanshan wandered around the square and did not approach the fountain. After all, the smell was too pungent. Zhao Fia walked over and said to Su Chanshan, "Little Chanshan, don't run around.
It'll be dangerous."
Obviously, Su Chanshan did not take Zhao Fia's words to heart, nor did she feel afraid. Ever since she entered the demon-eating forest once, she had become much bolder. In addition, she had always believed her father's words, so she was fearless. Zhao Fia was not really concerned about Su Chanshan's safety. She only treated Su Chanshan as a necessary weapon. That was why Zhao Fia protected Su Chanshan and built a good relationship with her. "Auntie, are we looking for a key?"
Su Chanshan turned around and asked, "Auntie?" This was the first time Zhao Fia was called auntie. Zhao Fia said, "Call me sister." Su Chanshan shook her head and said, "Dad said that I should call the old woman auntie." Zhao Fia was helpless, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she was only 22 years old. She was not even married yet, and a 5-year-old girl was already calling her auntie. She did not feel good. "Suit yourself." Zhao Fia could not possibly argue with a little girl. "Then, auntie, if we find the key, will we be able to get a lot of money?" Su Chanshan had no idea how much money she had. Su Chanshan only knew that she had received a lot of money after completing the trial. "Yes, we can get a lot of money," Zhao Fia answered truthfully. "That's great." Su Chanshan was excited again. A 5-year-old girl didn't know much, but she understood that with money, she could eat well, live well, and dress well. Zhao Fia's goal was not only to survive in the crazy asylum, but also to obtain a special Heavenly Dao reward from this trial. The reward of tens of millions of Heavenly Dao coins was only a huge income for her. However, the capitalists behind her hoped that she could obtain the support of a mysterious power. At this moment, Ma Fei Hong and the others also walked over. "Let's go to the Twin Towers on the right and look for the key." Ma Fei Hong took the lead and walked into the building. There were a total of 3 floors in the building, and each floor had 3 doors. Su Chanshan followed behind Ma Fei Hong and the rest. However, her big eyes were looking around without any sense of danger. I in the Dragon Nation's Heavenly Dao livestream, the viewers noticed something wrong. Ma Fei Hong and Zhao Fia have the ability to hide information about treasures? Why can't I find any information about their treasures? Don't you know? The moment the light of the Heavenly Dao envelopes you, it will only record your personal treasures. If it's not your personal treasure, it won't appear. No wonder. I was wondering why I didn't see any information about Ma Fei Hong and Zhao Fia's treasures. It turns out that they both had such a trick up their sleeves. For Ma Fei Hong and Zhao Fia, this is a basic operation. After all, they don't want others to know what treasure they have. The viewers were not stupid. They knew that Ma Fei Hong and Zhao Fia were specialized personnel of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. They had a huge corporation behind them. How could they not have treasures? Moreover, they all had a lot of Heavenly Dao coins. Not only could Heavenly Dao coins be exchanged for treasures in the Heavenly Dao shop, but they were also the common currency of the Otherworld. Money could make the devil push the millstone. It was equally effective in the Otherworld, in the Twin Towers, at the door of the first floor on the right. Ma Fei Hong and the others' hearts beat faster, and their fear increased. They were staring at the door. "Open the door." As soon as Ma Fei Hong finished speaking, a door immediately opened. Everyone held their breaths and did not dare to make a sound. It was only when everyone looked in and realized that it was empty that they dared to heave a sigh of relief. It was a false alarm. I was scared to death. The bespectacled man calmed the nervousness in his heart. "Zhang Gaojie, go into this room and look for the key," Ma Fei Hong said while staring at the man in glasses. "Ni? Alone?" Zhang Gaojie was frightened again. Even if he didn't see the monster inside, he couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't appear. Ma Fei Hong said again, "Everyone will search one room." "Is there a problem with you searching the first room?" Zhang Gaojie didn't dare to say anything and walked into the room obediently from the outside. The room was only the size of a classroom, but it was pitch black inside. They could only rely on the weak light to search for the key. Ma Fei Hong and the others were waiting outside the door. About a minute later, there was no movement in the room. "Did you find the key?" Before he could finish speaking, a strange sound came from the room. Screech. Chapter 29 Hellish Trial. What's that sound? The sound of a pile driver? Are you stupid? This is clearly the sound of a chainsaw starting up. TSK, crack, crack, clap. Clap. The sound of the chainsaw sweeping across the room was shocking. Zhang Gaojie, who was in the dark in the room, was scared out of his wits. "Mom, I want to go home." Zhang Gaojie, who was in the room, saw a 2-meter tall silhouette through the hazy moonlight. The lower half of the body looked like a human, but the upper half of the body looked very strange, especially the head, which had a chainsaw. However, Ma Fei-hung and the others outside the door retreated a few meters out of reflex. The viewers in Heavenly Dao livestream watched from Zhang Gaojia's third-person perspective and saw the monster's outline clearly. Level 6 Chainsaw Man. Reminds me of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie. That's just a homicidal maniac with a chainsaw. He's on a completely different level from a real chainsaw freak. Even the F*King Chainsaw Man is here. I can't imagine how terrifying the crazy asylum is. Zhang Gaojie is finished. He's hiding in a corner and not moving. Suddenly, the viewers watching Heavenly Dao livestream were shocked, found a bug. The strange man's voice was accompanied by the sound of the chainsaw. Zhang Gaojie, who was squatting in the corner, felt his blood run cold. He was so scared that an unknown liquid appeared on the ground. Meanwhile, Ma Fei-hung and the others outside the room did not dare to approach the room at all. They also heard the sound of chainsaws in the room. The Chainsaw Man? Ma Fei-hung was still not sure if it was the Chainsaw Man. If it was really the Chainsaw Man, what was the level of the Chainsaw Man? If it was a Chainsaw Man above level 7, he would not be able to deal with it. Taking a step back, even if the treasure could deal with the level 7 monster, he would not use it to save Zhang Gaojie's life. It had to be known that a level 7 treasure was worth more than $1 billion in the Heavenly Dao shop, even if Zhao Fia could exchange for a level 7 treasure. She would not do so. Clap. Clap. The sawtooth rubbed against the stone bricks on the wall, producing sparks. At this moment, the room was illuminated. From the wall on the other side of the room, a huge shadow appeared. The outline of the upper body was a 1-meter-long chainsaw, while the lower body was no different from that of an adult man. Level 6 Chainsaw Man. Ma Fei-hung knew that the Chainsaw Man was in the room. Not only did he not care about Zhang Gaojie's life, but he also avoided the Chainsaw Man. Brother Hang, what should we do? The tall and thin man with a buzz cut had already given up in his heart. Ma Fei-hung said, right from the start, we met a level 6 monster. Even when Sister Fia and I teamed up, we couldn't do anything. Zhao Fia added, Zhang Gaojie can only blame his bad luck for encountering the level 6 Chainsaw Man. Obviously, Ma Fei-hung and Zhao Fia did not intend to save Zhang Gaojie. The key was that even if they tried their best, they might not be able to save Zhang Gaojie from the chainsaw monster. Guo Chuang, Li Ko, and Qin Xiaodai knew that there was nothing they could do, asking them to risk their lives to save him? That was impossible. Therefore, everyone tacitly agreed that they would not risk their lives to save Zhang Gaojie. Crack, crack. At the same time as the sound of the chainsaw cutting was heard, a bloody smell spread out. My foot. Clap. Clap, help. Save me. I don't want to die. It was like the cry of a pig being slaughtered. It was sad and trembling. The viewers in Heavenly Dao livestream could clearly see how exciting the scene was. There was no mosaic on the screen. The Chainsaw Man sawed off Zhang Gaojie's hands and then his legs. Was he fashioning the body on the spot? The timid viewers did not dare to look at the screen, afraid that they would have nightmares when they slept at night. This is too King cruel. I think I really understand what it means to be a real crazy asylum. He's a freak to begin with, and he's in a crazy mode. Everyone immediately understood that the way to die in the crazy asylum was to die from extreme punishment. Even the dismemberment of 5 horses paled in comparison. Zhang Gaojie was not dead yet. His entire body was covered in blood. He crawled towards the door in pain, but he seemed to be walking in circles. Zhang Gaojie, who had no limbs, crawled with his body and head. Every 10 centimeters he moved was like crawling in hell. The Chainsaw Man stopped for a moment, as if he was enjoying this inhuman torture. When Zhang Gaojie stuck his head out of the door, Ma Fei-hung and the others were terrified. They saw that Zhang Gaojie really looked like a human stick, and he was still begging for mercy. In an instant, the 2-meter-tall chainsaw monster appeared behind Zhang Gaojie. At the same time that the Chainsaw Man stepped on Zhang Gaojie, the chainsaw activated. Screech. The electric saw accelerated and swung at Zhang Gaojie's head. Rustle, red blood splattered on the door. Zhang Gaojie was cut in half and died. Ma Fei-hung and the others, who were still in shock, saw the chainsaw monster disappear at the door. Obviously, the Chainsaw Man did not go out and torture Ma Fei-hung and the others. It wasn't that the Chainsaw Man didn't want to do it, but that the chainsaw weirdo man what Ma Fei-hung and the others were after. If they wanted to find key number 7, they had to search every room in the Twin Towers until they found key number 7. Therefore, this chainsaw monster was waiting for his prey to deliver themselves to his door. The viewers watching in Heavenly Dao livestream were silent for a long time because they had witnessed this cruel scene. However, at this moment, a pop-up comment attracted the attention of the viewers. Level 18, Blade Hell.
Just these words made the viewers immediately think of the 18 levels of hell. On the other hand, the methods of the Chainsaw Man and the punishment methods of the Blade Hell couldn't be said to be similar. They were simply the same. I think I found something.
What did you find? Have you noticed that the Twin Towers have 3 floors? There are only 3 doors on each floor.
In other words, one building has 9 doors, and 2 buildings have 18 doors.
Instantly, the viewers seem to have come to a realization: 18 rooms? Corresponding to 18 levels of hell? Are there 18 keys? Isn't this the trial of the 18 levels of hell?
The viewers seem to have unveiled the mystery of the crazy asylum. However, everyone's analysis was indeed logical because it was impossible for there to be such a coincidence, right? Moreover, everyone could use the 18 levels of hell to explain the Twin Towers. I wonder if Ma Fei Hong and the others have discovered this secret? When the viewers looked at the screen of Heavenly Dao Livestream, they realized that an extremely tragic cry was coming from the building on the left. It's that Ruby Country's chosen one screaming.
Chapter 30. Whoever is strong is your father. That girl from the Poplar Country used the chosen one from the Ruby Country as a shield. Damn, what a vicious woman.
As expected of the Poplar Country.
They're arrogant and inferior.
Not only are their hearts twisted, but they're also born rebellious.
They're ingrates. Also, whoever is strong is their father.
The entire world knew about the bad habits of the Poplar Country. The girl of Poplar Country looked like a pretty girl from a humble family, but in reality, there was no limit to what she could do. Although she was weak and timid at first, once she was forced into a corner, she had really changed completely. She's smiling.
What a weird smile.
In the second room on the first floor of the Twin Towers on the left, the Ruby Country's chosen one seemed to be pressed down by a huge rock and screamed repeatedly. As for the girl from Poplar Country, she laughed strangely as she watched. In the beginning, the 5 chosen ones led by the bearded man were divided into 3 groups and entered the 3 rooms on the first floor to search for the key. The person from the Ruby Country chose to be in the same group as the girl from Poplar Country and entered the second room. Even though the makeup was white-faced and black-toothed, it still made the blood of the Ruby Country's chosen one go berserk. After all, the chosen one was really desperate. Therefore, when the chosen one of the Ruby Country entered the room, he immediately touched the girl of Poplar Country. The girl from the Poplar Country became more and more energetic as she did it. This also made the Ruby Country's chosen one feel smug. However, when the person chosen from the Ruby Country was about to speed up, he was pushed by the girl from the Poplar Country and fell on a huge rock. The Ruby Country's chosen one suddenly felt his body being pressed down by a mountain. He lay on the ground, unable to move. Then, the girl from the Poplar Country smiled strangely, looking very terrifying. However, in the Heavenly Dao livestream called Oil Tank, the viewers of the Ruby Country and Poplar Country were arguing, translated as follows: Ruby viewers, F***CK, how dare a little Poplar girl treat the person chosen from our country like this?
Poplar viewer, Lizard Man.
Ruby viewers, what's there to be proud of? It's clearly your Poplar girl who's enjoying herself.
Poplar viewers, you only know how to bully weak women. If you let me in, I'll be the first to kill the person chosen from the Ruby Country. Ruby viewer, if you have the ability, come and fight me. I guarantee that I'll beat you up in a minute. Poplar viewers, beat up our people from Poplar? Do you want to use your cow's excrement?
The Ruby viewers, who had never lost an online argument before, couldn't win against the Poplar viewers. At this moment, in the first room on the left side of the Twin Towers. In an instant, the giant who was suppressing the Ruby Country's chosen one made his move. At first, everyone thought that the person chosen from the Ruby Country was a man born with brute force. However, when they took a closer look, the person chosen from the Ruby Country was crushed by this huge rock. His eyes rolled back and drool mixed with blood flowed out of his mouth. It was obvious that the person chosen from the Ruby Country had fainted under the weight of the huge rock. Just as the viewers in Heavenly Dao livestream were puzzled, the rock spoke: how dare you 2 bugs disturb my sleep? The huge rock twisted a few times and actually turned into a human-figured rockman. No one had expected that the stone in the room was actually a stone man. The stone man's skin was thick like volcanic ash. As its body twisted, some gravel fell off. Bang! Bang! The stone man moved and walked towards the girl from Poplar Country, Kaluna. The girl from Poplar Country retreated step by step, shaking her head vigorously, telling the stone man not to come over. Of course, the Stone Man understood what the girl from Poplar Country said. In the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, no matter which country's language it was, it would be automatically translated. When the girl from Poplar Country was forced into a corner by the Stone Man, her tears seeped on her face that was smeared with white powder. The tears in her eyeshadow formed two black lines that connected to her pitch-black teeth. It did not look out of place at all, making her look even uglier. Poplar Country's special makeup was really difficult for people from other countries to understand. Stinky Fly, squish your balloons first. The Stone Man's dead fish-like eyes stared at the girl from Poplar Country. The viewers in Heavenly Dow livestream knew how round the balloons of the girl from Poplar Country were. Squish? Doesn't it mean that the Stone Man's punishment corresponds to the rock-suppressing hell of the 18 levels of hell? The degree of cruelty is not inferior to the punishment of the blade. I've only heard of deformation, but I've never seen what explosions are like. Only the Ox Country, where everybody has plastic surgery, will be deformed. While the viewers were still discussing, the Stone Man attacked the girl from Poplar Country. After the Stone Man grabbed the girl from Poplar Country, he hung her upside down. Some scenes were seen by the viewers in Heavenly Dow livestream. He was starting to crush them. The Stone Man's hands were like two huge rocks that began to squeeze the two big balloons. Yeah. Even though the girl struggled with all her might, it was useless. After a series of screams of no, the Stone Man pressed down even more fiercely. It lasted for nearly 10 seconds. Bang. The two balloons could not withstand the strong pressure and actually exploded. How could the punishment of the Stone Man be described as crazy? The viewers who were watching the live broadcast in Heavenly Dow livestream began to understand why this Otherworld Instance Dungeon was called the Crazy Asylum. Because it was too crazy. You're so fragile. After the Stone Man flattened the girl's blossoms, he began to squeeze the girl's limbs. Crack. The girl, who was already on the verge of death, felt the pain of her feet being crushed by a huge rock again. When it reached her mind, she had already fainted on the spot. However, the Stone Man continued to squeeze on and on. This was even more powerful than a compressor. Crack. Her muscles, bones, and flesh were pressed together. If there was no blood to make them sticky, they would have long been crushed into a pile of powder. Your bones are too soft. What a spoil sport! The Stone Man crushed the girl's hands and feet into pieces, but he did not feel satisfied. The highlight of the show was coming. The Stone Man had his eyes on the girl's head. Chapter 31. A beautiful scene that can't be watched. The Stone Man's hands were slowly squeezing the head. Clap. Clap. The scene was so beautiful that no one dared to look at it directly. The Stone Man crumpled the girl into a ball and squeezed her again, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. The people who had been killing pigs all year round couldn't help but tremble when they saw this. Damn it, the Stone Man's methods are even more ferocious than the Chainsaw Monster. They're both level 6 monsters. To be more precise, they're level 6 monstrous men. They're not humans at all. They're monsters. The viewers in Heavenly Dow livestream knew very well that monsters were monsters. Humans were humans. No matter how much they looked like humans, they were still monsters. Aha! The Stone Man is walking towards the Chosen One of the Ruby Country. Wasn't that guy crushed to death? Could it be that the Stone Man didn't have enough fun just now and wants to torture his corpse? In the way the viewers thought, it was not only impossible to think about demons, ghosts, and beasts. They were completely incomprehensible. When the Stone Man had only taken a few steps, the guy who was lying on the ground suddenly shot up. It turns out that he was pretending to be dead. The viewers could clearly see that the guy had been crushed by the Stone Man. Even his excrement was squeezed out. Why wasn't he dead yet? Upon seeing this, the person chosen from the Ruby Country retreated 3 to 4 meters. However, the Stone Man approached the person chosen from the Ruby Country step by step and reached out to grab him. The unexpected scene caught the viewers off guard. This guy's body was like a loach. He actually broke free from the Stone Man's grip. In Heavenly Dow livestream, everyone was stunned. Could it be that this guy has a treasure? No, look at his body. It's oil. Ruby oil. It's called fragrant essence oil. It's a necessary divine medicine for every household in the Ruby Country. It can nourish one's body, recover one's energy, and so on. You'll be as slippery as an eel. Through Heavenly Dow livestream, the viewers saw that the chosen person from the Ruby Country had escaped from the Stone Man time and time again. At this moment, the chosen one of the Ruby Country immediately became proud and even raised his middle finger at the Stone Man. Instantly, the Stone Man flew into a rage. A mere bug dares to provoke me? Crack, the stone man's body trembled, and stone dust filled the entire room. By the time the chosen one of the Ruby Country reacted, he was easily caught by the stone man. It was the stone powder that erased the smoothness of the oil, leaving the guy with nowhere to hide. The person chosen from the Ruby Country, who had been captured by the stone man, only had a death sentence awaiting him. Crack, as expected, the stone man started crushing the legs of the person selected from the Ruby Country. The person selected from the Ruby Country screamed in pain, from the foot to the hand, then to the head, and then into a ball. It was simply done in one go. The blood spilled all over the ground again. In less than an hour after the 12 chosen ones were teleported to the crazy asylum, 3 of them had already died. Did you guys notice? The 3 dead chosen ones have the same strange situation. In a Heavenly Dao live stream room in the Dragon Country, a viewer seemed to have discovered the truth. What strange situation? The 3 chosen ones who died. They entered the room and originally had a chance to leave, right? Now that you mention it, I've also realized it, especially the chosen one from the Ruby Country and the girl from Poplar Country. They could have rushed out of the room in one go. After all, they were only 2 to 3 meters away. When people are in danger of death, shouldn't they run for their lives first? But they didn't want to do that? I'm guessing that it's not that they didn't want to do it, but they couldn't do it. It's as if they were stumped. The viewers were not stupid. After all, they were watching the live broadcast from God's perspective. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees things clearly, but the involved are confused. When looking at the essence through the phenomenon, the audience would naturally be able to see it more clearly than the person involved. Looks like you can't come out easily after entering the room. They're really done for this time. For now, the viewers have discovered 2 truths about the crazy asylum. The first truth was that this crazy asylum corresponded with 18 levels of hell. The second truth was that after entering a room, one could not leave casually. As for how to leave, it was very likely to defeat the monster in the room or obtain the key to the room. At the same time, Ma Fei Hong and the others stood on the right side of the Twin Towers for more than 10 minutes. They were discussing how to sneak into the room where the chainsaw monster was and obtain the key inside. Because the bespectacled man had been killed by the chainsaw man, they were all trembling in fear. No one dared to take the lead. Sister Fia, let's give up on this chainsaw man's room for now. In Ma Fei Hong's opinion, the Twin Towers had 18 rooms. It was impossible for every room to have a level 6 monster as brutal and terrifying as the chainsaw man. Zhao Fia nodded. We can't go on like this. We might as well go to the other rooms to find the key. Who knows, the number 7 key might be in the other rooms. In fact, Zhao Fia and Ma Fei Hong both had 200,000 Heavenly Dao coins. They could buy level 6 treasures in the Heavenly Dao shop. However, with a level 6 treasure, they might not be able to deal with the level 6 chainsaw monster. It could be a level 6 treasure that could stun the chainsaw monster for a second or two, or a level 6 treasure that could injure the chainsaw monster. However, it was obviously impossible to kill the chainsaw monster with a level 6 treasure. Ma Fei Hong and Zhao Fia did not want to waste such a large sum of money right from the start. After all, a level 6 treasure required at least 10,000 Heavenly Dao coins, and at most 100,000 Heavenly Dao coins. Moreover, the crazy asylum's trial had only started for an hour. There was no harvest yet. If they used their trump cards so early, they might not even be able to pass the first trial, let alone the second trial, unless Ma Fei Hong and the others were sure that the key in the room where the chainsaw monster was located was number 7. Otherwise, they would not use their trump cards so early. Let's go to the next room first. As soon as Ma Fei Hong said this, he looked at the number 1 candidate, Guo Chuang. Being stared at by Ma Fei Hong like this, Guo Chuang's entire body went limp. Brother Hang, I really can't do it. Guo Chuang quickly waved his hand. Ma Fei Hong was angry. You know? Then what's the use of having you? There's no free lunch in this world. Since you've joined our team, listen to me, the captain. Ma Fei Hong's words made Li Ku and Qin shout I sweat. If possible, no one was willing to risk their lives to enter the room. It was precisely because they could not escape that they could only fight to the death. At this moment, Zhao Fia was a little distracted. They saw her eyes looking around. Her pupils bloomed with a puzzled expression. Where did that little girl Su Chanxian go? Chapter 32. She's just a child. 10 minutes at Ma Fei Hong and the others were discussing how to deal with the chainsaw man. At that time, Su Chanxian was no longer by their side. Zhao Fia was the first to notice that Su Chanxian was missing. It was definitely not because she cared for Su Chanxian. It was because Zhao Fia still needed to make use of Su Chanxian. After all, Su Chanxian had passed the demon-eating forest, a 3-star otherworld instance dungeon. Hence, she had unlocked the Heavenly Dao shop below level 10. Zhao Fia's goal from the start was to treat Su Qianqian as her weapon. Without Su Qianqian as her weapon, she would have lost a powerful trump card. She's not outside the Twin Towers.
Could it be that she entered a room on the floor? Well, we can't even protect ourselves. Why don't we just leave her alone?
The chosen ones, including Ma Feihan, did not care about Su Qianqian's life. As for where Su Qianqian went, the viewers in Heavenly Dao Live broadcast room saw it clearly. On the last screen of Heavenly Dao Live stream, Su Qianqian really entered a room. She walked into the furthest room on the second floor. The room was extremely cold, but the light from the ice crystals attracted Su Qianqian's attention.
It's so beautiful here.
In the room, other than being a little cold, there were ice crystals everywhere. Directly above the room was an ice sculpture. The three walls looked especially bright under the illumination of the ice and snow. The faintly discernible ice flowers seemed to be blooming on the walls. In the room, there was a dazzling array of ice sculptures. At a glance, it looked like a mini ice castle for a 5-year-old girl. Dreamy things were the most attractive. It was no wonder that Su Qianqian was attracted here. Meanwhile, Su Qianqian had been playing in the room for quite some time. It formed a stark contrast with Ma Feihan and the rest, who were trembling in fear. In the Dragon Nation's Heavenly Dao livestream. This room is really a dream. When I was young, I had this dream of being a princess. I dreamed of living in a dream castle.
Are we watching a little girl play?
However, the most dreamy rooms were often the most dangerous. However, there were no monsters in Su Qianqian's room. Just because they didn't see it didn't mean that there weren't any. Perhaps the monster was hiding in an ice sculpture. Or perhaps a certain ice sculpture was a monster. It's so fun here. Su Qianqian sat on the slide. To be able to move against the current while gliding was clearly against gravity. In the Otherworld instance dungeon, science would not work. Perhaps science paled in comparison to mysteries. I'll bring Big Sister along next time. While playing, Su Qianqian actually thought of Wang Wanqing. However, Wang Wanqing was also watching Su Qianqian's every move in the Heavenly Dao livestream. When she heard this, she had a faint smile on her face. She was very helpless. No matter how fun the Otherworld instance dungeon was, danger was always with them. The death rate was so high that it made one's hair stand on end. Of course, Wang Wanqing did not want to go through the Otherworld instance dungeon again. However, Wang Wanqing was very gratified. At least Su Qianqian would think of her when she found something fun. Qianqian, you must come out alive. In the 12th dormitory building of Xiaoyu University, Wang Wanqing prayed that Su Qianqian could leave safely, but just as she was praying for Su Qianqian, a gust of wind blew in Su Qianqian's room. Crack! In an instant, the ice sculpture directly above her shattered. From the ice sculpture, a translucent woman with a curvaceous figure and long hair that was like ice threads appeared.
This ice maiden did not have any concealer on her. The viewers in livestream room, are you giving us benefits again? Why do I feel like I'm watching top-notch porn?
I'll do it first.
F***ck, I can't take it anymore.
While this group of experienced pigs were talking, another group of viewers had already thought of the death crisis that Su Qianqian was facing. Although this ice maiden was very beautiful, she was ultimately not human.
She was a monster. Do you like it here?
The ice lady came up to Su Qianqian and asked in a gentle voice. Su Qianqian hesitated for a moment before pouting.
I do, but no one is playing with me.
Then I'll play with you. The ice woman changed the topic and said, but you have to promise me one thing.
What is it?
Su Qianqian asked. The ice maiden said, after playing with you, I want an innocent smile from you.
What is an innocent smile?
Su Qianqian could not understand at all. It's a beautiful smile from the bottom of my heart. The ice woman said, I've never seen such a smile in my masterpiece.
Su Qianqian was puzzled.
She had no idea what kind of smile that came from the bottom of her heart was. If I'm having fun, I'll smile.
Su Qianqian said bluntly, that's the smile.
That's the smile the ice maiden wanted. However, the viewers in Heavenly Dao livestream room were shocked. Clearly, they knew the true motive of the ice maiden. F***ck, I thought this ice maiden was very gentle. When she said the perfect masterpiece, I knew that she was the real terror.
In that case, this ice maiden is trying to steal Su Qianqian's most innocent smile. The other chosen ones are probably scared to death. How can they smile? Su Qianqian is different. Even if she encounters potential danger, she won't appear to be very afraid. Moreover, she's still very ignorant and hasn't been enveloped by fear.
The viewers had already thought of the last moment. If Su Qianqian revealed an innocent smile, the Ice Lady would freeze Su Qianqian in that instant and she would become the Ice Lady's perfect masterpiece. As for the feeling of being frozen to death, she would only know the answer when she was sealed alive by the ice. She seemed to have died peacefully, but in fact, she had suffered a lot. Not only did her body feel extreme pain, but even her heart felt incomparable despair. Such punishment methods were not inferior to the punishment methods of the Stone Man and the Chainsaw Man. In fact, they were even worse, sure. Su Qianqian nodded in agreement. Not only would the Ice Lady play with Su Qianqian, but she would also try her best to make Su Qianqian have fun so that Su Qianqian would reveal an innocent smile. Whoosh, with a wave of her hand, the snowflakes in the room floated down. Not only did it not feel cold, but it also made Su Qianqian feel a trace of warmth. The IT made the entire room even more dreamy. When it came to rendering the scene, the Ice Lady was not petty at all, eh? There's also a situation on Ma Fei Hong's side. Chapter 33. Please heat up the lunchbox. The chosen ones, Guochuang and Li Ko, knelt on the ground and begged, "Brother Hang, you can't be so heartless. Please, don't abandon me. I don't want to die." Another chubby girl, Qin Xiaodai, who was 1.4 meters tall and weighed 75 kilograms, was also begging Zhao Fia, "Sister Ya, as long as you can protect me, I'll give you my game account worth 100,000 yuan. Please, don't leave me behind." Qin Xiaodia's voice was very sweet, but it was a pity that she wasn't as sweet as she sounded. It wasn't hard to tell that Qin Xiaodai was a fat otaku. Perhaps it was because she was not good looking and was fat, so she felt inferior. She could only stay at home and escape reality. She could only be intoxicated by virtual things. Zhao Fia was completely unmoved. A mere 100,000 yuan was nothing. Zhao Fia's attendance at a speech cost more than that. Moreover, behind her was the Deva organization established by the corporations for this otherworld instance dungeon trial. The company had activated a total of 2 billion yuan to give Zhao Fia as the capital for the trial. This was enough to show that Zhao Fia held a lot of weight in the eyes of these capitalists. Ma Fei Hong said in a serious tone, "No one wants to die. If we can't complete the trial, we will all die." With that, Ma Fei Hong looked at Zhao Fia, signaling her to say something. Zhao Fia said, "If we work together, we will really die here. Since you don't want to go into the room alone to find the key, let's go in together." Zhao Fia then looked at Ma Fei Hong. Ma Fei Hong nodded and said, "That's the only way." Actually, Ma Fei Hong and Zhao Fia had treated all the chosen ones as cannon fodder from the very beginning. In Ma Fei Hong and Zhao Fia's eyes, teammates were just for selling. At this moment. On the first floor of the Twin Towers on the left, screams came from both rooms. F***ck. In the middle room, the bearded man and another chosen one were cut into pieces by a monster covered in sharp scissors. The extent of the cutting could be said to be 1,000 cuts in a second. There wasn't even any blood left on the floor. There was only a layer of red fog floating in the room. In the third room on the first floor, the coal-black chosen one was also very miserable. The sound of frying came from the room. The chosen one, who was originally as black as coal, seemed to have been bleached white. It was like a skeletal model from a medical laboratory. It was obvious at a glance how beautiful the scene was. The 3-star Otherworld instance dungeon was indeed terrifying. The monsters who appeared in the crazy asylum were also quite powerful. However, the chosen ones who died were too weak, not to mention the 3-star difficulty of the Otherworld instance dungeon. These 6 chosen ones would not even survive the 1-star difficulty of the Otherworld instance dungeon. Currently, there were only 6 chosen ones left in the Dragon Country. However, the viewers believed that among the 6 chosen ones, only Ma Fei Hong and Zhao Fia had a high chance of surviving. After all, they had 200,000 heavenly Dao coins. They had yet to use the heavenly Dao coins. Ma Fei Hong and the others discussed it again. There are a total of 18 rooms in the Twin Towers. As long as we find the number 7 key, we can complete the first trial. In that case, there might be 18 keys in the Twin Towers, but only one key is number 7. Just now, there were screams coming from the building opposite. In less than a minute, there was no movement. They must have died. Therefore, I guess that there's a high chance that a monster will appear in every room. Ma Fei Hong's words made Guochuang and the others shiver. And now, they had yet to find a single key. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if they knew which room key number 7 was in, they might not be able to find it. Even if they could find it, they might not be able to come out alive. Sister Fia, the most effective way now is for everyone to enter the same room together, Ma Fei Hong said to Zhao Fia. Zhao Fia nodded in agreement. I think so too. If we can't find the key, we will all die.
Guo Chuang, Li Ke, and Qin Shaodai had no other choice because they knew that running away was equivalent to death. If they entered the same room together, even though the possibility of death was extremely high, there was still a chance of survival from the very beginning. Qin Shaodai had been trembling in fear. However, none of the viewers in Heavenly Dao livestream would laugh at her. If it were anyone else, not to mention trembling, they might even go crazy. However, the probability of being chosen by the Heavenly Dao system was much lower than winning a lottery ticket. If they were really chosen, they could only accept their fate. A moment later, Ma Feihong took the lead and entered the middle room on the first floor. The others followed. The room was brightly lit, but there was not a single monster in sight. There was only a large burning furnace. Let's find the key before any monsters show up. Ma Feihong asked everyone to quickly search for the key in the room. The others did not delay and hurriedly searched the room carefully. However, after searching for a long time, they did not see a key anywhere. At this moment, Ma Feihong's gaze landed on the stove. It can't be, right? The key is in the furnace? Ma Feihong clenched his fists. If he were to rush into a furnace with a high temperature of a few thousand degrees, wouldn't he be burned to ashes? Zhao Fia also walked over. She looked at the stove and didn't say anything. She felt that if the key was in the furnace, wouldn't it melt too? Instantly, Zhao Fia sniffed and said, "I think I smelled something." Ma Feihong also smelled the air. He also smelled a strange smell. Could it be the smell coming from the furnace? All four eyes were fixed on the furnace. For some reason, Ma Feihong felt that his body was starting to heat up. "Sister Fia, do you feel very hot?" Although Ma Feihong was only 3 meters away from the furnace, this kind of heat could only be felt when he was close to the furnace. Zhao Fia shook her head. No. Ma Feihong then asked Guo Chuang and the others, "Do you guys feel very hot?" Guo Chuang and the others shook their heads in unison, indicating that the temperature was normal and that they did not feel any heat. At this moment, Ma Feihong suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why didn't the others feel hot? He was the only one who felt like he was being burned by oil. In an instant, thick smoke rose from Ma Feihong's, but when he came to his senses, his crotch had spontaneously caught fire. Not only that, but Ma Feihong's inside started to burn. Even if Ma Feihong took off his clothes, it would be useless. On the contrary, it was precisely because Ma Feihong was wearing pants that there was no raging fire. Whoosh. Chapter 34. It's all burned. Cut it off, someone said. Brother Hang, lie down. Hearing this, Ma Feihong didn't dare to be negligent. If he hesitated, his penis might really not be able to take it. Ma Feihong quickly lay on the ground. Puff, who the F***ck kicked Ma Feihong. He was in so much pain that he soared into the sky before he could descend from the clouds. He was kicked out of the 9 heavens again. It was Guo Chuang. He kicked Ma Feihong's penis with all his might, as if he had some personal grudges. Ma Feihong howled in pain and almost fainted. The viewers who saw this scene through Heavenly Dao livestream felt that it was extremely familiar. Bam! 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 After stepping on Ma Feihong's penis dozens of times in a row, Guo Chuang really put out the fire on his burning crotch. At this moment, Ma Feihong seemed to have gone through a desperate situation. There seemed to be two meanings behind this. Zhao Fia looked at Ma Feihong, who was lying on the ground, and saw that he was trembling and sweating all over. He looked like he had lost his composure. After a long while, Ma Feihong staggered to his feet. He glared at Guo Chuang angrily, but he didn't curse. Not to mention whether Guo Chuang had some personal grudges, Guo Chuang had effectively put out the fire after all. "Give me your pants," Ma Feihong said to Guo Chuang. Guo Chuang passed his pants to Ma Feihong without hesitation. That if Guo Chuang didn't give Ma Feihong pants, Ma Feihong might really hold a grudge and let him die first. Next time, Ma Feihong's pants were almost completely burnt. While Ma Feihong was changing his pants, Zhao Fia wondered why Ma Feihong's pants suddenly caught on fire. Although anything could happen in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, there was always a certain reason. Ma Feihong was the only one whose crotch was on fire. Obviously, there was something fishy about this. "You followed him in. Did you find anything strange?" Zhao Fia's eyes fell on Guo Chuang and Li Ke. Ma Feihong was the first to enter the room, followed by Guo Chuang and Li Ke. Then there was Zhao Fia and Qin Shaodai. Therefore, Zhao Fia felt that Ma Feihong must have touched something strange when he came into the room. Guo Chuang and the others pondered for a while before shaking their heads. At this moment, Ma Feihong had just changed into Guo Chuang's pants when he spontaneously combusted again. This spontaneous combustion started from the inside. Clearly, it was not enough to take it off. What the F***ck? Ma Feihong lay down again and let Guo Chuang stamp out the fire. He couldn't understand why he was the only one who ignited himself when everyone else was fine. Moreover, the place of spontaneous combustion happened to be his genitals. Bam! 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 Guo Chuang stepped on it with all his might. The viewers in Heavenly Dao livestream also laughed at this scene. I can't hold it in anymore.
Of all the body parts that could spontaneously combust, it just had to burn his penis.
This Ma Fei Hong is really unlucky. Ha ha. Please let me laugh for a while longer. The viewers looked at Ma Fei Hong, who was being stepped on by Guo Chuang and Li Ku. Every kick gave Ma Fei Hong a splitting headache. Every kick made Ma Fei Hong cry for his mama. Everyone couldn't help but feel that Guo Chuang and Li Ku were using their position to take revenge. After all, Ma Fei Hong had planned to abandon Guo Chuang, Li Ku, and Qin Shaodai. In fact, Ma Fei Hong did not intend to abandon them. He was just scaring them so that they would listen to his orders regardless of the reason. Ma Fei Hong was almost sterile now. His genitals had been burned for more than 3 minutes. Even if it wasn't fully burnt, it was already crispy. Ma Fei Hong was only 25 years old and had yet to get married. If he lost his genitals like this, he would really cry out in pain. After 5 minutes, the fire that burned Ma Fei Hong's penis was finally extinguished by Guo Chuang and Li Ku. However, Zhao Feiya and the others smelled something burning in the room. Tears flowed out of Ma Fei Hong's eyes. At this moment, Ma Fei Hong probably wanted to die. There was a high chance that he would lose his genitals. Guo Chuang put on a sympathetic look and said to the heartbroken Ma Fei Hong, "Brother Hang, it's all burnt. Cut it. F***CKU. Ma Fei Hong endured the pain of his penis and scolded Guo Chuang. He seemed to be venting his anger on Guo Chuang. He hated this otherworld instance dungeon to death, but he was also very helpless and aggrieved. Ma Fei Hong couldn't understand. Guo Chuang and Li Ku were both men. Why did he have to suffer like this? Could it be? Ma Fei Hong was enlightened. He seemed to have thought of the reason that if he wasn't wrong, it was because he was the first to enter the room, so he became the first target of the strange man's punishment. The benefits of being the first to enter the room were also huge. If he had obtained key number 7 in the room, he would have contributed the most and received the most reward. There was even a possibility of obtaining special rewards. This was what Ma Fei Hong and Zhao Feiya wanted the most. As for Guo Chuang and the others, they only wanted to leave the otherworld instance dungeon alive and did not dare to have any extravagant hopes. Zhao Feiya stole a glance at Ma Fei Hong's penis, which did look burnt. Maybe it was a little brittle. Maybe it would still work. Qin Shaodai didn't dare to look directly at Ma Fei Hong. She was really shy after all. Qin Shaodai was different from Zhao Feiya. Even though Qin Shaodai was an otaku, she was not as experienced as Zhao Feiya. Ma Fei Hong's current situation was completely seen by the viewers in Heavenly Dao Live broadcast room. Ma Fei Hong is really unlucky. He burned his penis twice in a row. If Ma Fei Hong wasn't so strong, he would have fainted by now. Speaking of which, there are 5 chosen ones in the room, but Ma Fei Hong spontaneously combusted twice. Don't you think it's strange? Once was an occasional occurrence, and again it was him. It's obviously not right to say that it was an accident. Most of the viewers thought that Ma Fei Hong's spontaneous combustion twice in a row was definitely not a coincidence. Since it was not a coincidence, it must be related to the monster in the room. However, other than a stove, there was no sign of the monster in the room. In fact, many viewers guessed that because there was only one furnace in the room where Ma Fei Hong and the others were, if there were really monsters in every room, they could only hide in the furnace. There was also a key to this room. Perhaps it was also in the furnace. Look, there's something going on with Su Chanshan. At this moment, the viewers in Heavenly Dao livestream realized that something had happened in Su Chanshan's room. Chapter 35 Pink Rabbit Who Does 5 Lightning Whips. The Ice Maiden watched as Su Chanshan played more and more happily, and an innocent smile blossomed on her face. Caught. This is the moment. The Ice Maiden had been waiting for Su Chanshan to reveal her most innocent smile to complete her perfect masterpiece. Crack! In an instant, the ice castle in the room automatically shattered, and an incomparably strong cold aura swept over wherever the cold air passed. It was like a frozen mirror. However, the moment the cold air hit her, it was as if the noisy market had ended. Su Chanshan stopped smiling before Su Chanshan could enjoy herself to her heart's content. The ice castle shattered. She can't be sealed in ice? The ice woman was shocked. Why couldn't she seal Su Chanshan in ice? No matter what could a 5-year-old girl do? The viewers in Heavenly Dao livestream were also shocked. F***CK. That ice woman said that she can't freeze Su Chanshan? Why do I feel that this scene is so familiar? Have you forgotten so quickly? Previously in the demonic eating forest, the centipede demon was unable to attack Su Chanshan. That was because Su Chanshan had a treasure. How could the viewers not know that Su Chanshan's pink turtle smartwatch that gave her mysterious power had already been destroyed in the demon-eating forest? The pink turtle children's smartwatch that Su Chanshan was wearing was a new one that Wang Wanqing had bought for Su Chanshan.
Other than having more functions, it couldn't be a treasure. If it was a treasure, her identity information in the Heavenly Dao livestream room would show the treasures she carried with her. Since the new Pink Turtle children's smartwatch was not a treasure, how did Su Chanqian resist the freezing of the Ice Maiden? Su Chanqian had her own mysterious power that was even more impossible. This was because the mysterious power would also be shown in the personal information when the Heavenly Dao system chose her. It had to be known that the scarcity of people with mysterious powers was thousands of times greater than that of people with treasures. Su Chanqian did not have the support of the mysterious power, so how could she resist the freezing of the Ice Lady? The viewers racked their brains but could not think of a reason. At this moment, the Ice Woman was very angry. Because she could not freeze Su Chanqian, she could not complete the masterpiece she wanted, let alone the perfect masterpiece. Moreover, when the Ice Maiden thought about how she had spent so much effort to build a gorgeous ice castle and even played with Su Chanqian to her heart's content, she was already exasperated. Since I can't get it, I'll destroy it. Clang! Dozens of icicles grew out of the Ice Maiden's hand. Each icicle was about 30 centimeters long and wrapped around her entire arm. It was more like a mace than a flower full of thorns. At this moment, the viewers in Heavenly Dao live broadcast room had already begun to mourn for Su Chanqian. After all, in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, they would not show mercy just because the chosen one was a 5-year-old girl. Back in the demon-eating forest, this was very well proven. The scene is too beautiful. I can't bear to look at it. I hope she won't be chosen in her next life. I also hope that she can have a responsible father in her next life. See you in 5 minutes. A large number of viewers directly left the Heavenly Dao livestream. However, there were also some viewers who stayed in Heavenly Dao livestream, while others watched Ma Feihong's livestream. Less than 1/10 of the viewers were still watching Su Chanqian's live broadcast. In an instant, the Ice Maiden launched an attack on Su Chanqian. The Ice Maiden's right hand was like a mace as it smashed down on Su Chanqian's little head. A chill filled the entire room. If she was hit by this mace, her head would be smashed into pieces like a watermelon. Although there were some viewers who stayed in Heavenly Dao livestream to watch, at this moment, many viewers could not help but close their eyes. They could not bear to see such a tragic scene. A few seconds passed, there was no explosion or shattering sound in the room. Looking around, a pink-furred rabbit that was only 80 centimeters long actually blocked the Ice Lady's attack with its bare hands. The viewers in Heavenly Dao livestream room were in disbelief. What? This pink rabbit doll blocked the Ice Lady's attack. What the hell is going on? How did a soft, furry rabbit doll withstand the attack of the Ice Maiden's sharp and hard mace? Could it be that the pink rabbit is a treasure? The viewers in Heavenly Dao livestream were shocked and puzzled. Wang Wanqing, who was also in Heavenly Dao livestream, also witnessed the magical scene with her own eyes. Moreover, Wang Wanqing knew very well that she was the one who bought the pink rabbit doll for Su Chanqian. How did it become a treasure? One had to know that a treasure that could fight against the level 6 Ice Lady was at least a level 6 treasure. At this moment, Su Chanqian's small mouth was slightly puffed up, and her small eyes were very fierce. She was angry. You were lying to me. You're not letting me play anymore. You even want to hit me. Baby is angry. Just as Su Chanqian was having a great time, the ice castle suddenly shattered. Not only that, but the Ice Lady also attacked her. It moved. The pink rabbit in Su Chanqian's arms actually moved. The pink rabbit stood in front of Su Chanqian. Moreover, this pink rabbit seemed to know Su Chanqian's thoughts and was prepared to counterattack. However, the Ice Woman was already furious. She smashed her mace down again. Little bug, see if I don't break you into pieces. Bam! Bam! A magical scene played out again. The pink-furred rabbit used its strength to break the Ice Lady's mace. How can a rabbit doll break my ice pick? The Ice Maiden's icicles were as sharp as spears and as hard as steel. How could they be broken so easily by the pink-furred rabbit? The viewers immediately remembered the martial artist celebrity called Master Ma. However, Master Ma's technique was the biggest joke in the world. Little rabbit is so awesome. Su Chanqian clapped her hands a few times. It wasn't over yet. The pink-furred rabbit's hands were like two long whips emitting pink light as it attacked the Ice Woman. 1 whip. Pa. This whip directly shattered the Ice Lady's mace. 2 whips. Pa. The second whip snapped the Ice Maiden's other arm. The third and fourth whip shot out at the same time. They were like two long snakes that were advancing at the same time, winding around the Ice Maiden's body. Crack. The 2 ribs of the Ice Woman were broken. The fifth whip. It hit the Ice Lady's heart. Crack. The blue Ice Woman instantly shattered on the ground. A pink rabbit with 5 lightning whips? Chapter 36. Su Yang is a hidden big boss. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao live stream room had messy expressions. They did not know how they should express this scene. The pink-furred rabbit's 5 consecutive lightning whips seemed to have added a super special effect and directly wiped out the Ice Lady monster.
That's a level 6 ice lady. At first, I really didn't expect the pink rabbit to be a treasure.
At this moment, the viewers began to discuss Su Chanxian's pink rabbit, another treasure that can fight against the strange man.
Could it be that it was given a mysterious power again?
The Dragon Clan is really generous. They bestowed a mysterious power to resist great demons and great monsters twice in a row.
How could the viewers not know that the treasure that could fight against the Ice Maiden was at least a level 6 treasure? However, a level 6 treasure required a minimum of 10,000 Heavenly Dao coins, which was equivalent to 100 million yuan. In the entire Dragon Country, there were less than 10,000 people who could afford 100 million yuan. The Dragon Clan that everyone mentioned was once again shrouded in a veil of mystery. Actually, the person who felt the most incredulous was Wang Wanqing. There was no other reason than that she had bought the pink rabbit doll for Su Chanxian at the promotion area for 18 yuan. Wang Wanqing casually bought a treasure from another world for Su Chanxian. She wouldn't believe it herself. She could only say that the pink rabbit had been given the magical power to fight against monsters by a mysterious person. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream immediately turned red. I'm so envious. The Dragon Clan is actually willing to help Su Chanxian twice just because she's a little girl?
Our lives are truly different.
She's so lucky.
In the eyes of the viewers, it was impossible for the capitalists to sponsor Su Chanxian. To put it bluntly and realistically, one human life was only worth 1 million yuan. How could capitalists waste hundreds of millions or even billions on a little girl without getting any return? Hence, everyone could only think that the Dragon Clan, which had never been verified, had helped Su Chanxian. As for Su Chanxian's father, Su Yang, since the first time Su Chanxian entered the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, he had already been exposed.
He was an out-and-out nobody and was continuously labeled as a good-for-nothing father who feeds on his daughter, and irresponsible father. How could such a father give the Pinkford rabbit a mysterious power to fight against the Ice Woman? But not everyone thinks so. There were also people who doubted Su Yang. At this moment, Shenzhou Building. In a specific conference room. On the big screen, it was connected to Heavenly Dao livestream. There were only 2 people in the huge meeting. Room point 1 was partially bald, and the other had a big belly. Although they looked ordinary and were over 50 years old, they were actually elders of the Shenzhou organization. Old Lu, what do you think?
It was the partially bald man who asked the question. His name was Wang Changzun. The fat man Wang Changzun called Old Lu was called Lu Hai. Hearing this, Lu Hai asked calmly, Old Wang, what do you mean?
Of course it's the mysterious person behind Su Chanxian, Wang Changzun said bluntly. Lu Hai asked, do you also believe in the existence of the Dragon Clan?
Ha ha.
Let's not make that conjecture. What we want is proof.
Since there's no evidence to prove that the Dragon Clan really exists, let's eliminate the mysterious Dragon Clan first.
Wang Changzan continued, other than the capitalists, who else would be willing to help Su Chanxian? Moreover, they helped her twice in a row.
Lu Hai added, firstly, the person who helped Su Chanxian either has huge financial resources or talent comparable to Yu Fuxue.
Secondly, is Su Yang really a coward?
Old Lu, what do you mean? Wang Changzan asked. Lu Hai kept him in suspense and said, Old Wang, in a specific subject, no one is better than you.
When it comes to human resources, I, Old Lu, won't lose to you.
Lu Hai continued, as Su Chanxian's father, Su Yang found out that Su Chanxian was chosen by the Heavenly Dao system to enter the Otherworld Instance Dungeon for a trial.
Why was he so calm on the other end of the phone? More than once. At this moment, Wang Changzan recalled the conversation between Su Chanxian and Su Yang. When Su Chanxian was chosen by the Heavenly Dao system for the first time, she spoke to Su Yang on the phone. Su Yang said that the demon-eating forest was like an amusement park.
Was this really what a normal person would say? However, when Su Chanxian was selected by the Heavenly Dao system for the second time, Su Yang also said that it was a very exciting place. In the live broadcast of his call with Su Yang. To be able to call her calmly twice in a row, either Su Yang was really indifferent to her daughter's life or Su Yang was really helping her daughter die in the demon-eating forest.
Su Chanxian really completed the trial safely with the help of the pink turtle.
Children's smartwatch die in this crazy asylum trial. Su Chanxian had the help of the Pinkford rabbit and even resolved a death crisis with ease. If that's the case, it's really terrifying to think about it.
Wang Changzan sighed deeply. Lu Hai said, that's just my guess. I think someone is about to take action. From Lu Hai's point of view, if he could guess this,
then the other capitalists involved with the Otherworld Instance Dungeon would also think of this, hence, those capitalists would rather test Su Yang to see if they could prove this point. If it was proven that Su Yang was a coward, it would just be a waste of time. If not, he would definitely be taken by the capitalists with great benefits, Wang Changzun said. It's just a guess.
There's no conclusion yet.
Taking a step back, the temptation of money is too low for someone with such strength.
In this world, money was not omnipotent. However, if money was not enough, they could add more.
If the targets weren't interested in money, there would always be other things that moved their hearts, such as beautiful women. About 10 minutes later, the Heavily Dao live stream on the various platforms of the Dragon Nation was also filled with comments. Someone mentioned Su Yang, then it led to a series of ideas that did not conform to normal thinking. Is Su Yang really a coward?
Or is he a hidden big shot? Impossible, absolutely impossible. We've already seen his identity and information at a glance. He's definitely not a big shot. He's just a nobody. Although the Dragon Clan has yet to verify its existence, I still believe that Su Qianqian has used treasures to save her life twice.
There's a 99.9% chance that the Dragon Clan helped her.
I'd rather believe that there's no water in the sea than that Su Yang is a hidden big shot.
The viewers' initial doubts turned into denial, and now, they once again suspected and then denied that Su Yang was a hidden big shot.
Chapter 37 Earning Money to Buy Things for Daddy. At this moment, in Su Qianqian's room, she saw an ice blue key embedded in a piece of broken ice, the key. Although Su Qianqian did not know how to find the key, she knew that as long as she found the number 7 key, she could complete the trial. After completing the first trial, she would be rewarded by the Heavenly Dao 8, not 7. When Su Qianqian picked up the ice blue key, she looked a little disappointed. She naturally knew that as long as she found the number 7 key, there would be a reward. I'm going to look for the key. I'll find the number 7 key and get a lot of money to buy something for Daddy. He. When Su Qianqian thought about how she would be able to earn a lot of money after completing the trial, she could not suppress the joy in her heart. She did not feel any fear at all. Moreover, her ability to accept things was simply extraordinary. Perhaps it was because of Su Qianqian's childishness that she did not think that the Otherworld Instance Dungeon was very unbelievable. Bunny, let's go find the key. Su Qianqian picked up the pink rabbit again and walked out of the room. For some reason, the viewers in Heavenly Dao livestream were furious. Perhaps it was because they heard from Su Qianqian that the first thing she did when she received a lot of money was to buy things for Su Yang. After all, in the eyes of the viewers, Su Yang was a good-for-nothing. Why did he deserve such a caring and warm little girl? At the same time, on the first floor of the Twin Towers on the right, the room where Ma Feihong and the others were in was filled with a scorching aura. Moreover, the stove was emitting crackling sounds. A moment ago, Ma Feihong had asked Guo Chuang and Li Ku to push down the stove. However, the fire in the furnace did not extinguish. Instead, it increased the fire, making the entire room look like a steamer. As the temperature continued to rise, the room would probably become a huge furnace in less than an hour. At that time, Ma Feihong and the others would be roasted until they were crispy. What's going on? It's so hot. We clearly pushed down the furnace. Why is the temperature getting higher and higher? Damn it, what's the structure of this furnace? Guo Chuang and the others were panicking. The temperature in the room kept rising, and they couldn't get out. Crack, crack. Immediately, the furnace that had been pushed down started to move. You two stinky bugs, how dare you push me down? Not only did the furnace move, but it also spoke. The furnace man was like a robot, but its body was filled with flames. In the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, nothing you could imagine was impossible. Even on Blue Planet, smart bots would communicate. There was nothing strange about this. However, in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon's crazy asylum, this furnace was not only a monster, but also a level 6 monster. Originally, I started to torture this big bug. Since you want to die so badly, I'll burn you first. The furnace man stared at Guo Chuang and Li Ku. The two of them were so frightened by the furnace man that they trembled. They did not even dare to look at the furnace man. Not everyone was a warrior. Even the chosen ones were more than 90% ordinary people. Naturally, they would feel very afraid. Crack, crack. The furnace man's hands actually extended by more than a meter, and he immediately grabbed Guo Chuang and Li Ku. Even if the two of them used all their strength, they could not break free at all. Brother Hang, save me. Help me. Guo Chuang and Li Ku's hearts were about to collapse. The fear of death suddenly surfaced in their hearts. Ma Feihong was unmoved. If you don't die, I might.
In the beginning, the big bug mentioned by the furnace man was Ma Feihang. In other words, the furnace man started from Ma Feihang, torturing him to death, and then it was Guo Chuang's turn. In the end, Guo Chuang and Li Ke pushed the furnace man down under Ma Feihang's instructions. This made the furnace man furious. Son of a bitch, you set me up. F***ck, you'll die a horrible death. Facing Guo Chuang and Li Ke's curses, Ma Feihang was not angry. Instead, he looked like a villain, every man for himself. It's better for you to die than for me to. As soon as these words were spoken, none of the viewers in Heavenly Dao livestream actually refuted. In the Otherworld instance dungeon, there were no legal restrictions, nor were there any morals or consciences. Which viewer dared to stand up and scold Ma Feihang? Other viewers would label you as the internet goddess, tell you not to breathe, and let you die. Crack, crack, the furnace man's body opened again, and the temperature of the flames inside was more than 1,000 degrees. The furnace man threw Guo Chuang and Li Ke into his body and closed the lid, accompanied by a sizzling sound. The smell of roasted meat wafted out. The scene scared Qin Xiaodai, who was in the corner, so much that her legs went weak and her body trembled. It was a state of despair. At this moment, Ma Feihang walked to Zhao Fiya's side and said, "Sister Fiya, the furnace man won't move when it's burning, and the heat energy needs to be stored." Zhao Fiya also noticed something. After all, Zhao Fiya and Ma Feihang had both gone through more than 2 Otherworld instance dungeon trials, and they were both talents valued by capitalists. Naturally, they could remain calm in the face of danger. The key is most likely in the furnace man's body. As long as we extinguish the furnace man's flames, it will be considered a success. Ma Feihang didn't rely on his conjecture. Instead, he deduced it based on what he had discovered. Furthermore, Ma Feihang knew that the furnace man was a level 6 monster. He couldn't destroy it, but he could destroy the flames in its body. Together with Zhao Fiya, the success rate would double. At this critical moment, if something went wrong, there would be another cannon fodder to take the lead. It would be Qin Xiaodai, who was hiding in the corner and trembling, opened the Heavenly Dao coin shop. At this moment, Ma Feihang and Zhao Fiya opened the Heavenly Dao coin shop as chosen ones. Loading, confirmed. Instantly, Ma Feihang saw a projection of a shop. Ma Feihang immediately found the level 6 treasure interface, a level 6 treasure to deal with the furnace man. Ma Feihang couldn't dawdle for too long. After all, the furnace man would quickly accumulate heat energy after burning. Guo Chuang and Li Ke found it. Unlimited toilet, manual version. Although it was a toilet, it could spray water infinitely. Moreover, the water that spewed out was water that could form layers of liquid membranes that could wrap around even a high temperature of 10,000 degrees. Damn it, it actually costs 88,888 Heavenly Dao coins. Ma Feihang gritted his teeth and exchanged for this manual version of the unlimited toilet. Zhao Fiya also exchanged for a treasure at the Heavenly Dao coin shop. However, the treasure that Zhao Fiya exchanged for Heavenly Dao coins was even more special. Chapter 38, How to Use the Treasure. Zhao Fiya used 66,666 Tian Dao coins to exchange for a bubble suit, manual version, treasure. The function of this bubble suit treasure is also very powerful. The bubbles blown can isolate heat energy, and it also has a special illusion. When Zhao Fiya put on this pure bubble suit, she realized something was wrong. When this bubble suit was worn on Zhao Fiya's body, it was wrapped by a pair of very sunny bubbles, and whenever the bubbles popped out, there was an illusion of holy light. The other side. I saw Ma Feihang turn a basket-sized toilet upside down, and point the spray hole at the stove. Man.as for the manual version of the infinite spray toilet. It turns out that you have to sit on it and jump back and forth, pulling your hands. 2 words to describe, embarrassing, but in order to be able to deal with the stove man, Ma Feihang couldn't care less. Sister Fiya, how are you preparing? Ma Feihang was already sitting on the infinite spray toilet, holding a pipe in both hands and jumping to spray water. Zhao Fiya is also very embarrassed here. If she wants to activate the function of pure bubble clothing, she has to rub herself vigorously to create bubbles. Bizarre treasures like this are not uncommon. Treasures are inherently abnormal, and subvert other people's cognition. Well, I'm ready too. Zhao Fiya responded. Get ready, 3, 2, 1. When Ma Feihang counted to 1, Zhao Fiya started rubbing bubbles. At the beginning, Zhao Fiya still rubbed softly, but the bubbles that came out were very small, so she began to speed up rubbing the bubbles. 1 bubble, 2 bubbles. After a while, dozens of bubbles scattered throughout the room, reducing the temperature of the room by half. This bubble suit already has a cooling effect. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as there is time and efficiency, volcanoes can be Extinguished, because of the bubbles, Stove Geek can't store heat quickly. Ma Fei Hong was sitting on the infinite spray toilet, holding the pipe, and while sitting on the toilet, he squeezed the pipe hard up and down, and the water fell drop by drop. Obviously, the strength and hand speed are not fast enough, although it is infinite water spray, but this hand speed can only make the water spray toilet intermittent.
Madun, I was a real man back then, so I can't be bothered.
Ma Fei Hong also worked hard. Sprinkle. The water sprayed by the wireless spray toilet is no longer a drop, and the spray is powerful, covering the stove freak's body as much as possible. The furnace freak, who was in a burning state, when he found that Ma Fei Hong and Zhao Fia were dealing with him, he immediately became furious. You two bugs, you are not far from death. As soon as the stove man's words came, its movements became extremely slow, and the flames on its body were half extinguished, not to mention that the effect is very good, at least it has reached the level of coping. Ma Fei Hong found that the temperature in the room was not low enough, so he said to Zhao Fia, Sister Fia, the temperature is not low enough, work harder. I also want to be fast, but I can't reach the back and rub the bubbles. After hearing Zhao Fia's words, Ma Fei Hong immediately looked at Qin Shaodai in the corner.
Fat girl, go and help her make bubbles.
Ma Fei Hong stared fiercely at him like a hungry wolf, which made Qin Shaodai tremble again, and Qin Shaodai didn't dare to wink. She knew it was a matter of life and death. Qin Shaodai came behind Zhao Fia, put her hands on it and rubbed the bubbles back and forth. After all, it is a manual version of the bubble suit, so naturally it needs to work hard to make a miracle. Hurry up, use your strength, or you won't be able to rub out the bubbles. Zhao Fia also knew that there was something wrong with this bubble suit, but the effect was very significant. Ma Fei Hong, on the other side, also became a fast man, and the water jet toilet rustled louder than the water pump. It lasted about 5 minutes or so. The stove man couldn't move, but the flame inside his body still didn't go out. What is suppressed is only the absorption of heat energy, but there is still a huge amount of heat energy in the furnace monster's body, so the flame in the body has not been extinguished as easy. At this moment, the flames inside the stove man's body were completely extinguished. Ma Fei Hong immediately stopped using the infinite spray toilet and walked in front of the stove monster.
Let's find the key quickly.
Ma Fei Hong was worried that the stove man would move. After all, it only temporarily extinguished the stove man's flame. As for how long it will take to recover automatically, after the temperature of the room continues to rise, it will only be 10 minutes later. At that time, it will take a lot of effort to extinguish the flame and reduce the heat energy. Furthermore, the treasures they exchanged in the Tiandao coin store all have a shelf life. Some treasures may be used once and cannot be used again, while some treasures can be used 3 or 5 times, because nothing in the world is eternal. Therefore, treasure is no exception. Ma Fei Hong got into the stove by himself. Obviously, at the last moment, 2 people were roasted in the stove, even if they were scorched. It would be quite scary. It's just that Ma Fei Hong is desperate enough to complete the trial for the key. After all, whoever finds the number 7 key first will get richer heavenly rewards, and even have a chance to get special heavenly rewards. www.mlnovel.com. In a short while, Ma Fei Hong actually found a red key inside the stove man's body. Only this red key has number 16 on it. Obviously, it fell through.
Mo Dan, the key I got after trying my best is number 16.
Ma Fei Hong was very angry, but he used 88,888 Tiandao coins to exchange for treasures. Moreover, Zhao Fia also used 66666 heavenly Dao coins to exchange for treasures to deal with the stove monster. As a result, he was busy for nothing, but got an unrelated number 16 key. Not only that, Ma Fei Hong and the others also sacrificed Guo Chuang and Li Ku, 2 cannon fodders. Now the only cannon fodder left is Qin Shaodai. Of course, if necessary, Ma Fei Hong will also use Zhao Fia as cannon fodder to help him complete the trial of the alien dungeon. In fact, Zhao Fia never thought so. It's all about mutual use.
Key number 16? There are 18 rooms in the Twin Towers. Doesn't that mean that there are keys from 1 to 18?
Ma Fei Hong and Zhao Fia seem to have discovered some secret. This time, Qin Shaodai said submissively, Brother Hang, Sister Ya, can I say a few words? Ma Fei Hong was on fire, and said in a fierce tone, say it.
Qin Shaodai didn't dare to speak loudly and said, the first room was the chainsaw monster, this room is the stove monster, and there are 18 rooms, very similar to the copy of Booze, the fantasy 18-story purgatory I played before. As soon as these words came out, Ma Fei Hong and Zhao Fia suddenly realized. 18 floors of purgatory mode. Chapter 39, Who is to blame?
Only now did Ma Fei Hong and others understand that the water friends who watched the live broadcast from the perspective of God had already discovered it. Ma Fei Hong took a deep breath. He felt very tricky. After all, it took 88,888 Heavenly Dao coins to deal with the weirdos in one room, and he only had 200,000 Heavenly Dao coins in total. At most, it can only be exchanged for level 6 treasures twice. However, the Twin Towers have 18 rooms, who knows which room has the key number 7 on the weirdo? Sister Fia, only the 3 of us are left alive. Ma Fei Hong went on to say, we must first determine which room the number 7 key is in, and then decide to take the risk of obtaining the number 7 key, otherwise we will not be able to complete trial 1 of this crazy weird house. Zhao Fia nodded in approval and said, that's right, the Heavenly Dao coins we have added up now are simply not enough. Even if it can be used up in trial 1 and pass trial 1, there will be trial 2 next. However, the difficulty of the second trial is definitely more difficult than the first trial. If there is no Heavenly Dao coin, let alone a customs clearance trial, I am afraid that I will get the box lunch at once. This is an alien copy of 3-star difficulty. Zhao Fia felt very helpless in her heart. That is, she didn't like Su Chanshan and let Su Chanshan walk away from under her nose, otherwise, she could still have a trump card. It's just that the current Zhao Fia also believes that Su Chanshan has received the lunchbox. They didn't know that Su Chanshan not only didn't receive the lunchbox, but also walked into another room. Now the perspective of the water friends is not on Ma Fei Hong's side, but from the perspective of watching Su Chanshan's live broadcast, the middle room on the second floor. Su Chanshan followed the next room and came to this room. Cha-cha, in the room, a strange person appeared. Its appearance is also very strange, with a humanoid body and a scissors head. Obviously, this is a scissors weirdo. Where's the key? Su Chanshan didn't seem to see Monster Scissors, and didn't take Monster Scissors seriously at all, and was still looking for keys in the room. Little bug, how dare you ignore me? When the scissors man was ignored by Su Chanshan, his temper suddenly came up. Su Chanshan turned to look at Scissors and said, are you talking to me? Little bug, you have never seen horror before, and it will make you cry for your father and mother in a while. Scissors has already thought of how to execute Su Chanshan. I'm not a bug, I'm Su Chanshan. Do you know where the key is? Su Chanshan didn't have any sense of fear when facing the scissors. Perhaps in Su Chanshan's eyes, they are just toys. Just because you, a little bug, dare to covet my key? Scissors was about to reach out, but was immediately repelled by the pink rabbit in Su Chanshan's arms. Seeing this, the Scissors was very surprised. Why is there such a powerful doll in the hands of a little girl? You're going to hit me again, hum? Su Chanshan's face changed suddenly, and she looked very angry. Sensing Su Chanshan's emotional changes, the pink rabbit even used a set of wolf-inducing fists at the scissors. That graceful pink-haired rabbit, like a little rabbit guarding the house alone, is tempting a big bad wolf to come to the door. But as soon as Scissors got close to Pink Rabbit, he was punched flying by Pink Rabbit doll. Boom. The pink rabbit seemed to have eaten Hercules, attacking the scissors continuously, punch after punch, pounding Scissors. That weird scissors guy, even though he was a level 6 monster, was beaten like a dog in the water, looking very embarrassed. The main reason is that the attack power of the pink fur rabbit is too strong, even the 6th level scissors are helpless. Stop fighting, I surrender. I saw the scissors monster with a bruised nose and a swollen face, staggeringly raising a triangular white flag. There was also a hole pierced through the white flag. Immediately, the scissors swiftly handed over a key. Su Chanshan took the key unceremoniously. It's just that when the number of characters on the key was number 2, Su Chanshan's expression was slightly disappointed. What? It's not key number 7. But Su Chanshan didn't throw away the key, but put it in the small school bag she received. Little bunny, let's continue to look for the key. Su Chanshan picked up the pink rabbit and walked out of the room. The weird scissors cowering in the corner looked at Su Chanshan's disappearing back with aggrieved eyes. It was thinking at this time, when did it suffer such a shame? He actually succumbed to a little human bug, and raised a triangular white flag to surrender, but if it doesn't surrender, it will really be killed by the pink fur rabbit. The water friends in the Tiandao live broadcast room were once again amazed. This shit. The pink rabbit is really amazing. It can completely torture the 6th level scissors to the point of raising a white flag. The comparison between Su Chanshan and Ma Fei Hong, why is there such a big gap? Of the 12 selected candidates, 8 of them received a lunchbox, and Ma Fei Hong and Zhao Fia, relying on the 6th level treasures, only dealt with the stove monster for a while, and Su Chanshan's pink rabbit was finished. These 6th level weirdos. Su Chanshan is really lucky. While being selected by the Heavenly Dao system twice, she was assisted by mysterious people both times. The most infuriating thing is that Su Yang is such a wimp. Won't his conscience really hurt?
For some reason, in the Tiandao live broadcast room of the major platforms of Longhua, the water friends started to abuse Su Yang, the last room on the second floor of the twin buildings on the right. The lights here flickered on and off, and there was silence, but Su Chanshan didn't feel scared because of this. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. Although Su Chanshan is young, she has dared to live alone since she was 4 years old, and she will not feel afraid, and has developed a little independent personality. After all, when she was 4 years old, she knew that her father sometimes came back very late. The room is very strange. There are many mirrors. In the mirror, what is reflected? Some are reflections, some are the reverse side, and some are side views. That's because the mirror surface is uneven. Kids, welcome to my mirror world. A voice came from nowhere, and one of the mirrors actually reflected a skull. Whoops. Su Chanshan was taken aback seeing this. The pink-haired rabbit in Su Chanshan's arms immediately jumped down, facing all the mirrors in the room, and output violently clap. One mirror after another was crushed by the pink rabbit with one punch after another. My mirror. My child. Until the mirrors in the room were all smashed by the pink fur rabbit, a man with two faces appeared. That's right, it looks like two faces, but the pink rabbit didn't say anything, and immediately beat up the two-faced weirdo violently. The two-faced monster screamed again and again after being beaten, and his body seemed to be broken into pieces. After all, the two-faced eccentric is a mirror, just like a mirror. It's still bearable to be output so violently by the pink fur rabbit. Bang bang, the double face immediately shattered to the ground. The water friends were stunned again, and even more messy. What the hell, who is the real monster? My daughter. Chapter 40, Get Heavenly Rewards Again. This pink rabbit doll is too cruel. The 6th level monster, in front of the pink fur rabbit, can only be completely abused. Who is the mysterious boss behind Su Chanshan? All the water friends only know one thing, that is, the mysterious person who endowed Su Chanshan's pink rabbit with combat power is definitely a boss-level figure. Other than that, no nothing. Even the descendant of Tongtian's Data Master Dragon unexpectedly misfired, and even he couldn't find any clues. In the room at the end of the second floor of the Twin Towers. Wow, it's key number 7. Su Chanshan found a lens key among the fragments of the double-faced monster, and the number 7 was engraved in the key. Jingle bell. The wind chimes rang in Su Chanshan's ears. This is the notification sound of the Heavenly Dao system. The next moment, a sound like a broadcast came to the ears of the chosen one. Congratulations to the selected ones, successfully completed Trial 1. According to the comprehensive evaluation, congratulations to the number 12 candidate, who received 500 Tiandao coins as a reward. According to the comprehensive evaluation, congratulations to the number 2 candidate, who received 200 Tiandao coins as a reward. According to the comprehensive evaluation, congratulations to the number 11 candidate, who received 200 Tiandao coins as a reward. According to the comprehensive evaluation, congratulations to the number 9 candidate, who will be rewarded with 100 Tiandao coins. When Ma Feihang and the others heard the voice of the Heavenly Dao system, they were immediately stunned. Number 12 pick? Isn't that the little girl Su Chanshan? Su Chanshan is not dead, but also found the key to number 7. Both Ma Feihang and Zhao Fia looked incredible, but at this time, Qin Xiaodai was already crying tears of excitement. Finally completed Trial 1. Qin Xiaodai was on the verge of collapse, and now seeing the dawn, she was inevitably very excited. Qin Xiaodai didn't dare to hope for rewards from heaven, she just wanted to leave alive, and she didn't want to stay any longer. How did she find the key to number 7? Zhao Fia couldn't figure it out. If a 5-year-old girl entered a certain room, how would she deal with the strange people in the room? Not only that, but also got the number 7 key all at once, 18 rooms. It's impossible to be so lucky, right? Of course Zhao Fia and the others didn't know that Su Chanshan had completely abused the weirdos in the 3 rooms by herself. An ice monster, a scissor monster, and a two-faced monster. Of course, it relies on the pink fur rabbit doll. Ma Feihang said, she didn't trigger the special rewards of the Heavenly Dao system. It seems that the chance of triggering the special rewards of the Heavenly Dao system in Trial 2 will increase. Ma Feihang and Zhao Fia naturally looked down on the 200 Heavenly Dao coins in Trial 1, which was only 2 million. Their company gave them startup capital of 200,000 Tiandao coins. It has to be said that 200 Tiandao coins are enough for ordinary people to spend most of their lives, or even a lifetime. But it's just that Ma Feihang and Zhao Fia are not ordinary people. Ordinary people are like Qin Xiaodai, whose hearts are on the verge of collapse, and are always dominated by the horror of the copy from another world. Jingle bell.
the wind chimes sounded again. Following that, the voice of the heavenly Tao system spread like a broadcast. Trial 2, please use the number 7 key to open the inner door of the Crazy Freak House to obtain the qualification to participate in the Crazy Feast and get the approval of the Crazy Monster. Complete Trial 2, you can get a heavenly Tao reward, and there is a chance to draw a lottery in the 3-star lottery pool. Reminder, if the selected candidates fail to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Crazy Feast within 2 hours, it will be obliterated by the Tao of Heaven.
Good luck to everyone.
Ma Feihong discussed with Zhao Fia, but Qin Shaodai was ignored.
Sister Fia, there are 2 steps in the second trial announced by the Heavenly Tao system.
The first step is to obtain the qualification to participate in the Crazy Feast, and the second step is to get the approval of the Crazy Weirdo.
Ma Feihong said. Zhao Fia also analyzed, we must first obtain the qualification to participate in the Crazy Feast, but we still don't know how to obtain this qualification?
Qin Shaodai on the other side seemed hesitant to speak. Ma Feihong noticed Qin Shaodai and changed his attitude, asking, did you want to say something?
Qin Shaodai said submissively, should we find Su Chanxian first, and then discuss the qualifications to participate in the Crazy Feast?
Zhao Fia was the first to agree and said, you are right, Su Chanxian has key number 7. In fact, Zhao Fia has other thoughts. As long as Su Chanxian is by her side, she can have an extra trump card. With that said, Su Chanxian walked directly down from the second floor, and Ma Feihong, Zhao Fia, and Qin Shaodai looked at the 5-year-old girl with incredible eyes.
Ah, why are you still here?
Su Chanxian tilted her head slightly and stared at Zhao Fia and the others with her big Kazalan eyes full of doubts. It was because of Ma Feihong and the others that Su Chanxian discussed outside for a long time, and then went to the second floor by himself. After Su Chanxian got the number 7 key, Yu read www.uukangshu.com found that Zhao Fia and her party were still discussing outside. The only difference is that there are several people missing. Seeing this, Zhao Fia walked up to Su Chanxian with a smile on her face and said, we are waiting for you.
Wait for me?
Su Chanxian tilted her head to the right again. She couldn't figure out why Zhao Fia and the others were waiting for her. Zhao Fia said bluntly, you got the number 7 key, right? Next, we need to use the number 7 key to open the inner door of the Crazy Monster's house for the second trial.
World copy.
Oh. Su Chanxian nodded, half understanding. Zhao Fia didn't explain too much. After all, explaining too much to a 5-year-old girl was a waste of time. Zhao Fia stretched out her hand and said, I'll take your hand and go to the inner door of the Crazy Monster's house.
Yeah.
Su Chanxian held the pink fur rabbit doll in her left hand, while Zhao Fia held her right hand. Ma Feihong and Qin Shaodai followed them. On the way to the inner gate of the Crazy Monster's house, Ma Feihong looked at Su Chanxian again. He thought that there were only 2 explanations for Su Chanxian's success in obtaining the key number 7. The first explanation is that no matter how cruel the monsters in the Crazy House of Monsters were, they didn't hurt a 5-year-old girl. The second explanation is that Su Chanxian may have received the help of the mysterious person again and obtained a treasure to deal with the strange person. No matter which explanation it is, Ma Feihong believes that Su Chanxian will be of great help to complete the second trial. Because of this, Ma Feihong also thought that Zhao Fia is not the kind of woman who likes the personality of children, and she is so close to Su Chanxian, which is why it is helpful for the second trial. Chapter 41, Crazy Transformation into a Snake Woman. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In the forest in the middle of the Twin Towers, an 8-meter-tall iron door separated the inside from the outside. With a click, Su Chanxian opened the sturdy iron door with key number 7. The scene behind the iron gate was reflected in everyone's eyes. In front of them was a pool filled with white smoke. Beyond that was a stone bridge. After crossing the stone bridge, there was a door. On the door was written, entrance to the Crazy Transformation Room. What does this mean?
You want us to enter and transform?
Zhao Fia panicked. Her body was perfect, and her face was beautiful. If she was transformed, she would look like a monster. On the contrary, Ma Feihong did not care too much. It was not because his second brother was a little burnt that he had nothing to live for in this world, but because there was a monster living in his heart. Right, he wanted to become a powerful monster. Qin Shaodai still looked timid and weak. Perhaps it was the negative impact of her inferiority, or perhaps it was because of her otaku attribute. As for Su Chanxian, she could not understand the meaning of the text on the entrance at all. Although Su Chanxian loved to play, after all, it was the nature of children to like to play. After knowing that the Otherworld Instance Dungeon could earn a lot of money, she fell in love with the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. I guess that if you want to qualify for the Crazy Feast, you have to enter the
Crazy transformation room and undergo transformation. Isn't that a popular saying?
If you don't go crazy, you can't become a devil, Ma Feihan said. Zhao Fia raised her eyebrows and said reluctantly, this is the world of monsters, not the devil realm.
Zhao Fia then changed the topic.
Actually, one agree with you, but it's hard for me to accept being transformed into a monster. Ma Feihan shook his head and said, Sister Fia, your path is narrow.
If you can become stronger, so what if you become a monster?
To use a disciplinary phrase, your awareness is not enough. Hearing this, Zhao Fia stopped pretending and said bluntly, you're so disciplined.
Why don't you try it first?
As soon as she said that, Ma Feihan smiled awkwardly to hide his inner thoughts that had been seen through by Zhao Fia. Since Zhao Fia was no longer pretending, Ma Feihan didn't have to be polite.
He said, I'm the captain. You have to listen to me now.
Obviously, Zhao Fia did not fall for it. Although the two of them could increase the chances of passing the trial by working together, they had their own plans. Seeing that Zhao Fia didn't care about this, Ma Feihan shifted his gaze to Qin Xiaodai. Being glared at by Ma Feihan, Qin Xiaodia's bloated body couldn't help but tremble. She said submissively, Brother Hang, I'm afraid.
You think you don't have to undergo the trial if you're afraid?
If you don't obtain the qualifications to participate in the crazy feast within 2 hours, you'll die. Ma Feihan was not scaring her, but telling the truth, you go in first. Hurry, Ma Feihan shouted at Qin Xiaodai. Seeing that Qin Xiaodai was unwilling to be the first to enter the modification door, he cursed, damn fat woman, don't force me to beat you up. Qin Xiaodai was so frightened that tears flowed out of her eyes. She was also so afraid that her legs were weak. She had always felt inferior because she was too fat, so she stayed at home as an otaku. If she had not been chosen by the Heavenly Dao system, she'd have planned to stay at home for the rest of her life as an otaku. Reluctantly, Qin Xiaodai walked through the door. A rumble. The entrance to the crazy transformation room immediately closed automatically the moment Qin Xiaodai entered. However, when Qin Xiaodai entered, she realized that this was a laboratory. It was brightly lit and filled with
fragmented sounds.
There were many indescribable experimental materials around. Stuff like a wolf head and bones were secondary. The most incomprehensible thing was that there was actually a cockroach head that was larger than a human and a little brother that was thicker than an elephant's trunk. Bug, accept my crazy transformation plan. A strange person in white, whose head was a light bulb, stood in front of Qin Xiaodai. Such a strange creature was naturally not a human, but a light bulb monster. Qin Xiaodai cried and shook her head.
No, please let me go. I don't want to transform.
The light bulb man's head flashed as he forcefully tied Qin Xiaodai to the operating table. You're too noisy, you bug.
You'll affect my transformation. Close your mouth first.
As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Xiaodai was so frightened that she shut her mouth. Even if she cried, she did not dare to cry out loud. She was now a fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of this light bulb monster. Of course, the light bulb monster would only transform Qin Xiaodai, and would not kill her. As for how Qin Xiaodai would be transformed, only the light bulb freak knew. I can't sew your mouth shut yet. I'll draw the fat first.
Otherwise, it won't be easy to modify it. The strange light bulb man patted Qin Xiaodia's fat body.
He couldn't stand it anymore. Swish. Swish. At this moment, dozens of straws that looked like eels stretched out under the operating table. Correct, the straws were squirming. Go ahead. You have to crawl in and suck out wherever there are holes.
Control the fat below 5%.
As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Xiaodai immediately struggled in despair. Swish. Swish, the slippery straws wrapped around Qin Xiaodia's entire body. Each straw was like an eel. When it found a hole, it burrowed in with all its might. Qin Xiaodai felt as if her entire body had been struck by a powerful electric current. Her trembling became even more intense. These straws were really pervasive. Why did the viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream feel like they were watching a blue movie? Moreover, it looked like one with quite a special taste. However, the effect of liposuction was immediate. Gulp. Gulp. In just about 30 seconds, the straws extracted 95% of the fat from Qin Xiaodia's body. At this moment, not only did Qin Xiaodai look as thin as a match, but she also looked like she would float in the wind. It was enough to shock anyone. Very good, begin the transformation. Then, the light bulb monster, who was modifying Qin Xiaodia's body, pulled and connected the skin. In just a few moves, Qin Xiaodai had completely changed. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream could recognize at a glance what Qin Xiaodai had been transformed into. She has a human head and a snake body.
Does she look like a snake woman monster? TSK TSK. How F asterisk king crazy? Look, Qin Xiaodai seems to have gone crazy? In the scene in the Heavenly Dao livestream, the netizens saw Qin Xiaodai, who had been transformed into a snake woman, slide down from the operating table. She moved in a snake-like manner and twisted everything. Moreover, she was laughing crazily as if she had gone insane. Something doesn't seem right? Chapter 42, Transforming into a Real-Life Catgirl, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. It's beautiful. This is what I've always dreamed of. Qin Xiaodai was actually admiring her new appearance in front of a mirror. Perhaps Qin Xiaodai had never lost weight since young. This time, not only did she become as thin as a match, but she also seemed to have changed into a different species. After all, the skin on the lower half of her body was connected with a snake's lower body, turning her into a snake woman. The lightbulb monster left a lightbulb symbol on Qin Xiaodai's hand and said, "You have now obtained the qualifications for the crazy feast." As Qin Xiaodai raised her head and laughed, she was still enjoying the new look. A moment later, Qin Xiaodai walked out of the crazy transformation room. However, Qin Xiaodai did not leave through the entrance of the crazy transformation room. Instead, she entered the crazy feast through another door. A rumble. The entrance to the crazy transformation room opened again. Strange, why didn't Qin Xiaodai come out? Zhao Fia looked at the door for a long time, but she didn't see Qin Xiaodai come out. She even thought that maybe the transformation had failed, and Qin Xiaodai might have died. If that was the case, wouldn't this crazy transformation room become a killing room? Ma Feihong said, perhaps the modification was successful. If it had failed, it wouldn't have been so fast. Perhaps Qin Xiaodai has already gone to the crazy feast. Zhao Fia said bluntly, then go in first. I'll wait for you. This time, Ma Feihong really had no intention of making a bet. He said, then I'll go in first. With that, Ma Feihong really entered the crazy transformation room. Rumble. The moment Ma Feihong entered the crazy transformation room, the door closed again. Ma Feihong, who had entered the crazy transformation room, was very nervous, but he did not panic at all. He was much calmer than Qin Xiaodai. It was only when he saw the lightbulb monster that he panicked. There's another bug. Accept my transformation plan. After saying that, the strange lightbulb man moved Ma Feihong onto the operating table. Although Ma Feihong did not struggle, he asked, "Brother Monster, did the fat woman who entered the crazy transformation room just now succeed in her transformation?" She succeeded. The strange lightbulb man answered Ma Feihong's question. Upon seeing this, Ma Feihong seemed to have taken a calming pill, and then asked, "Brother Monster, how are you going to transform me?" The strange lightbulb man said bluntly, "You look powerful." Ma Feihong immediately appeared very excited. After all, if it was to become stronger, so what if he would turn into a monster? Come on. Ma Feihong was looking forward to the changes after this transformation. The strange lightbulb man removed Ma Feihong's clothes that were in the way. Then, he took a look, but his gaze was focused on Ma Feihong's little brother. "It needs to be modified," the lightbulb monster said with a look of disdain. With that, the lightbulb monster raised its hand and slashed down. Ma Feihong's little brother moved out. The lightbulb monster grafted the little brother that looked like an elephant's trunk to an empty space. What the F***ck? Ma Feihong was stunned. Who could withstand such a thick trunk? Even a real tigress would tremble when she saw this. After the consecutive transformations, only 10 minutes passed. A completely new Ma Feihong appeared, a three-legged golden toad. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream were shocked. After the crazy transformation, Ma Feihong's appearance had also changed drastically. His head was bald, and his scalp had turned golden. There were even golden toad stripes growing on it. The most shocking thing was Ma Feihong's so-called third leg. "I feel full of strength." Ma Feihong touched his bald head and swung his third leg. "You have now obtained the qualifications for the crazy feast." The lightbulb man was also very satisfied with Ma Feihong's crazy transformation. Ma Feihong was even more satisfied. As for whether Ma Feihong had really become stronger after the modification, only he knew. A rumble. After a while, the door of the transformation room opened again. Zhao Fia still did not see Ma Feihong come out. Zhao Fia was also unwilling to accept the modification. Who knew what the transformation would be like? After all, Zhao Fia had not seen the transformed Qin Xiaodai or Ma Feihong. But if she really transformed into an extremely ugly monster, how could she accept it? However, she had no other choice now. She could only brace herself and enter the crazy transformation room. Then, she would plan her next step. Zhao Fia, who had entered the crazy transformation room, was the same as Ma Feihong at first. She was very nervous and a little frightened. "You have such a good figure." I can't bear to ruin you.
When Zhao Fia came in, the lightbulb man sized her up. Where are the two people who just entered the crazy transformation room? Zhao Fia didn't dare to let her guard down for fear that she would fall into this monster's trap. They're very satisfied with the transformation, and have already gone to participate in the crazy feast, the lightbulb man said truthfully. Zhao Fia still had doubts about the lightbulb man's words, however. She was now concerned about another problem. What kind of monster do you want to transform me into? Zhao Fia still valued her figure and appearance. If she had to choose between strength and appearance, she would be very hesitant because she did not want to become an ugly monster. I'll transform you into an appearance you'll be satisfied with.
The lightbulb man seemed to be very sincere.
He didn't seem to be patronizing Zhao Fia at all. With that, Zhao Fia was tied to the operating table by the lightbulb man. Of course Zhao Fia would resist, but it was too late. Crack, in an instant, Zhao Fia's limbs were cut off. Zhao Fia didn't react at all. My hands and feet. How could Zhao Fia have known that her hands and feet would be cut off? She originally thought that this transformation was just adding some parts to the body. After all, there were many cyborgs in reality. Some were disabled people with broken limbs. They had added a pair of mechanical arms or something. Others had necrotic hearts that had been replaced with an electronic heart to maintain their lives, but as soon as she came up, he cut off her limbs. What kind of transformation was this? However, it was too late for Zhao Fia to regret it. More than 10 minutes later, Zhao Fia's transformation had been completed. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream exclaimed when they saw Zhao Fia, holy sh*t.
This look is simply too much. A real-life cat girl?
Zhao Fia's cat-eared appearance immediately brought out the wild nature of the male fans. Zhao Fia's figure had already been very attractive. Now that she had been changed into a cat-eared girl, it was more than just icing on the cake. Such a strange appearance made the viewers unable to control themselves. It's not bad to transform into a cat-eared girl. The key is that my body has also undergone subtle changes. Zhao Fia, who was undergoing the transformation, regretted it at first, but after the transformation, she realized that her body had become more agile. She also looked satisfied.
Chapter 43, Raising Your Daughter Like a Monster. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Rumble. The door to the crazy transformation room opened. Su Chanqian was still wandering outside.
When she saw the door open, she immediately walked in. When Su Chanqian saw the experimental materials in the crazy transformation room, her eyes were filled with surprise. Welcome to my crazy modification room, little bug. The lightbulb man appeared very friendly and polite. As for why he called others bugs, no one knew. After all the monsters called the chosen ones bugs. Perhaps bug was just a compliment. The lightbulb man sized up Su Chanqian. However, after sizing her up for a few seconds, his bulb head suddenly flickered very violently. 100% compatibility with monsters? The lightbulb man's head flickered faster and faster as he muttered to himself, why, I, the crazy Dr. Monster, can do nothing? How can there be a 100% compatibility with monsters? Remodel, start remodeling. Where to remodel? Where to start? The brightness of the lightbulb man's head became darker and darker, as if it had exhausted its electricity. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream were even more confused. This lightbulb man is hitting the wall, the light in his head is going out. What's going on?
What's 100% compatibility with monsters?
In professional terms, the degree of compatibility is a research phenomenon. When a certain situation is mutual, it thus forms a causal connection. The higher the compatibility, the higher the connection.
In that case, Su Chanqian can't be transformed?
Only then did the viewers understand that Su Chanqian's monster compatibility was simply perfect, causing the lightbulb man not to know where to start. As for why Su Chanqian had such a high compatibility with monsters, this would depend on Su Chanqian's nature. Suddenly, one of the viewers came to a realization.
I understand why Su Chanqian's monster compatibility is so terrifying. Why? Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly.
+1, hurry up and tell me. The viewers were naturally very curious. The netizen continued. One, remember that Su Chanqian said something to Wang Wanqing in the demon-eating forest's otherworld instance dungeon. Su Chanqian said that her father fed her rat meat and snakes.
I guess her living habits are like a monster's. Isn't that why he's treating Su Chanqian as a monster? The viewers immediately understood, packing father.
The viewers were already filled with righteous indignation. They did not expect there to be such a disgusting father with such a special hobby in the world.
He actually raised his daughter as a monster. The lightbulb man in the crazy transformation room left a lightbulb mark on Su Chanqian's hand before his light went out, thus granting her the qualifications for the crazy feast. Su Chanqian did not resist. This mark was just like a little red flower. The lightbulb man's head was extinguished. It had been overturned by Su Chanqian's monster compatibility, huh? Su Chanqian let out a surprised sound. She really didn't know anything, because when she walked in, she realized that the lightbulb man was talking nonsense. Then, he left a lightbulb mark on her hand. Then, the lightbulb man stopped moving, which puzzled her. Su Chanqian looked left and right, and found another exit. As soon as she walked out of the crazy transformation room, Su Chanqian came to a large platform. Su Chanqian was not the only one who appeared on the platform. Zhao Fei, Ma Feihong, and Qin Shaodai had also been transformed. Wow, they've all transformed. Even though Zhao Fei and the others had undergone modifications, and their appearance had changed greatly, Su Chanqian could recognize them at a glance. Perhaps Su Chanqian had watched many cartoons with the transformation theme, and thus knew that there was such a thing as transformation. When Zhao Fei and the others looked at Su Chanqian, they were very puzzled. Why didn't Su Chanqian undergo any external transformation after entering the modification room? Why could she come to this platform to participate in the crazy feast? Chanqian, have you seen the lightbulb man? Zhao Fei asked. Su Chanqian said bluntly, I saw it. It's so strange. Strange how? Zhao Fei asked next. Of course, Zhao Fei did not ask for the reason because she was concerned about Su Chanqian. Instead, she wanted to know more about the trial. Su Chanqian's mind paused for a moment, as if she was organizing her words. After a while, she replied, that lightbulb man kept talking. I couldn't understand what he was saying, and then. He drew a light on my hand. After hearing Su Chanqian's words, not only Zhao Fei was dumbfounded, but even Ma Feihong and Qin Shaodai were dumbfounded. However, they roughly understood that the lightbulb man had not modified Su Chanqian at all. As for why he had not modified Su Chanqian, they did not know. What are we going to do next? Su Chanqian looked at Zhao Fei. Actually, Su Chanqian did not understand what the second trial mentioned by the Heavenly Dao system was about. She only knew that she could get a lot of money after completing the trial. That was enough for Zhao Fei. Put on a patient expression, and said to Su Chanqian, we'll wait here for the start of the crazy feast and participate in it. After obtaining the recognition of those monsters, we can obtain the Heavenly Dao reward and leave this place. Su Chanqian nodded as if she understood. She didn't quite understand, but she roughly knew that it would take a while. Zhao Fei gently stroked Su Chanqian's head, and said, after the crazy feast begins, try to stay by my side. Zhao Fei didn't expect the 5-year-old Su Chanqian to understand so much. She only hoped that after the crazy feast began, Su Chanqian would stay by her side so that she could become her weapon. Even if Zhao Fei had a purpose, from another perspective, she was also protecting Su Chanqian. At this moment, Ma Feihong said to Zhao Fei, Sister Fei, the crazy feast is about to begin in 10 minutes. We don't know how to get the crazy monster's recognition. One hope you won't hold back with your ace up your sleeve. Although Ma Feihong said that, he actually wanted to be the one to hide his ace in the hole and become the final winner. How could Zhao Fei not know what Ma Feihong was thinking? In terms of cunningness, Zhao Fei was not as good as those old foxes in the company, but at least she would not be easily defeated by Ma Feihong. It's a matter of life and death. I know what to do, Zhao Fei said. Ma Feihong looked at Qin Shaodai disdainfully again. His third leg made Qin Shaodai especially feel afraid and shy. Don't cause any trouble at the critical moment, understand? Ma Feihong's third leg moved again. Qin Shaodai was so frightened that she nodded repeatedly, not daring to look directly at Ma Feihong. Clap. Clap. Chapter 44, Delicate Little Fists Punch You. Translator, Han Yi Translations Editor. Han Yi Translations. Dazzling lights enveloped the platform. It was also because of the light that everyone's vision became wider. It turned out that the platform Su Chanqian and the others were on was actually hanging more than 10 meters high. Rows of seats were located at the bottom. Some were lower than the others, and they circled around to form an arena. Right, this was an arena. From the scene, it could be understood that the so-called crazy feast was a battle banquet organized by monsters. Random sounds came from outside the arena. It was all kinds of monsters cheering for the crazy feast, Chainsaw Man and Furnace Man. Ma Feihong recognized the two monsters in the crowd at a glance. The monsters from the Twin Towers were all present. The Scissor Man panicked when he saw Su Chanqian. If not for the Scissor Man raising the white triangular flag and begging for mercy, it would probably have gone to a world without pain like the Ice Maiden and the Two-Faced Man. Among these monsters,
there were sharks with sawteeth on the lower half of their bodies, couples that had been cut in half, black bodies that were squirming,
and someone with a flame for head.
All of them were unbelievably strange. This was the crazy asylum, and it was a strange world. There was only strange and unexpected, and there was no impossible. These monsters were only guests of the crazy feast. As for today's protagonist, the chosen ones were naturally playing this role. A headless person in a mink coat appeared in the arena. Bugs, are you ready? The headless man pointed his finger, and the light enveloped Su Qianqian and the others again. Before anyone could prepare, Qin Shaodai, who had been transformed into a snake lady, was actually sucked down by an inexplicable force. Then, Qin Shaodai appeared below, in a place similar to an arena. Could it be that we have to gain crazy monsters' approval through battle? Zhao Fia was surprised. Ma Feihang added, not only that, it might be a one-on-one battle. Ma Feihang then analyzed, that place is similar to a martial arts competition arena. On closer look, it looks a little like a punishment platform. I reckon that the loser will be executed. In fact, Zhao Fia and Ma Feihang both thought that the crazy monster's approval would be gained through battle. After all, they had obtained the qualifications to participate in the crazy feast after the transformation. Not to mention the transformation, even their strength had increased by a level. If it wasn't for battle, what kind of recognition would it be? However, Zhao Fia and Ma Feihang did not expect that it would be a one-on-one battle to gain the crazy monster's recognition. It had to be known that these monsters were existences that they could not deal with even in the Twin Towers. Which one of you will test her? The headless man waved his hand and pointed at the monstrous crowd below the stage. Let me crush her. The stone man trembled, and the volcanic ash on his body fell to the ground. The viewers watching the livestream and the Heavenly Dao livestream were not unfamiliar with the stone man. After all, this stone man was the one who had tortured the flower girl of Poplar Country and the loach man of Ruby Country. To be more practical, it's a battle feast. To be cruel, it's a death feast for the chosen ones. Ma Feihang, Zhao Fia, and Qin Shaodai have just been transformed. How can they defeat these real freaks? Su Qianqian is different. She has a pink rabbit that can sweep away all monsters. Perhaps only Su Qianqian will be able to survive. The moment the viewers mentioned Su Qianqian's pink-furred rabbit, they once again thought of the mysterious big shot. They were really curious about who this mysterious big shot was. He could actually help Su Qianqian twice in a row. However, at the mention of Su Qianqian, it was not difficult for the netizens to think of Su Yang as a negative example. A mysterious big shot who had nothing to do with Su Qianqian could generously help Su Qianqian twice. As Su Qianqian's biological father, Su Yang, actually did not care about Su Qianqian's life at all. They even knew that Su Yang usually fed Su Qianqian rat meat. If Su Qianqian completes the 3-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon and the Crazy Asylum's trial this time, the Heavenly Dao coins reward she obtains will also be taken away by her bastard father. The viewers could not help but sigh. Su Qianqian was really lamentable. Even though Su Qianqian had been helped by the mysterious big shot twice in a row, the netizens knew a principle. Someone could help once or twice, but they could not help forever. If Su Qianqian was chosen by the Heavenly Dao system again, would she still have the help of a mysterious big shot? After all, the possibility of Su Qianqian being chosen by the Heavenly Dao system again was extremely high. At this moment, like in a death cage, Qin Shaodai began to tremble in fear again. After the transformation, even though Qin Shaodai could move in a snake-like manner, the venue was so narrow that she was not allowed to escape. If she could not escape, she could only face the stone man head-on. However, the stone man was extremely strong, and could crush bones into powder. The stone man could miss countless times, but if Qin Shaodai was caught once, she would basically be dead. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the disparity between the two sides. Qin Shaodai twisted her body and approached the iron bars. The stone man took a step forward, and the iron cage seemed to shake. It was as if an earthquake of magnitude 6.0 had occurred, and the volcanic ash on its body was falling crazily. What crap approval? Aren't you still being tortured to death? The person who said this was Ma Feihang on the platform. Of course, Ma Feihang was definitely not defending Qin Shaodai. He thought that he would be reborn after the transformation, but in front of these real monsters, he was also short and powerless. He and Zhao Fia still had some strength. They could fight these monsters one-on-one, but Qin Shaodai, who only knew how to dodge, would die a stinky bug. Stop struggling. Be good and let me crush you. The moment the stone man spoke, he immediately reached out and tried to grab Qin Shaodai and crush her. Swish. Swish. In her panic, Qin Shaodai easily dodged the stone man. The current Qin Shaodai was no longer the fat girl who was 1.4 meters tall and weighed more than 150 kilograms. Instead, she had been transformed into a skinny snake woman, damn bug. This reminded the stone man of the chosen one from the ruby country. Because the latter had smeared ruby divine oil on himself, he had become as slippery as a loach. However, Qin Shaodai did not become lubricated. Instead, her figure became funny as the stone man tried to grab Qin Shaodai several times, but Qin Shaodai dodged him each time. Qin Shaodai mustered her courage and used her snake-like movements to twist in front of the stone man. She then used her delicate fists to hit the stone man's chest. Not only did the stone man not feel any pain, but it was not even an itch. Was Qin Shaodai not here to make a fool of herself? Chapter 45, A Different Method of Scolding. Translator, Hen Yi Translations Editor, Hen Yi Translations. Even though Qin Shaodai had been transformed into a snake lady, she was not invincible. It only increased her agility, not her strength. Even though the monsters in this strange world had innate power, they were not all round. Moreover, the stone man was a level 6 monster. At most, Qin Shaodai could only be considered a modified level 0.5 monster. She could not even be considered a level 1 monster. According to the connection rate of the monsters, Qin Shaodai might only have about 10-20%, the stone monster's connection rate was 100%. It was like a human's compatibility. Of course it was 100% for humans. Qin Shaodai had no ability to counterattack at all. She could only avoid the stone man with her snake-like movements. However, Qin Shaodai could not obtain the crazy monster's recognition with just one move, and not to mention being recognized by these crazy monsters. It was even a question whether Qin Shaodai could survive. At this moment, the stone monster actually flew into a rage. At this time, the stone man did not shake off the volcanic ash on his body. The volcanic ash only made the ruby country's chosen one, who had been smeared with divine oil, look less comical. Qin Shaodai relied on her agility to become comical, but her body did not become slippery. Bang! Bang! The stone man seemed to have gone crazy as he kept knocking his head. Bang! Bang! After more than 10 consecutive knocks, the stone man's head was smashed into pieces. Self-torture. If someone thought that way, he would be very wrong. The stone man grabbed the gravel from his head with his hand. Splash! Splash! The rubble was like raindrops, flying in Qin Shaodia's direction. No matter how good Qin Shaodia's snake-like agility was, it was impossible to completely dodge the rocks that were like a rain of bullets. Qin Shaodia's lower body turned green and purple. Even blood seeped out. Clearly, she was seriously injured. As expected, after Qin Shaodia's body was hit by the rubble, she couldn't move like a snake anew. Qin Shaodai looked at the stone man in horror. As for the stone man's black branch hand, it was as huge as a 5-fingered mountain, and instantly grabbed Qin Shaodai. I'll crush you. Unlike before, the stone man did not crush the victim's hands and feet before crushing their heads. This time, the stone man crushed Qin Shaodia's head on the spot. The tofu pudding and tomato juice mixed with white and red splattered on the ground. Qin Shaodai died on the spot. Obviously, not only did Qin Shaodai fail to obtain the recognition of the monsters, but she also died. Seeing this scene, Ma Feihong and Zhao Feiya were terrified. The second trial this time was clearly more brutal than the first trial. Zhao Feiya's initial plan had failed. She had not expected the second trial to be so terrifying. Sister Feiya, do you have any ideas? Ma Feihong asked as Zhao Feiya shook her head in panic. I'm clueless. Ma Feihong took a deep breath and said, if none of us can obtain the recognition of the crazy monsters, we will only die. You'd better not hide it. Tell me if there's any way that works. Only one have a higher chance of winning. Although Zhao Feiya had also been transformed, Ma Feihong's transformation was focused on power, so what Ma Feihong said was true. Zhao Feiya shook her head again. I really don't know what to do. Actually, I have a trump card, but I can't use it anymore. As Zhao Feiya spoke, she looked at Su Chanxian behind her. This sentence reminded Ma Feihong of the trump card that Zhao Feiya mentioned. I knew there was something fishy. Ma Feihong had Zhao Feiya's information, so he knew what Zhao Feiya liked. After all, they were both chosen ones and belonged to competing otherworldly companies. Of course, they had to know each other. Zhao Feiya even told Ma Feihong about this trump card, which meant that Zhao Feiya was really at her wits' end. Suddenly, Ma Feihong was sucked down by an inexplicable force. The moment he was sucked in, he said to Zhao Feiya, if you trust me, please lend me your heavenly Dao coins. Hearing that, Zhao Feiya didn't hesitate at all in refusing. The 200,000 heavenly Dao coins that the Tianren company had activated were given to Zhao Feiya, and she had only used 66,666 heavenly Dao coins. That left more than 130,000 heavenly Dao coins. The heavenly Dao coins were her final stubbornness and her only method left. Even if Ma Feihong was her boyfriend, Zhao Feiya would not lend him the heavenly Dao coins. To put it bluntly, Zhao Feiya would never give her life to someone else. Next, Ma Feihong appeared in the death cage. Although Ma Feihong was panicking, he was not like Qin Xiaodai, who had been trembling in fear. Now, he can only give it his all and use all kinds of methods to obtain the recognition of the monsters. Stupid B***TCH, you don't trust me that much? Ma Feihong raised his head and scolded. He wondered if Zhao Feiya had heard him. Not so. What if Zhao Feiya heard it? However, whether it was for public or private reasons, Zhao Feiya would not be swayed at all. At this moment, the headless man pointed. Which one of you will test this bug? The random voices around him became more and more intense. Then let me test this bug. It was a woman who spoke. However, she was different from ordinary women. Her mouth was torn from ear to ear, and her sharp teeth were 3 centimeters long. Not only that, but her body was covered in holes, and each hole housed a mouth full of sharp teeth. Of course, she could not be called a normal person. She was a true blue Fong woman. Ma Feihong shuddered. Stinky bug, don't be afraid. I'll love you well. Tap. Tap. It was fine if the Fong woman did not speak. At most, it would make people shiver. However, when she opened her mouth, her teeth trembled. It made one's scalp tingle. Ugly monster, bring it on. Ma Feihong mustered his courage from somewhere, and actually dared to scold the Fong woman. Perhaps Ma Feihong knew that he was on the verge of death, or perhaps he was forced into a corner. Actually, Ma Feihong was scolding her on purpose. He was trying to goad her. When the enemy was angry, they would easily lose their rationality. If it was a monster who had lost its rationality, it would be no different from a wild beast. It would not be even more troublesome to deal with. Just as Ma Feihong thought that the Fong woman would fly into a rage because of this, he saw the Fong woman suddenly blush. The Fong woman replied shyly, Stinky bug, you're so annoying. Ma Feihong looked confused. What the heck? Chapter 46. Look at my invincible wind and fire wheels. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream were also puzzled. Why did Ma Feihong's scolding of the Fong woman make her blush? This was a strange world. Using a human's mind to think about things belonging to monster category was naturally not feasible. Even if the language was the same, the meaning might not be the same. Random voices sounded from the surroundings again. This bug is actually confessing. Who gave him the courage? Don't look at how shy the Fong woman is. Her appetite is really extraordinary. Can this 3-legged bug satisfy the Fong woman's appetite? From the mouths of these monsters, Ma Feihong learned that his words were actually a love confession. Moreover, these monsters were actually saying that the Fong woman was shy. Are you sure you're not joking? The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream could no longer hold back their thoughts. I kind of understand what Ma Feihong said. The word ugly should be a form of praise or teasing for monsters. It's strange to think that being ugly is beautiful. The second half of the sentence, bring it on, is a confession. I can only say that it's a big word. Ma Feihong's courage is commendable. Please accept my bow. The netizens' analysis was logical, but it was also on point. Ma Feihong's worldview was simply shattered. Ma Feihong gave up and said, Ugly monster, if you accept my confession, will I be recognized by the crazy monsters? As soon as these words were spoken, random voices rang out from the surrounding monster crowd again. TSK, TSK. This bug is really arrogant. Let's see how capable he is. He. In less than 30 seconds, he won't be able to hold on. These strange people just felt that Ma Feihong was a useless bug. However, the viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream were discussing another topic. F***CK. Did I hear wrong? You didn't hear wrong. That's what Ma Feihong wants to do. Holy sh**T, he can really do it? In order to survive, it's not shameful. Instead, it makes me admire him deeply. Once Ma Feihong really obtained the recognition of the monsters, it would mean that he passed the second trial. However, the problem was, what could make the Fong woman accept Ma Feihong's confession? It was naturally based on natural instincts. At this moment inside the death cage, Ma Feihong punched the Fong woman. The punch just happened to reach the inside of the mouth of the Fong woman, which wrapped around Ma Feihong's fist. Ma Feihong immediately panicked. He quickly pulled out his fist, and realized that it was stuck as if by super glue. Even if he used all his strength, he could not break free. However, Ma Feihong's right hand could move. However, he could not drag it out. Bug, is this the strength you showed me? It's too far away. The Fong woman's absorption became even tighter, and she was about to swallow Ma Feihong's entire arm. How King disgusting. Ma Feihong looked very flustered. but he also felt that his right hand felt very disgusting. This disgusting feeling was as if he had placed his hand in the rice field to crack. All of a sudden, the Fong woman's crack closed, and her sharp teeth cut off Ma Feihong's arm like sharp knives. The severed arm was swallowed by the Fong woman. Ma Feihong, who had lost his right arm, endured the intense pain. Afraid that he would faint from the pain, it had to be said that Ma Feihong's will to survive was several times stronger than ordinary people's. Stinky bug, your confession is far from sincere enough.
It's completely insufficient.
The toothed woman wiped the tomato juice off the crack. From this moment on, Ma Feihong seemed to understand the Fong woman's idea of confession of love. It was actually a form of killing. This was similar to the female mantis's method. Ma Feihong took a few steps back and quickly pressed on the wound on his arm. He shifted his gaze below the Fong woman. He only had one arm left and adopted the stance of monkey stealing the peach's copyright. Bug, is this the extent of your confession? The Fong woman closed her teeth and bit off Ma Feihong's left hand. Crack. It was one thing to bite it off, but the Fong woman even swallowed Ma Feihong's arm. However, where would she swallow it? This was an unsolved mystery. Ma Feihong, who had lost both his arms, understood how painful it was. Ma Feihong was in so much pain that he was sweating profusely. His entire body was trembling. No matter how strong a man was, how could he deal with a real freak? Moreover, this Fong woman had too many mouths. Every mouth would kill you. Ma Feihong endured the pain again. He was already at his wit's end. Actually, he still had the Heavenly Dao coins as his trump card. Before teleporting to the crazy asylum, the Pegasus company that Ma Feihong was in had activated 20 small goals, which was to give Ma Feihong 200,000 Heavenly Dao coins. Even though Ma Feihong had already used 88,888 Heavenly Dao coins, he still had more than 110,000 Heavenly Dao coins. Ma Feihong had his own assets. He could probably take out 120,000 to 130,000 Heavenly Dao coins. Furthermore, Ma Feihong had also unlocked the LV.6 Heavenly Dao coin shop. He could use Heavenly Dao coins to exchange for any level 6 treasure, provided that there were enough Heavenly Dao coins. However, exchanging for a LV.6 treasure required at least 10,000 Heavenly Dao coins and a maximum of 100,000. Seeing this, Ma Feihong opened the Heavenly Dao coin shop again as the chosen one. His expression looked panicked, but when he read the Heavenly Dao coin shop, he was very calm. He read through 10 lines at a glance, and finally found a LV.6 treasure that he liked. You're
the one.
Ma Feihong used 123,456 Heavenly Dao coins to exchange for a LV.6 Wind and Fire Wheel, 3 horsepower version, Treasure 0. But since it was the Wind and Fire Wheels, they were naturally installed on his legs. However, Ma Feihong had only exchanged for 1 Wind and Fire Wheel, so he naturally could not install it on his legs. Moreover, he had 3 legs. Some veterans in the Heavenly Dao livestream could tell what Ma Feihong was thinking at a glance. Do you remember that there's a move called the
Invincible Wind and Fire Wheel copyright? I don't understand.
Actually, I don't understand either, but it sounds very awesome. As expected, Ma Feihong installed the Wind and Fire Wheel on his modified third leg. Ugly freak, look at my invincible Wind and Fire Wheel.
Whoosh.
Chapter 46. Look at my invincible Wind and Fire Wheels. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream were also puzzled. Why did Ma Feihong's scolding of the Fong woman make her blush? This was a strange world. Using a human's mind to think about things belonging to monster category was naturally not feasible, even if the language was the same. The meaning might not be the same. Random voices sounded from the surroundings again. This bug is
actually confessing. Who gave him the courage? Don't look at how shy the Fong woman is. Her appetite is really extraordinary. Can this 3-legged bug satisfy the Fong woman's appetite? From the mouths of these monsters, Ma Feihong learned that his words were actually a love confession. Moreover, these monsters were actually saying that the Fong woman was shy. Are you sure you're not joking? The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream could no longer hold back their thoughts. I kind of understand what Ma Feihong said. The word ugly should be a form of praise or teasing for monsters. It's strange to think that being ugly is beautiful.
The second half of the sentence, bring it on, is a confession.
I can only say that it's a big word. Ma Feihong's courage is commendable. Please accept my bow.
The netizens' analysis was logical, but it was also on point. Ma Feihong's worldview was simply shattered. Ma Feihong gave up and said, "Ugly monster, if you accept my confession, will I be recognized by the crazy monsters?" As soon as these words were spoken, random voices rang out from the surrounding monster crowd again. TSK, TSK.
This bug is really arrogant. Let's see how capable he is. In less than 30 seconds, he won't be able to hold on.
These strange people just felt that Ma Fei Hong was a useless bug. However, the viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream were discussing another topic. F***ck.
Did I hear wrong? You didn't hear wrong. That's what Ma Fei Hong wants to do. Holy sh**t, he can really do it? In order to survive, it's not shameful.
Instead, it makes me admire him deeply.
Once Ma Fei Hong really obtained the recognition of the monsters, it would mean that he passed the second trial. However, the problem was, what could make the Fong woman accept Ma Fei Hong's confession? It was naturally based on natural instincts. At this moment inside the death cage, Ma Fei Hong punched the Fong woman. The punch just happened to reach the inside of the mouth of the Fong woman, which wrapped around Ma Fei Hong's fist. Ma Fei Hong immediately panicked. He quickly pulled out his fist, and realized that it was stuck as if by super glue. Even if he used all his strength, he could not break free. However, Ma Fei Hong's right hand could move. However, he could not drag it out. Bug, is this the strength you showed me? It's too far away.
The Fong woman's absorption became even tighter, and she was about to swallow Ma Fei Hong's entire arm. How King disgusting. Ma Fei Hong looked very flustered, but he also felt that his right hand felt very disgusting. This disgusting feeling was as if he had placed his hand in the rice field to crack. All of a sudden, the Fong woman's crack closed, and her sharp teeth cut off Ma Fei Hong's arm like sharp knives. The severed arm was swallowed by the Fong woman. Ma Fei Hong, who had lost his right arm, endured the intense pain. Afraid that he would faint from the pain, it had to be said that Ma Fei Hong's will to survive was several times stronger than ordinary people's. Stinky bug, your confession is far from sincere enough.
It's completely insufficient.
The toothed woman wiped the tomato juice off the crack. From this moment on, Ma Fei Hong seemed to understand the Fong woman's idea of confession of love. It was actually a form of killing. This was similar to the female mantis's method. Ma Fei Hong took a few steps back, and quickly pressed on the wound on his arm. He shifted his gaze below the Fong woman. He only had one arm left, and adopted the stance of monkey stealing the peach's copyright. Bug, is this the extent of your confession? The Fong woman closed her teeth, and bit off Ma Fei Hong's left hand. Crack. It was one thing to bite it off, but the Fong woman even swallowed Ma Fei Hong's arm. However, where would she swallow it? This was an unsolved mystery. Ma Fei Hong, who had lost both his arms, understood how painful it was. Ma Fei Hong was in so much pain that he was sweating profusely. His entire body was trembling. No matter how strong a man was, how could he deal with a real freak? Moreover, this Fong woman had too many mouths. Every mouth would kill you. Ma Fei Hong endured the pain again. He was already at his wit's end. Actually, he still had the Heavenly Dao coins as his trump card. Before teleporting to the crazy asylum, the Pegasus company that Ma Fei Hong was in had activated 20 small goals, which was to give Ma Fei Hong 200,000 Heavenly Dao coins. Even though Ma Fei Hong had already used 88,888 Heavenly Dao coins, he still had more than 110,000 Heavenly Dao coins. Ma Fei Hong had his own assets. He could probably take out 120,000 to 130,000 Heavenly Dao coins. Furthermore, Ma Fei Hong had also unlocked the LV.6 Heavenly Dao coin shop. He could use Heavenly Dao coins to exchange for any level 6 treasure, provided that there were enough Heavenly Dao coins. However, exchanging for a LV.6 treasure required at least 10,000 Heavenly Dao coins and a maximum of 100,000. Seeing this, Ma Fei Hong opened the Heavenly Dao coin shop again as the chosen one. His expression looked panicked, but when he read the Heavenly Dao coin shop, he was very calm. He read through 10 lines at a glance, and finally found a LV.6 treasure that he liked. You're
the one.
Ma Fei Hong used 123,456 Heavenly Dao coins to exchange for a LV.6 Wind and Fire Wheel, 3 horsepower version, Treasure 0. But since it was the Wind and Fire Wheels, they were naturally installed on his legs. However, Ma Fei Hong had only exchanged for 1 Wind and Fire Wheel, so he naturally could not install it on his legs. Moreover, he had 3 legs. Some veterans in the Heavenly Dao livestream could tell what Ma Fei Hong was thinking at a glance. Do you remember that there's a move called the
Invincible Wind and Fire Wheel copyright? I don't understand.
Actually, I don't understand either, but it sounds very awesome. As expected, Ma Fei Hong installed the Wind and Fire Wheel on his modified third leg. Ugly freak, look at my invincible Wind and Fire Wheel.
Whoosh.
Chapter 47, You Don't Have the Ability to See My Abyss. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. As the Wind and Fire Wheel on Ma Fei Hong's third leg spun, the force of the wind was even stronger than that from a helicopter. Ma Fei Hong could not stop at all. His momentum was as fierce as a tiger's, the strong wind brought with it a scorching aura. It was the wind and fire wheel on Ma Feihong's third leg that was burning. As Ma Feihong's third leg spun, it was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, stirring up extremely tall waves. The next moment, the volcano erupted. The invincible wind and fire wheel rolled into the Fang woman's lower three-fanged mouth. Copyright. After that, it was actually a tidal wave. Ma Feihong immediately became wild. He was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins, and was galloping wantonly in a green grassland. It was as if he was enjoying the sunlight and sweat, like the satisfaction brought by labor. You still have some ability. The Fang woman felt Ma Feihong's fierce attack. However, this was far from enough for the Fang woman. Not only was the heat wave not intense enough, but the attack was also not strong enough physically. Her lower three-fanged mouth was like an endless abyss. Even the wild waves would find it difficult to satisfy her. An arrogant expression appeared on Ma Feihong's face. Ugly freak, this is only the beginning. See if my invincible wind and fire wheel doesn't crush you. Ma Feihong increased the horsepower, and the speed of the invincible wind and fire wheel doubled. Under the enhancement of the flames, waves of fog appeared from the hot wild wolf. Copyright and surrounded the fighting cage. Retreat. The Fang woman could not help but tremble and take a small step back. Seeing this, Ma Feihong increased the horsepower again. The speed of the invincible wind and fire wheel increased again. Ma Feihong's entire body was trembling, and it was even stronger than 300 horsepower. Ugly monster, let's see how long you can last. Ma Feihong, who had been modified, and the level 6 treasure, the wind and fire wheel, already had the strength to deal with the Fang woman. However, this strength was only enough to deal with it right now. Ma Feihong was already deeply involved. Copyright. It was to the point where he would either die or be killed. Tap. Tap. The Fang woman's teeth were also trembling as the invincible wind and fire wheel spun rapidly. Furthermore, the frequency did not decrease at all. However, for some reason, the invincible wind and fire wheel that was originally unstoppable could not stir the bottom of the abyss. It could not affect the Fang woman at all, let alone hurt her. At this moment, Ma Feihong's expression began to turn ferocious. This makes no sense. It's absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. Ma Feihong was completely terrified. He had used the invincible wind and fire wheel to explore this abyss, but in the end, he had only touched the edge of the abyss. He could not believe how terrifying this Fang woman's abyss was. Just what could fill it up? Bug, are you exhausted so quickly? I'm not done yet. The Fang woman's teeth made a sizzling sound. Ma Feihong was no stranger to this scene, because Ma Feihong's arms were gone just like that. No, Ma Feihong's third leg's invincible wind and fire wheel had already died when he roared helplessly. The Fang woman ate his third leg whole, and the person was eaten raw together with it. That's right, the kind where she swallowed Ma Feihong alive without spitting out bones. Random voices sounded from the surroundings again. Tisk, tsk. Didn't I tell you? This stinky bug wanted to confess to the Fang woman? He's simply an ant trying to shake a tree. He overestimates himself. She's a bottomless pit. None of these monsters dared to say that they could make the Fang woman satisfied. Ma Feihong is dead. Zhao Fia, who was on the platform, looked horrified. She had personally witnessed Ma Feihong being swallowed raw by this Fang woman. After Ma Feihong was modified, he had a third leg that was filled with strength. Coupled with the enhancement of a level 6 wind and fire wheel treasure, he was actually unable to do anything to the Fang woman. The Fang woman's upper and lower three-fanged mouths were abnormally terrifying. Ma Feihong, who was looking into the Fang woman's abyss, was like a frog at the bottom of a well. In the end, he realized that he did not have the ability to pry into the Fang woman's abyss. Behind Zhao Fia came the sound of jumping. It was Su Chanqian who was looking up. Her vision was blocked by the 1.5-meter wall, so she did not know what was happening in the fighting cage. Copyright below. She only saw Ma Feihong being sucked down after Qin Shaodai in just 10 minutes. However, Zhao Fia was still motionless. Her body was trembling in fear. I can't do it, Zhao Fia muttered to herself and shook her head. She knew very well that she could not obtain the crazy monster's recognition, but she could not escape. There was only one way, and that was to wait for death. Hee. What a joke. How pathetic. Zhao Fia suddenly laughed at herself. Before she had been teleported to the crazy asylum, she had still been filled with confidence. After all, she had passed 4 otherworld instance dungeon trials in a row. Initially, she had thought that he could have shown off her skills in this 3-star difficulty crazy asylum. She did not expect it to be so hellish. She thought about how it was simply wishful thinking to become the second Yu-Fushue. It had to be said that the difference between Zhao Fei and Yu-Fushue was not small. It had to be known that Yu-Fushue could become a legendary trump card of the Dragon Country. She had swept through the Otherworld Instance dungeon with difficulty below 5 stars. However, Zhao Fei was forced into a corner by a 3-star difficulty crazy asylum. She could only welcome death in endless fear. In the face of death, seeing herself for who she actually was did not make Zhao Fei calm down. Instead, it made her even more afraid. Swoosh, in an instant, an unknown force sucked Zhao Fei down. Zhao Fei appeared in the death cage with extreme fear. What would come would come. Zhao Fei also knew that she could not escape, so she could only face death calmly. However, Zhao Fei did not seek death. Even though the chances of survival were extremely slim, she still wanted to struggle. Let me test this bug. The one who spoke was the Headless Man, who said that as the host of the Crazy Feast, he couldn't personally go on stage. Seeing this, Zhao Fei couldn't help but take a few steps back, her back pressed against the iron cage. She could not fight the headless monster head-on, but she had also been transformed into a cat girl. Her body had become extremely sharp, and she was even more agile than Qin Shaodai. Most importantly, Zhao Fei, who had been transformed into a cat girl, also had the power of a cat. Clang. Her 10 fingers showed sharp nails, and her feet climbed along the iron railing. Random voices could be heard around them again. Chapter 48, The Pink Rabbit Appears. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Headless Monster, you're not being kind. You're bullying this bug with an undying body. Hearing this, the Headless Monster said bluntly, I don't ask her to kill me to pass my test. It's fine as long as she can survive 5 minutes in my hands. Isn't 5 minutes too long? Even if it's a bug, don't bully her like this. Shameless Headless Monster. The strange crowd seemed to be putting in a good word for Zhao Fei, but in fact, they were just cheering. Zhao Fei knew very well that she had been transformed into a cat-eared girl to carry out a test of the Crazy Feast and obtain the recognition of the monsters. In fact, she was betting her life. If she obtained the Crazy Monsters recognition, it would be equivalent to obtaining a membership card. If she was chosen again in the future and entered this strange world, she would have an additional life guarantee. Most importantly, it was extremely difficult to obtain the Crazy Monsters recognition. 5 minutes. Even if it was 5 minutes, Zhao Fei knew that she wouldn't be able to make it. The Headless Monster had an undying body, which meant that it could not be killed. Since it could not be killed, it could not be dealt with by attacking. Moreover, she still did not know what methods the Headless Monster had. Bug, are you ready? I'm going to start now. The Headless Monster took out a spike whip from under its neck. Pa with a wave of the whip, like a long snake, a wisp of hot white wax erupted from its mouth. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream were stunned on the spot. Whip and wax, and a cat-eared girl? Why do one have a feeling that it's not pure? This is not a show for children. One want to get out. Aunt Biluo, what are you pretending to be a kid for? There were no fans below the age of 18 in the Heavenly Dao live stream. It had begun to eye in the death cage. The long whip whipped Zhao Fei's big balloons at lightning speed. Even though Zhao Fei's agility was far above Qin Shaodai with her serpentine movements, she was still whipped by the Headless Monster. It was not as simple as being whipped. Zhao Fei couldn't help but moan when she saw the hot wax on her body. What followed was an electric shock, which made Zhao Fei go limp at that moment. What's going on? Zhao Fei looked at the whip in the Headless Monster's hand in horror. The Headless Monster said bluntly, this is my own long whip copyright. The first lash is just a tease, the next lash will make you want to die but not die. The Headless Monster waved the whip in its hand again. At this moment, Zhao Fei realized that the Headless Monster's whip was a treasure. This time, she was actually lucky enough to dodge the whip attack. Oh? Interesting. As the Headless Monster swung its whip, Zhao Fei jumped onto the iron railing on the other side. Zhao Fei adapted to the cat girl's agility in less than an hour after the transformation. However, the consumption of physical strength was very huge. She was already panting heavily. She was not a perpetual motion machine. It was impossible for her to use her agility without using up any strength. Moreover, Zhao Fei was dodging with 2 big balloons, so she consumed more energy. 40 seconds. About 40 seconds had passed since the start. However, in these 40 seconds, she experienced what it meant for seconds to feel like years. Crack. Before Zhao Fei could react, her 2 big balloons seemed to have been struck by lightning again. This Headless Monster was too shameless. The peaks on both sides were whipped. The marks left on the big balloons were clearly visible. She could not take it anymore, and not only that, but the bruises left behind by the whip were covered in a layer of white wax. When the white wax covered her skin, Zhao Fei's face turned red, and her breathing became especially rapid. She felt an ocean surging out of her body. The uncontrollable shyness on her face made her tremble. However, in the next moment, her body felt thousands of ants biting her. The second lash was just as the headless monster had said. It made Zhaofia feel like she wanted to die but couldn't. Only a minute had passed, and the headless monster had only struck thrice. The 2 lashes that had hit were already too much for Zhaofia. She was very embarrassed and angry now, but also very frightened. Her clothes were already wet. Most of the reason was because of the whip. For minutes left, Zhaofia counted the time in her mind. Zhaofia immediately opened the Heavenly Dao coin shop as a chosen one that she wanted to use treasures to help her last for the next 4 minutes. In this way, she could obtain the crazy monster's recognition and complete the second trial. However, she was not confident that she could rely on treasures to survive. This was the only way Zhaofia could think of. She quickly browsed through the Heavenly Dao coin shop. I'm counting on you. Zhaofia used 99,999 Heavenly Dao coins to exchange for a LV6 treasure. She had been able to unlock the LV6 Heavenly Dao coin shop. What Zhaofia exchanged for was not a lethal weapon, but a piece of clothing. However, there was surprisingly little fabric. When all the fabric was spread out, it might not even be the size of a palm. It looked like something that exposed more than it concealed. Since it was an LV6 treasure, its value could not be judged by its appearance. Zhaofia put on the new clothes on the spot, which was a feast for the eyes. In the Heavenly Dao livestream, some netizens had already composed an essay of 10,000 words. Some had even imagined a big movie. Crack. The headless monster waved the long whip in its hand again. The whip was even more ferocious than a mountain. It was as fast as lightning as it whipped at Zhaofia. For some reason, Zhaofia let out a cry and spun a circle around it. Zhaofia was twice as fast as before. This was all thanks to her costume. As long as she cried out, it would increase the speed at which she evaded. Bug, do you think you can dodge like this? When the headless monster said this, it was obvious that it had not used its full strength. Zhaofia breathed in and out. The majestic mountain peaks rose and fell. She knew that she couldn't dodge at all, but with this costume, she could at least suffer less. She was constantly counting the time and her thoughts. 2 minutes had passed. There were only 3 minutes left. Zhaofia exclaimed again and distanced herself from the headless monster. At the same time, on the platform, Bunny, can you fly? Su Qianqian asked the pink rabbit in her arms. The pink rabbit actually shook its head. Little rabbit, I'm hungry. Su Qianqian said in a childish tone again. As soon as these words were spoken, the pink rabbit in Su Qianqian's arms suddenly jumped down from the platform. Boom, what's that? Chapter 49, No One Can Fight. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. With a loud bang, the pink-furred rabbit appeared in the crowd of monsters. It was like prey that was surrounded by a group of hunters. Little did most people know that powerful hunters often appeared as prey. It's that little bug's pink rabbit. That's the one who killed the Ice Maiden and the two-faced freak? That's it. The Scissor Man retreated a few meters timidly. The other strange people did not see how powerful the pink-furred rabbit was, but the Scissor Man had been beaten by the pink-furred rabbit until he raised the triangular white flag and surrendered. Therefore, the Scissor Man knew very well how terrifying the pink-furred rabbit was. It's not my turn yet. The sentence couldn't even ring out fully. The pink-furred rabbit used a roundhouse kick and hit the stone monster that had just spoken. Bang! The huge stone man was shattered by the pink-furred rabbit. What happened? The surrounding monsters were terrified. Although they were all monsters, monsters would still feel afraid in the face of absolute strength. The headless monster in the death cage stopped its whip attack and looked at the pink rabbit. Zhaofia, who was holding onto the cage, also looked at the pink rabbit in surprise. This pink rabbit is Su Qianqian's doll. Zhaofia remembered it very clearly. After all, Su Qianqian had always been holding this pink rabbit doll. She had never expected that a pink-furred rabbit doll could actually kick the stone man into pieces. Could it be a pink rabbit that has been given to her by the mysterious powerhouse? Zhaofia knew that the pink rabbit was a promotional item. It was definitely not a treasure from the Heavenly Dao coin shop. Moreover, the treasures in the Heavenly Dao coin shop were not so wholesome. They were all strange treasures. Actually, Zhaofia also knew that Su Qianqian was a chosen one last time and had obtained the help of the mysterious big shot. She also had the pink turtle smartwatch for kids that was given to resist the great demons. Did the mysterious expert help her again? Zhaofia was both envious, jealous, and shocked. She was envious that Su Qianqian had such a powerful pink-furred rabbit. She would definitely be recognized by the crazy monsters and pass the second trial with it. She was jealous because she wondered, why did the mysterious expert help Su Qianqian twice in a row? What was shocking was the mysterious expert's identity.
He was so generous. One had to know that the power that could be bound to items could not be measured by money. You have to be punished for ruining the feast. Do you really think the crazy asylum is a place where you stinky bugs can be impudent? None of the bugs can survive. Kill them all. This group of monsters were very angry since someone did not follow the rules. This group of monsters did not intend to give the chosen ones a way out. Hearing this, Jalfia probably had 10,000 F-bombs in her heart. Jalfia acknowledged that the pink-furred rabbit was bestowed with some kind of power, and it was impressive that it could turn the stone man into pieces with one kick. However, this did not mean that the pink-furred rabbit could hold the fort alone. The surrounding crazy monsters were all LV6 monsters. A bang! The pink-furred rabbit's soft hands punched the upper three-fanged mouth of the Fong woman. Crack! The fist technique was very stunning. It was clearly a very soft punch, but it actually brought with it a thunderous strength. This was the back connecting fist. Even if the upper three-fanged mouth was an abyss, it would not be able to digest the power of this punch of the pink-furred rabbit. Bang! 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 In just a second, the female monster's fangs shattered on the ground. My teeth, it hurts. The Fong woman covered the crack and howled in pain. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream were stunned. How could they not know that Ma Fei Hong was not able to hurt the female monster even if he bet his on it? Not only that, but he also lost his life. For a moment, the screen filled the sky. What a powerful pink-furred rabbit. It's really F***king terrifying. I'm very curious. What kind of mysterious power has Su Chanshan's pink rabbit been given? No one could answer this question. The viewers also felt that the mysterious big shot who gave Su Chanshan the pink rabbit doll with a mysterious power was even more mysterious. Immediately, a netizen with the name Mahist School's 108th generation heir answered this question. It's our Mahist School's secret technique. It's called the puppet technique. Puppet technique? That kind that uses a marionette? I don't know, but one think it's awesome. Is the puppet technique really that powerful? Many viewers had heard of the Mahist School's secret techniques, and knew of the existence of the puppet technique. However, was the puppet technique really that powerful, letting the puppet follow Su Chanshan's orders without her actively using the technique? Moreover, its strength was so great that it was beyond imagination. The netizen called Mahist School's 108th generation heir said on the pop-up screen, "Don't doubt me. One know puppet techniques, but one can only control a basic stickman to walk." Poochie, how could controlling a stickman to walk be compared to using a pink-furred rabbit that weighed 200 grams to strike with the force of 1000 Jin? However, this also meant that if the power given to the pink rabbit was a puppet technique, it would definitely be a super puppet technique. At this moment, the pink-furred rabbit was killing everyone. One was a left kick, and the other was a right kick. Pa! The pink-furred rabbit ran amok in the crowd of crazy monsters, sweeping back and forth, one by one. The monsters were beaten up by the pink-furred rabbits and screamed. It wasn't that the crazy monsters were careless and didn't dodge. Instead, it was because the pink-furred rabbits' 5 consecutive lightning whips were too domineering, not giving these monsters a chance to dodge at all. Crack! 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings. After reaching 9 rings, the back connecting fist that hit 9 times quickly before anyone noticed swept through the crowd with magnificent power, causing the large group of monsters to fall on the ground one by one. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream were stunned. This isn't a fight. It's purely a one-sided beating up of these monsters. The pink-furred rabbit is simply in a class of its own. None of the crazy monsters present could fight it. Jalfia, who was still in the death cage, was staring at the pink rabbit in disbelief. From the beginning, Su Chanshan has been carrying such a powerful pink rabbit. Jalfia couldn't believe that a pink rabbit doll could be so powerful. You're the only one who can whip 5 times in a row? The headless monster walked out of the death cage, and was about to use the 5 lightning whips to deal with the pink rabbit, but in the next moment, the pink-furred rabbit punched like a Superman and pierced through the headless monster on the spot. There was dead silence all around. Jalfia, who had witnessed everything with her own eyes, was even more shocked and choked up. No matter how powerful the monster had been previously, he was instantly reduced to dust in front of the pink rabbit. Jalfia had just recovered from the shock when she was shocked again. The monsters have been destroyed by the pink-furred rabbit. How can they acknowledge anyone now? Jalfia smiled bitterly, and said, "At least leave one alive." As soon as she finished speaking, a deafening roar sounded. Chapter 50, Completely Destroying the Crazy Asylum. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. It was the roar of the death cage rumble. In an instant, the death cage moved. The hands of the cage monster were made of a row of iron bars each,
and extended for 10 meters. Zhao Fia took the opportunity to escape from the death cage. She immediately hid in a corner and observed the situation. The current situation was beyond what she could handle. Zhao Fia no longer had any heavenly Dao coins to exchange for treasures. Even if she exchanged for something, she could not deal with the death cage. Why is it so cold? Zhao Fia felt a gust of cold wind under her. When she came back to her senses, she realized that she was covered in rags. The places that needed to be covered became faintly discernible. Damn headless monster. Zhao Fia was very embarrassed and angry. Of course, she knew why this was happening. It was because the headless monster's whip had lashed her many times. Her current appearance was already visible to the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream. Zhao Fia didn't try to hide anything. She was being watched anyway, and the situation was so tense that she didn't have the time to care. The cage monster swept its hands, forming a cage that trapped the pink-furred rabbit. But at this moment, the pink rabbit tore open the cage with its bare hands. What kind of strange power is this? Zhao Fia's eyes widened in shock. The pink rabbit jumped more than 5 meters high. Moreover, it appeared above the cage monster's head at lightning speed. His jumping ability is so powerful, and his speed is so high. Only then did Zhao Fia realize that not only was the pink-furred rabbit strong, but its jumping power and speed were also higher than these LV6 monsters by more than 1 grade. Bang! The pink-furred rabbit punched out directly and decisively. Its fist was like a huge hammer hitting the top of the cage monster's head. Bang! With another punch, the cage monster became shorter by over 10 centimeters. Bang! Bang! After more than 10 consecutive heavy blows, the cage monster, which had originally been more than 5 meters tall, was only more than a meter tall. As the saying went, one had to strike while the iron was hot. However, the pink-furred rabbit beat the cage monster until it was red and hot. Boom! The pink-furred rabbit's last punch reset the cage monster back to the factory settings, turning it into a piece of iron. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream were stunned. Isn't he too ferocious? With this pink-furred rabbit doll by my side, I will be able to sweep through the 3-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon. In theory, that's the case. However, the pink-furred rabbit that has been given power is only a consumable, whether it's the so-called super puppet technique or not. There are still smart people. Just like our Mahist school stick men, the moment they were created with the puppet technique, the time limit for using the stick man was determined. Can you not mention your matchstick man? A robot nowadays is 100 times more powerful than your so-called matchstick man. Are you looking down on our Mahist school stick figures? It's a real abstruse technique. It's just some stick figures activated by some mechanisms. There's really no need to brag. While the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were still arguing, something happened in the crazy asylum again. My heart and soul. The lightbulb man in the white coat almost vomited blood in anger when he saw a large number of strange people fall at the banquet. The lightbulb man was not only a doctor of the crazy asylum, but also the director. Although the monsters in the crazy asylum were born as monsters in the first place, they gradually became stronger after the lightbulb man adjusted their compatibility and modified them. In the end, it was all destroyed by the pink-furred rabbit. Clap. Clap. The surrounding lights, along with the lightbulb man's head, flickered faster and faster. As a chosen one, Zhao Fia could see a string of words appear above the lightbulb man's head. LV9 monster. Zhao Fia was so frightened that she didn't dare to look at the lightbulb man anymore. After all, this lightbulb man was the boss of the crazy asylum. The current development had far exceeded her imagination. Originally, they only needed to obtain the recognition of the strange people in the crazy asylum. However, the appearance of the pink-furred rabbit and the destruction of these monsters completely angered the lightbulb man. If they did not kill the lightbulb man, it would be very difficult to end the matter. After all, the lightbulb man did not intend to let go of all the chosen ones present. Zhao Fia could only pray that the pink rabbit could defeat the lightbulb man. Otherwise, she would die here. Crack! The lightbulb man's head emitted a blinding light, making it impossible to see his surroundings. Bang! A loud explosion erupted with the light. Zhao Fia didn't see what happened, but she heard a loud noise. What happened? When the light dissipated, the pink rabbit punched through the lightbulb man's head. Bang! The lightbulb man's head immediately exploded. Not only was Zhao Fia stunned, but even the viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream were stunned. That was a LV9 monster. The pink-furred rabbit could actually blow up the lightbulb man's head in one move. The pink rabbit is the real monster. Zhao Fia looked at the pink rabbit with a submissive gaze. Zhao Fia saw the pink-furred rabbit jump to a platform more than 10 meters high. On the platform, a 5-year-old girl had actually fallen asleep from hunger. The pink rabbit gently patted Su Chanshan's small cheek. After a while, Su Chanshan woke up in a daze. She saw that the pink rabbit was holding a bucket of popcorn. In fact, the pink-furred rabbit had barged into the crowd of monsters earlier not to destroy all the monsters, but to snatch a bucket of popcorn. In the end, things got out of hand. The pink rabbit could understand Su Chanshan's thoughts and act according to her consciousness. It was because Su Chanshan was hungry that the crazy asylum was wiped out. If they could communicate well, these monsters would not have been destroyed by the pink-furred rabbit. Su Chanshan ate her popcorn happily. She had no idea what had just happened. Only then did the viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream understand what was going on. So the pink rabbit was not trying to save Zhao Fia. The pink-furred rabbit only realized that Su Chanshan was hungry and snatched food from the crowd of monsters before killing them. This is 2F** King ridiculous. Just because of a bucket of popcorn, the pink rabbit blew up the entire crazy asylum. While the netizens were exclaiming in surprise, they realized that another monster had appeared in Zhao Fia's view in the Heavenly Dao livestream. This monster was the Scissorman who had raised the white triangular flag. After all, the Scissorman had been beaten up by the pink-furred rabbit. It knew how terrifying the pink-furred rabbit was, so it had hidden tactfully at the beginning. Now that the Scissorman appeared again, he was actually here to raise the white triangular flag and surrender. Su Chanshan, who was eating popcorn, heard the sound of wind chimes. It was the voice of the Heavenly Dao system. Chapter 51, This is a True Victory. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In the next second, a broadcast-like voice entered the Chosen One's ears. Congratulations to the Chosen Ones for successfully completing Trial 2. In the next moment, a voice that sounded like a broadcast entered the Chosen One's ears again. According to the comprehensive assessment, congratulations to Chosen One number 12 for obtaining 500 Heavenly Dao coins and a 3-star strength reward. According to the comprehensive assessment, congratulations to Chosen One number 2 for obtaining 200 Heavenly Dao coins as a reward. Warm reminder, in a minute, all surviving Chosen Ones will be teleported back to the blue planet. Be at Zhao Fia, where the viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream, their eyes widened when they heard the reward for strength. If the probability of all the Chosen Ones completing the trial was 1%, then the probability of obtaining the Heavenly Dao coin was 1/1000. Not only did Su Chanshan obtain 500 Heavenly Dao coins as a reward, but she also obtained such a strength reward. She could be said to have won without lifting a finger. Although Zhao Fia was also a lucky person, she had only received a total of 400 Heavenly Dao coins as a reward, which was only 4 million yuan. Her company had activated 2 million yuan to help her pass the trial. It was a huge loss, let alone a refund. However, if she could also obtain a reward of strength, she would definitely make a profit. After all, strength could not be measured by price. However, Zhao Fia was not so lucky. She was lucky to be alive. Everyone was very curious about what kind of power reward Su Chanshan had received. Su Chanshan hugged the pink-furred rabbit, her eyes very confused. Before her eyes, the sentence "you won't go hungry if you breathe" that she couldn't understand was floating. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream began to discuss, is this a power? You won't go hungry if you breathe? What a strange power. What's so strange about that? Strength is an existence that surpasses common sense. Do you still remember that 2.5 years ago, a Chosen One obtained a power of speech in a 1-star Otherworld instance dungeon? That mouth of his was like a tortoise chanting scriptures. One wonder how he is now? I heard she went to be an idle intern. As everyone knew, the survival rate of the 1-star Otherworld instance dungeon trial could reach about 50%. However, the survival rate of 2-star Otherworld instance dungeon was less than 80%. The survival rate of the 3-star Otherworld instance dungeon might be 90% because Su Chanshan had entered the 3-star Otherworld instance dungeon twice, thus increasing the average survival rate of the 3-star Otherworld instance dungeon trial. In short, the survival rate of the Otherworld instance dungeon was between 1% and 2%. Swoosh, in an instant, a light blue halo enveloped Su Chanshan and Zhao Fia. It was obvious that they were about to be teleported out. If Zhao Fia managed to survive this Otherworld instance dungeon trial, then Su Chanshan was here to play. She was the real winner. Su Chanshan looked at the blue halo on her body. She did not show any surprise. Instead, she was very calm. It's over already. Su Chanshan's tone revealed some reluctance. She felt that the crazy asylum Otherworld instance dungeon ended faster than the previous demon-eating forest Otherworld instance dungeon, making her feel like she had not had enough, had not played enough. In fact, the crazy asylum lasted longer. Swoosh, as the teleportation circle of the Crazy Monster Academy disappeared, Su Chanshan and Zhao Fia, who had been transformed into a cat-eared girl,
We're teleported back to the blue planet. Wow, I'm back. Su Chanqian looked at the familiar surroundings around her before jogging towards home. She was very happy at this moment because she knew that she had already received a lot of money. 10 minutes later, the Celestial Corporation headquarters, in the secretary's office. A 30-year-old woman with her hair in a bun, a pair of fashionable glasses, and wearing a western suit with a skirt was sizing up the woman in front of her with a serious gaze. Before she could speak, Zhao Fia lowered her head slightly and said, "Chairman Yang, I've let you down. I've disappointed CEO Ding in the company." Zhao Fia had never thought that she would be in such a sorry state in the 3-star Otherworld instance dungeon. She knew very well that she had saved her life. Yang, she pushed her glasses frame with her index finger and said in a calm tone, "It's not your fault." Yang, she was telling the truth. She knew what Zhao Fia was capable of. After all, Zhao Fia had only passed 4 1-star Otherworld instance dungeon trials and skipped 1 star. She had been directly teleported to a trial at the 3-star Crazy Asylum. How could she be good at it? Moreover, no matter how smart a person was, they would appear extremely weak in front of absolute power. However, the people from Celestial Corporation noticed Zhao Fia's performance in Crazy Asylum, and were not that disappointed. Instead, they felt that Zhao Fia had great potential. Even though the Celestial Corporation had activated 200,000 Heavenly Dao coins, Zhao Fia had been transformed into a cat girl in the Otherworld instance dungeon, Crazy Asylum. This meant that Zhao Fia's potential had increased by another level. If Zhao Fia was chosen by the Heavenly Dao system again in the future, and entered a 3-star Otherworld instance dungeon, her survival rate would increase greatly. In the long run, this was a good outcome. After you were transformed, there are few men who aren't interested in having a taste of you with your new looks. Yang, she sized up Zhao Fia again. Hearing this, Zhao Fia's cat ears perked up. She was obviously a little frightened. Wasn't this indirectly asking her to greet the guests? "Chairman Yang, Zhao Fia stammered, obviously not wanting to receive guests. Yang, she smiled calmly, and said, "I was just saying. If I let you do this, wouldn't that lower your value?" Since Zhao Fia still had great potential, she naturally had to develop it to the maximum. However, if she were to greet a distinguished guest like Boss Ding, Zhao Fia probably would have no reason to refuse. To put it bluntly, in front of the capitalists, she was just a toy. I'll leave the reporting to the others. You can relax for a while. Yang, she handed a card to Zhao Fia. This card was not a bank card or anything like that, but a membership card of the Celestial Manor. The Celestial Manor was not a residential venue or a tourist attraction. It was a gathering place for upper-class people. Spend a day in the Celestial Manor and live the life of an immortal. The people who could obtain this membership card were either super rich people with a net worth of tens of billions or big shots whose names shook the world of various specializations. "Okay, thank you, Chairman Yang." Zhao Fia took the membership card from Yang. She reluctantly. For some reason, Zhao Fia had a bad feeling, but she couldn't go back now. She couldn't leave just because she wanted to. There were too many things tied to her, like a slave contract. She could only be free if she kept climbing up. Sometimes, the real world was more bone-chilling than the Otherworld instance dungeon. Chapter 52, Unusual Receptionist, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Shanghai City, in the building of the Rainbow Group. In the conference room on the 3rd floor, Sister May, what can I do for you? A man in the suit with slick, combed-back hair bent his body slightly as he asked that question. This person's name was Yi Jinkai, and he was a feng shui master. It was said that he knew how to make money. If feng shui was indeed a metaphysical field. Then Vice, why would so many rich people be interested in feng shui layout? Mei Jiaqing said bluntly, it's the 20th anniversary of your otherworldly department. I've invested several times every year, but you still haven't achieved decent results. Hearing this, Yi Jinkai fell silent. They did have some research results regarding the 1-star Otherworld instance dungeon, but it was far from enough to meet Mei Jiaqing's expectations. Let's not talk about this for now. Mei Jiaqing changed the topic and said, I discussed it with you last time. You said that you believe in the existence of the Dragon Clan. If the Dragon Clan really exists, then is there a certain possibility that Su Chanqian's father, Su Yang, is from the Dragon Clan? Sister Mei, one think it's possible, but the possibility is relatively small, Yi Jinkai said. Mei Jiaqing tilted her head slightly to the left and asked, how? Yi Jinkai analyzed, you ask if Su Yang is really from the Dragon Clan, but he's only 23 years old. His ancestors were all farmers who relied on farming for a living, so his background naturally has nothing to do with the mysterious Dragon Clan. Furthermore, he has been unemployed for the past 5 years, and has relied on temporary jobs to survive.
Furthermore, he has never traveled far. At this point, Yi Jinkai moistened his throat and added, unless he hit the jackpot and joined the Dragon Clan by chance. However, Mei Jiaqing shook her head and said, there are no coincidences in this world.
Everything is inevitable.
If Su Yang really joined the Dragon Clan by chance, it can only mean that he has something extraordinary about him. Hearing this, Yi Jinkai immediately understood what Mei Jiaqing meant. Just as Yi Jinkai had said, if the Dragon Clan really existed, then Su Yang had to have something extraordinary about him to become a member of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, regardless of whether the Dragon Clan existed or not, Su Yang might be somehow extraordinary. Sister Mei, what do you plan to do? Yi Jinkai asked in a low voice. Mei Jiaqing said bluntly, of course it's to meet Su Yang and see if he's hiding his strength. Mei Jiaqing continued, the etiquette of meeting will be according to the rules for a high-level client. Mei Jiaqing was thinking that if Su Yang was really a hidden big shot, not only could he not be offended, but she also had to give him the highest respect. Mei Jiaqing was the top figure in Jianghai City, but the Dragon Country was far more mysterious than she had imagined. Other than the most mysterious Dragon Clan, Mei Jiaqing also knew that there were many mysterious organizations in Dragon Country and even the entire world. For example, the Mahist School, Church of the East, and vast Sky Zero of. The Dragon Country controlled the scientific research field, the political field, and the finances. It was only a few years after Mei Jiaqing became the richest person in Jianghai City that she was qualified to know the truth about some mysterious organizations in the Dragon Country. Even though Mei Jiaqing could not confirm the existence of the Dragon Clan, she also believed in its existence. Call Shiyan over, Mei Jiaqing said. The word Shiyan she mentioned referred to a woman surnamed Fong. She was the main receptionist of the Rainbow Corporation. Fong Shiyan had also graduated from Xiaoyu University's Humanities Department. Her etiquette, eloquence, and skills were very exquisite. She also knew how to observe people's expressions and show them her trust. Moreover, Fong Shiyan was a beauty. Some extremely important clients were personally received by Fong Shiyan. A moment later, a beautiful woman 24 to 25 years old with a high ponytail came to Mei Jiaqing. Sister Mei. Fong Shiyan actually knew why Mei Jiaqing had called her over. This was because she had been paying attention to the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. Mei Jiaqing said directly, before 9 in the morning tomorrow, go to Shangping District's Jinqiu Manor copyright and meet a person called Su Yang. I've already communicated with the finance department in advance. Manager Yi will explain the details to you in detail. Go and prepare. Understood. Fong Shiyan nodded and slowly left. Fong Shiyan knew Mei Jiaqing very well, there was no need to say anything else. She would do what she had to do. Watching Billiards Club. Pa, a black ball bypassed the red ball, and suddenly made a sharp turn into a pocket. What the F***ck is this again? The young man in a singlet, who was about 30 years old, could not help but curse when he saw this strange shot. A middle-aged man with a cigarette in his mouth chuckled, and said, this is called Q-stick technique. F***cku. Do you think I'm blind? The eyes of the young man in the singlet were slightly sharp, and his tone became serious as he said, using the Mahist School's secret technique in public is a huge taboo. Hee, didn't we make a lot of money with it a few days ago? Anyway, it's fine. A youth with his hair parted in the middle used the Q-stick technique too. The white ball hit the red ball, and the red ball drifted into the table's pocket. Restrain yourself. There's no need to use it on such an occasion. The young man in the singlet did not say anything else. After all, if passers-by really saw it, they would not be able to see any clues. The problem was that they would break the rules of the Mahist School, the middle-aged man said disapprovingly, but then again, there's someone pretending to be a real member of our Mahist School on the internet. He even said that he's the IO8th generation heir of the Mahist School. I'm dying of laughter. Although the youth with parted hair and the youth in the singlet were both members of the Mahist School, they were far from qualified to become the Mahist School's heirs. Moreover, a true inheritor of the Mahist School would not reveal himself online. I'm not surprised by what's happening online. There are even people pretending to be the dragon ancestor of the Qin dynasty copyright to transfer money. The young man in the vest continued, although he's a fake, knowing the secret technique of the stickman means that he might know a little about the secret technique of the Mahist School. How good would it be if the Heavenly Dao system chose me? I'd earn money quickly and be able to show off. The youth with his hair parted in the middle said confidently. The Mahist School did not only have one lineage. Most of them were familiar with the Mahist School's mechanism techniques. The young man with hair parted in the middle was very confident. If he was really chosen by the Heavenly Dao system, not only would he be able to live well in the Otherworld instance dungeon, but he would also be able to complete the trial very smoothly. If you were really chosen by the Heavenly Dao system, you wouldn't say that. The young man in the singlet naturally knew how terrifying the Otherworld instance dungeon was. Actually, the entire world was afraid. However, it had been 28 years since the Otherworld instance dungeon arrived on the blue planet. After the initial panic, everyone now got used to it. Although the survival rate of those chosen by the Heavenly Dao system was extremely low, millions of people went without being chosen every year. It was no exaggeration to say that the number of people who fell to their deaths every day was thousands of times more than the number of people who died in the Otherworld instance dungeon. It was undeniable that the Otherworld instance dungeon was a hell on earth that made one's hair stand on ends. It was also a place that made people curious. It was just past midnight. A photo was uploaded to the forum. Chapter 53, Simply a Scumbag Father, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In the photo, a group of 4S employees sent a red sports car to a villa. This villa was Su Yang's villa in Shangping District, the Jinqiu Manor. It's only been a few hours, and he's already taking his daughter's money and carrying a supercar. Tifo? Damn, my pink eye illness queue is acting up again. It's so uncomfortable to be stuck here. Let's team up and smash his supercar. The netizens on the Otherworlds forum were just saying it casually. Even if they had 10 times as much guts, they would not dare to smash the car. If the compensation was light, they would be jailed. Their eyes were really red. After all, in their eyes, Su Yang was a scumbag father who lived off his daughter. He had a villa and a luxury car. If they had one, they would also be very willing to exploit their daughter. What does Su Yang look like? In the Otherworld forum, a netizen questioned. However, it was a woman who asked this question. Many girls started to have designs on Su Yang. No matter what, Su Yang had a villa and a luxury car now. He was not old, and was unmarried. So what if he had a daughter? One was his elementary school classmate. He used to be fat and short, one user, by Jia Aben, replied. Who has a picture of him? One also want to see what he looks like. These netizens weren't sure if she, the former classmate, didn't say this out of jealousy or simple malice. It had to be known that when a man had such an exquisite and cute daughter, he usually would not look too bad. After all, a woman took after her father. 10 o'clock in the morning, Shangping District, Jinqiu Manor. At the entrance of a villa. Su Chanxian used the remote control to open the door. There were a man and a woman at the marble door. Daddy said that there are surveillance cameras here, Su Chanxian said bluntly. Although Jinqiu Manor was not a high-end district, it was still a middle-class district. There was a surveillance camera almost every 30 meters. If someone did something bad in the neighborhood, he would be at the police station for tea in less than half an hour. Hearing this, Fang Shiyan subconsciously looked at the man in the suit behind her. She hurriedly explained, this uncle and one are not bad people. Shanshan, I'm Fang Shiyan from the Rainbow Corporation. You can call me Sister Shiyan. After the introduction, Fang Shiyan took out a badge and handed it to Su Chanxian. Fang Shiyan said, this is the special badge of the Rainbow Group. As long as you hold this badge, you can get any goods on the Rainbow Commercial Street for free. Fang Shiyan had prepared such a big gift as soon as she arrived. Actually, it was all arranged by Mei Zheqiang. As the saying goes, if you can't bear to part with a child, you won't be able to catch a wolf. Su Chanxian recognized the rainbow icon on the badge. After all, this Jinqiu Manor also had a rainbow icon. Thank you, Sister Shiyan. Su Chanxian took the colorful badge. Although the kindergarten often taught children not to take things given by strangers, Su Yang had instructed her to accept things given by beautiful big sisters and thank them. Obviously, Su Chanxian was more obedient to her father. Little Chanxian, is your father at home? Fang Shiyan's voice was very gentle and patient. She also knew that the Su Yang on the internet was a scumbag father. However, she had doubts and wanted to see it for herself. Moreover, Su Yang was designated as a VIP by Mei Jiaqing. As a special receptionist, not only did Fang Shiyan have to be patient, but she also had to maintain a sincere heart. Su Chanxian shook her head and said, Daddy isn't at home. I see. Fang Shiyan did not continue asking. Instead, she waved at Su Chanxian and said goodbye. I understand. See you next time. With that, Fang Shiyan and the uncle in a suit walked out of the villa. They got into a black car, but the car did not drive out of the garage of the neighborhood. They planned to wait in the car in the car. Shiyan, could Su Yang be at home? The uncle in the suit made a guess. His guess was not unreasonable.
First of all, the luxury car was parked in the exclusive parking space on the right side of the village. Moreover, Su Yang had some money now, so he did not have to work as a temporary worker to earn money. That was why this uncle in a suit thought that Su Yang was very likely still at home. Fang Shiyan said, "He's not at home." Don't forget, Fang Shiyan was very observant, especially when it came from a 5-year-old girl. It was unlikely to be a lie if Fang Shiyan thought that if Su Yang was not working as a temporary worker, he had something else to do. This made Fang Shiyan even more suspicious. If it was an ordinary person, he would definitely drive the luxury car that he had just bought yesterday to attract attention today. However, Su Yang seemed to be elusive, which was a little strange. Fang Shiyan said, "It's the weekend today, and his daughter is at home. Moreover, there's no nanny at home, so Su Yang will definitely return home before evening. Since that's the case, shouldn't we return to the company first and come back after dinner time?" the uncle in the suit said. Fang Shiyan shook her head and said, "Uncle Tang, you don't know." Indeed, sincerity, even if it was just for show, they had to let others see their sincerity. If they came at the right time, there would be no sincerity. As a special receptionist, Fang Shiyan had long developed this professionalism. Fang Shiyan could get a million-year salary. Not only was she very professional, but she also was proficient in various hobbies. Some guests liked to drink liquor, some liked to drink tea, and some liked to get massage. She had to treat others well in advance so that she could sign a contract smoothly. After hearing Fang Shiyan's words, the uncle in the suit understood. "It's an honor for Sister May to have a capable assistant like you." The uncle in the suit did not have such knowledge, and had never done things like this. He was just a researcher. The purpose of his following Fang Shiyan to see Su Yang this time was to help Fang Shiyan find out if Su Yang was a hidden big shot. In the villa. Su Chanshan pressed the call button on the pink turtle children's smartwatch. She was not calling her father, but Wang Wanqing. Beep. Beep. The call was picked up as soon as it rang. A cordial greeting came from the other end of the phone. "Shanshan, are you alright now?" Upon hearing this, Su Chanshan said, "Very good." Then, Su Chanshan said in a very slow tone, "Big sister, can you play with me this weekend?" As soon as these words were spoken, there was an ah on the other end of the phone. Obviously, Wang Wanqing was a little surprised. "Where's your father?" Wang Wanqing asked. Su Chanshan said truthfully, "Daddy went out early in the morning. He said, if I want to go out to play, I must get big sister to accompany me." On the other end of the phone, Wang Wanqing did not know what to say. She was thinking about a certain matter. Chapter 54, You actually called her auntie. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Why did Su Yang trust her so much just because she had accompanied Su Chanshan to play once? Or did she mean that she was a university student, and had plenty of time on weekends? However, Wang Wanqing was very gratified. "Since your father has said so, big sister will bring you out to play." Wang Wanqing then said, "Chanshan, wait for me at home for an hour." "Okay," Su Chanshan replied obediently. Of course, Wang Wanqing was not in Jianghai City. She was in Jingxia City, more than 200 kilometers away from Jianghai City. It would take about an hour to take the high-speed rail. Shenzhou Building. Copyright. In his specific office, Wang Changzan, who still had a big belly, drank tea and chatted with Lu Hai. "Old Lu, what's the situation in your department?" Wang Changzan asked. Lu Hai shook his head and said, "It's difficult. After the simulation test, we found that only 3 people have the ability to complete the 3-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial." Lu Hai said, "Your department is good. At least you have Xiaoxue as your trump card." Wang Changzan took a sip of tea and shook his head. "It seems that it's very difficult for our department to nurture an elite who can complete a 4-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial in 5 years. It's not that simple. It's not like you don't know that only about 12% of those chosen by the Heavenly Dao system came out alive. The reputation of the national institution is no longer that good." Lu Hai's meaning was very clear. Shenzhou was not the only organization involved with Otherworld Instance Dungeons, especially when capitalists were involved, for their money was too tempting. It was like comparing working in a state-owned company with an annual salary of 100,000 yuan and working in a private company with an annual salary of 1 million yuan. Most people would choose to join the capitalists' Otherworld Instance Dungeon organizations. Yu Fushue was an exception. This was because she had swept through all the 4-star Otherworld Instance Dungeons. It could be said that she was not short of money. Moreover, her personality was at odds with the interests of the capitalists. "Old Lu, if this Su Yang is really hiding his strength, will he?" Before Wang Changzan could finish speaking, Lu Hai hurriedly waved his hand. "Let's take a step back and say that if he's really a hidden expert,
then we must offer something that will interest him to recruit him, Lu Hai said bluntly.
Wang Changzan analyzed it again.
If the person who helped Su Chanqian on both occasions was really her father, Su Yang, then this person must not be doing it for money, fame, or benefits.
Lu Hai smiled and took another sip of tea. How many people in this world don't want fame and money? Human desires are endless.
When Lu Hai said this, the two of them didn't say anything. Zhao Wenwen has already gone to contact him, Wang Changzan said bluntly. Zhao Wenwen, she's little Shue's assistant, right?
Old Wang, was this your idea? Lu Hai asked in surprise. Wang Changzan shook his head and said, how could it be my idea? This was little Shue's own idea. You know that lass, little Shue, simply can't be controlled at all. Lu Hai nodded and said, but that's good too.
We'll know the exact situation when the time comes. Now, everyone's attitude toward Su Yang was very ambivalent. Copyright first, he had to confirm if Su Yang was a hidden big shot. If he was really a hidden big shot, then he would confirm if Su Yang had any intention of joining Shenzhou. If he had no such intention, they still have to make their attitude clear. There was no lack of pragmatic, maybe somewhat special, methods. Of course, they were not forceful methods. If Su Yang was not a hidden big shot, then who was the mysterious big shot who would help Su Chanqian twice in a row? If it was the Dragon Clan, it basically would have no fate with Shenzhou. The four hypotheses had yet to be verified one by one, so it was still too early to talk about things. An hour later, Zhanghai City, Shangping District. Jinqiu Manor. A quiet woman with glasses appeared at the entrance of a villa. She was Zhao Wenwen of the Shenzhou Institute, Yu Fushua's best friend and assistant. Auntie, who are you? Su Chanqian looked at Zhao Wenwen. Zhao Wenwen, who was called an auntie, felt a little uncomfortable. She was only 25 years old, and wasn't married yet. However, Zhao Wenwen wouldn't argue with a little girl. Perhaps it was because Zhao Wenwen looked a little more mature today. Chanqian, is your father home? Zhao Wenwen asked gently. Su Chanqian only shook her head, and did not reply. Su Chanqian's small eyes revealed all kinds of doubts. She couldn't understand why two girls had come to ask her if her father was at home this morning. In Su Chanqian's impression, her father had never interacted with other women, not to mention women. Even men had never come to visit. According to Su Chanqian's train of thought, it was probably because they lived in a villa and bought a beautiful car, so people would come to meet her father. Daddy won't give it to you. For some reason, Su Chanqian's train of thought was very long, and she blurted out the sentence. Hearing this, Zhao Wenwen didn't react for a moment, but in less than 2 seconds, she understood. No, I just want to talk to your father about something, Zhao Wenwen said. Su Chanqian nodded gently and said, Daddy is really not at home. Then when will he come back? Please give him this business card. Zhao Wenwen didn't give hers, but rather Yu Fushua's business card to Su Chanqian. Zhao Wenwen thought that if Su Yang was really a hidden big shot, she really wasn't qualified to talk to him. Moreover, Yu Fushua also wanted to know if Su Yang was a hidden big shot. Auntie, I'll tell Dad. Su Chanqian took the business card from Zhao Wenwen's hand. At this moment, a tall and pure-looking woman arrived at the entrance of the villa. When Su Chanqian saw Wang Wanqing's arrival, she immediately walked over to welcome her. She was so excited that she forgot to close the door. Big sister, you're here. Su Chanqian immediately held Wang Wanqing's hand. This scene also reminded Wang Wanqing of when she had been in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, the Demon-Eating Forest. She had often held Su Chanqian's hand. Although Su Chanqian was a little girl who did not know anything about the world, her intuition was very accurate. She could immediately sense who was sincerely good to her. Hello, Miss Wang. Zhao Wenwen handed another business card to Wang Wanqing and introduced herself. My name is Zhao Wenwen. One work at the Shenzhou Institute. This is my business card. Miss Xiao, nice to meet you. Wang Wanqing could only take the business card with one hand because her right hand was held by Su Chanqian. Wang Wanqing glanced at the business card and subconsciously looked at the business card in Su Chanqian's hand. It was a different business card. Chapter 55, Daddy is Too Handsome. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Wang Wanqing saw the business card in Su Chanqian's hand. It was Yu Fushua's personal card. The business card in her hand was Zhao Wenwen's personal card. Miss Wang, if you have any thoughts, contact me at any time, Zhao Wenwen said, and then added, one won't disturb you anymore. With that, Zhao Wenwen left first. About minutes later, Wang Wanqing set off with Su Chanqian. Where do you want to play? An amusement park? Wang Wanqing asked. Yes. One want to learn slidey slidey?
Su Chanqian said before Wang Wanqing could react. She also asked, "Slidey slidey?" "Yeah, that kind."
Su Chanqian spread out her hands like a little bird, and then walked forward as she rubbed her feet against the ground. At this moment, Wang Wanqing finally understood that Su Chanqian wanted to learn ice skating. It's skating, right?
Wang Wanqing said. Su Chanqian hurriedly nodded. Yes. Wang Wanqing pondered for a moment.
If a 5-year-old girl went to skate, it would definitely be very dangerous. Su Chanqian added. Daddy agreed. Hearing this, Wang Wanqing smiled and said, "Since your father doesn't object, big sister will accompany you to learn skating." As long as they were in public, there was no danger of running into human traffickers. Moreover, although Su Chanqian lived in a villa and had a cool car, everything was only worth 20 million yuan. It was not enough to attract burglars who could murder them. Actually, Wang Wanqing had 2 questions in her heart that she wanted to find answers to. The first question was what Su Yang, who was hotly discussed on the Otherworld forum, looked like. There was another question that Wang Wanqing wanted to know the most. Was Su Yang really raising Su Chanqian like a monster? Perhaps it was because of her kindness or sympathy, but Wang Wanqing was far from firm. She went from Jingxia City, which was more than 200 kilometers away, to Jianghai City to play with Su Chanqian. She was someone with such a personality, so when she had entered the demon-eating forest the other time, she had been mocked by the other chosen ones for being like a saintess. If she was not chosen by the Otherworld instance dungeon, Wang Wanqing would definitely be the ideal target in the hearts of most men, who wouldn't want to marry a young, beautiful, knowledgeable, gentle, and caring wife. Otherworld forum. Guess whom I saw in Su Chanqian's neighborhood this morning? Who was it? Fang Shurian. Who is Fang Shurian? You don't even know Fang Shurian? Then you're definitely not from the capital. For a moment, all the netizens wondered who this Fang Shurian was. Why was she so famous in the capital? Some netizens began to explain if Fang Shurian is the goddaughter of Mei Jiaqing, the richest person in Jianghai City.
Isn't that simple and straightforward? Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you have to beat around the bush? Do you think you can casually become Mei Jiaqing's goddaughter? They didn't know much about Fang Shurian, but they knew Mei Jiaqing, the richest person in Jianghai City. Since Fang Shurian came to Su Chanqian's villa, could she be there to see Su Yang? Could Su Yang really be a hidden big shot? It's hard to say.
After all, even Mei Jiaqing sent a trusted confidant to see Su Yang.
The netizens were not retarded. It was just that the netizens were a group of people who liked to follow the drama. Not only Fang Shurian, but also Zhao Wenwen from the Shenzhou agency. Even Yafushua's assistant went to Su Chanqian's villa. No way? Are you sure you didn't mistake someone else for her? How can one be wrong? I have a video.
As he spoke, a netizen uploaded an 18-second video on the Otherworld. The front of a quiet woman who appeared in the video was also captured clearly. They couldn't help but admire modern phones. They could take 16K videos even from more than 100 meters away. However, it was strange that some strange videos had pixels that looked like grids. On the same morning, the goddaughter of Jianghai City's richest person Mei Jiaqing, Fang Shurian, and the right-hand woman of Dragon Country's legendary ace, Zhao Wenwen, went to Su Chanqian's villa, and they were all looking for Su Chanqian's father? There's too much information. One can't process it. Could it be that they suspect that Su Yang is a hidden big shot? Even though these 2 important figures went to meet Su Yang, most netizens still believed that Su Yang was just a scumbag father who was willing to live off a daughter. After all, Su Yang's actions made it difficult for netizens to think that he was a hidden big shot, especially since the first thing he did with the heavenly Dao coins that Su Chanqian earned from the Otherworld instance dungeon was to buy a villa and then a supercar. He did not leave any savings for Su Chanqian's future. I forgot to take a video. Actually, Wang Wanqing also came to Su Chanqian's villa. Everyone on the Otherworld forum knew about Wang Wanqing. Wang Wanqing came to look for Su Yang? No, she was there to look for Su Chanqian. They're probably at the skating rink now. Playing with a 5-year-old girl? The netizens were a little confused. A female university student traveled for more than 200 kilometers just to find Su Chanqian to go to the skating rink to play. Everyone thought that Wang Wanqing might have other motives, but it was impossible for her to want Su Chanqian's money. After all, Su Chanqian did not have much money left. Moreover, Wang Wanqing's net worth was not low, and her future could be said to be bright. She was such an outstanding woman.
It was likely that many rich people wanted to marry Wang Wanqing. The amusement park was only 15 kilometers away from the villa. It was both an amusement park and a skating rink now. Wang Wanqing was already skating with Su Qianqian. Wang Wanqing held Su Qianqian's hand and taught her patiently, bend your knees slightly, lean forward, and slowly slide your right foot forward. Perhaps it was because Wang Wanqing was holding Su Qianqian's hand that Su Qianqian became bolder and slid forward step by step. Qianqian is so amazing. I've only taught you once, but you already know how to do it. Wang Wanqing thought to herself that she had underestimated the learning ability of a 5-year-old girl. Perhaps Su Qianqian's ability to learn how to skate was better compared to other children. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Wanqing could let go and let Su Qianqian skate alone. Although she was a beginner, she moved very steadily. Wang Wanqing could not help but be shocked by Su Qianqian's high comprehension. She would definitely be a very smart girl when she grew up. Not only that, but she would also grow up to be a very bold girl. After more than 2 hours of skating, Su Qianqian was already drenched in sweat. In the lounge outside the skating rink, Wang Wanqing bought a cup of calcium milk for Su Qianqian. Big sister, skating is so fun. Want to come again next time? Gulp. Gulp. After Su Qianqian finished speaking, she drank half a cup of calcium milk in one go. If your father is not free, then big sister will bring you over to play next time, Wang Wanqing said from the bottom of her heart. Yes, yes. Su Qianqian nodded and finished the rest of the calcium milk in one gulp. At this moment, Wang Wanqing took advantage of the break to ask Su Qianqian a question. Qianqian, what does your father look like? Wang Wanqing was indeed very curious about this question because Su Qianqian was indeed too adorable. Even if her facial features were not fully developed, one could still tell that she was going to be a beauty. Daddy, he's so handsome. Copyright. Chapter 56, for Star Difficulty Otherworld Instance Dungeon Descends, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After Su Qianqian said this proudly, she took out a waterproof photo from her pocket. In front was a photo of Su Qianqian and a man, and on the other side of the photo was her contact number and address. Obviously, this was something requested by the kindergarten. In this way, they could prevent children from being kidnapped or picked up by the wrong person. This is my father. Su Qianqian pointed at the man in the photo. When Wang Wanqing saw the man in the photo, she actually felt shy for a moment. A scorching aura covered her pretty face. Unknowingly, her heart was beating faster. The man in the photo had starry eyebrows and sharp eyes. His nose was like a hanging gallbladder. Copyright, and his face was like jade. He was simply a handsome man. Wang Wanqing still could not believe it. Such a handsome man could rely on his face to survive, so why did he have to work temporary jobs? Wang Wanqing could not deny that Su Yang was ridiculously handsome. Wang Wanqing also admitted that her heart skipped a beat at that moment. However, she restrained her emotions. After all, she cared more about inner beauty. As such, she continued to ask Su Qianqian, Qianqian, did your father really give you snake meat and rat meat? In the demon-eating forest, Su Qianqian had personally said it once. Wang Wanqing felt that it was ridiculous, and had a lot of doubts. Then, in the Heavenly Dao livestream, she discovered that Su Qianqian's monster compatibility had reached 100%. The internet said that Su Qianqian was raised as a monster by Su Yang. Sometimes, when Dad comes home, he brings back a big chunk of meat. Then, one asked Dad, what's that flavor? It's delicious, Dad then tells me. It tastes like rat meat. There were also big spiders, big worms, and snake meat. Su Qianqian's words seemed to be incoherent, but Wang Wanqing could tell it was not that Su Yang was feeding her rat meat, but that the meat tasted like rat meat. But what kind of meat was this? Wang Wanqing thought about it carefully. Why did she have a terrifying feeling? The more she asked, the more outrageous she felt. Moreover, her doubts were getting deeper and deeper. At the same time, on the Otherworld forum, the profile in a photo caused a heated debate among no netizens. Is this really Su Yang? I don't believe it. He looks very ordinary. I also think he looks very ordinary. Most of the male netizens refused to admit it, but they were wondering why Su Yang was so handsome. However, the female netizens on the Otherworld forum seemed to be infatuated. He's so handsome. The profile in the photo is so handsome. There's no trace of it being photoshopped at all. He's the original version of a handsome man. At the beginning, many female netizens had thought that Su Yang might be ugly and short, so they had not dared to make a move even if Su Yang was a father who used his daughter to make a living. So what? At least he had a villa and a luxury car now. These infatuated girls almost had the words "I do" written on their faces. I in the garage of Shangping district. Fang Shiyan scrolled through the Otherworld forum on her phone. She even enlarged the photo on the forum. This person is actually Su Yang. It's a little beyond my expectations. Fang Shiyan's patience was extraordinary. Even if she had to wait for another 3 to 5 days, she would be able to persevere. Uncle Tang, look at this person. As she spoke, Fang Shiyan handed her phone to the uncle in the suit. The man in the suit looked at the photo on his phone carefully. His expression changed from calm to puzzled to serious. Then, he took a deep breath. The man in the suit shook his head repeatedly. Fang Shiyan nodded and said, "Actually, I'm the same, but it's often this kind of person who hides his strength the most." She still could not confirm if Su Yang was a hidden big shot. However, after seeing the photo, she had more doubts about Su Yang. Fang Shiyan needed to see Su Yang with her own eyes and talk to him before she could confirm if Su Yang was a hidden big shot. The Shenzhou Institute and Pegasus Corporation copyright have sent people over. Fang Shiyan received a message. It was from the information department. Fang Shiyan had always known that Mei Jiaqing valued the research department of the Otherworld and had invested 20 years of hard work and funds. Therefore, Fang Shiyan also knew a lot about the Otherworld research. In her opinion, now that the Pegasus Corporation had lost Ma Feihong, who had potential, it didn't matter even if other chosen ones made up for it, the Pegasus Corporation would still be greatly weakened. After all, the most important thing for capitalists was performance. No matter what method they used, as long as they could obtain huge benefits, it was fine. This time, the Pegasus Corporation sent someone to see Su Yang to test if he was a hidden big shot. If that was the case, the Pegasus Corporation would pay any price. Even if Su Yang was not interested in money, he should be interested in those beauties, right? If one was not enough, then what about the 3, 5, 10? He could choose any one of them. Humans had desires. If you went all out to find out what they desired, they'd come and submit on their own. Fang Shiyan knew very well that there might be a tough battle ahead. After all, the people sent by other companies and organizations were all elites. Not only were they eloquent, but they also had exquisite interests. Copyright. Moving forward. 4:30 p.m. Wang Wanqing sent Su Chanshan back to the Jinqiu Manor. Big sister, thank you for playing with me. I had a good time today. Not only did Su Chanshan skate, but she also went to a dinosaur park. Wang Wanqing did not reply immediately. Ever since she had seen that photo, she became distracted. Of course, it wasn't that she was infatuated like the female netizens. Instead, it overturned her previous understanding. Not only that, but new doubts appeared in her mind one after another. Wang Wanqing also wanted to see Su Chanshan's father with her own eyes. Only then would the doubts in her heart be solved. Big sister had a good time too. Even though Wang Wanqing was already a 20-year-old female university student, she still retained a childlike innocence in her heart. Then, big sister, can you still accompany me to play tomorrow? Su Chanshan's big eyes were lively, making it impossible for anyone to refuse. Just as Wang Wanqing was about to reply, a deafening sound came from the sky. A rumble. In an instant, a phenomenon descended from the sky and enveloped the entire blue planet. A chaotic gray aura swept through the world. Looking over, it was as if a gray vortex door had been opened by a majestic force. As if an endless purgatory had been opened, the gray aura that seeped out was extremely strange. Everyone in the world was familiar with this strange phenomenon. It was a sign that the Otherworld Instance Dungeon was about to descend on the blue planet. Otherworld Instance Dungeon, the Eerie World's Yellow Spring Station copyright is about to descend on the blue planet. Difficulty level, 4 stars. The voice of the Heavenly Dao system was mighty like lightning, resounding in the sky in all directions. It was like a shocking war song that shook the hearts of all humans. Chapter 57, Give Daddy a Call First. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations for Star Otherworld Instance Dungeon. Wang Wanqing stood rooted to the ground, looking very panicked. It was impossible to say that she was not afraid. She had completed a 3-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial, but the possibility of her being chosen by the Heavenly Dao system again was very high. What frightened her the most was this Otherworld Instance Dungeon called the Yellow Springs Station. There was no need to explain the eerie part. After all, even listening to ghost stories was terrifying, let alone conducting trials in the world of the Eerie. Furthermore, it was a 4-star Yellow Springs Station. Big sister, what Otherworld Instance Dungeon is Yellow Springs Station? Su Chanshan only had a puzzled expression.
and did not show any fear. Perhaps it was because she had entered a 3-star Otherworld instance dungeon twice previously, and she had left safely and obtained a lot of Heavenly Dao coins. Wang Wanqing felt that luck would not always follow her. The mysterious big shot would not always help her big sister doesn't know what kind of Otherworld instance dungeon Yellow Springs Station is, either.
I hope you won't be chosen.
Wang Wanqing knew very well that the probability of being chosen by the Heavenly Dao system again after completing 2 3-star Otherworld instance dungeon trials in a row was extremely high. Wang Wanqing could only guess that Yellow Springs Station might be a resting area, but the guests resting there wouldn't be humans, but rather ghosts. One had to know that this was the Eerie World's Yellow Springs Station.
The words Yellow Springs Road were not unfamiliar to everyone.
Legend had it that it was the path that led souls to the underworld after a person died. At this moment, all of humanity was praying. The Otherworld instance dungeon has descended again.
And it's the Eerie's World marked as 4 stars. Don't pick me. God bless, 1 a.m. your devout believer.
Even if part of the human race did not know what kind of Otherworld instance dungeon Yellow Springs Station was, they would know that the difficulty level had reached 4 stars, so the survival rate was close to 0. In other words, those who were chosen were basically dead. In the vast land of Dragon Country, I thought of a question.
Didn't they say that money makes the world go round? So, can we use hell money, Jay? You're really smart.
Without the Underworld's authorization seal, no matter how much you print, it's still fake money.
He's got IQ, but not high.
In fact, no matter which alternate world it was, there was a circulating currency. However, the Heavenly Dao coins were used as common currency. For example, money from the Dragon Country could be exchanged for Heavenly Dao coins, and Heavenly Dao coins could also be exchanged for money from the Dragon Country. What I'm more concerned about is which unlucky people will be chosen.
You think someone can still survive in the 4-star Yellow Springs Station after entering? That's why the ones chosen are the unlucky ones. 9, or 12, or 15.
There were tens of billions of people on the blue planet, and the ones chosen could only admit that they were unlucky to be picked. This was no different from an accidental death. However, the number of people who died accidentally every day on the blue planet was millions of times higher than the chosen ones dying in the trials. Although they were terrified, humans were exceptionally adaptable. Swoosh, in an instant, beams of gray light enveloped the blue planet from the sky. 8 gray pillars of light shone on Dragon Country. The other 7 pillars of light shone on Sea Country, Poplar Country, Circle Country, Zebra Country, and Ruby Country. On the Oil Tank Forum copyright. There are 8 people in the Dragon Country, only 1 in Sea Country, 1 in Poplar Country, 2 in Circle Country, 1 in Zebra Country, and 2 in Ruby Country. Ruby Country Netizen, Asa, there are 2 people in our country.
Poplar Country Netizen, the origin of the universe is all yours. Circle Country Netizen, I'd still like to see the Dragon Country people die. Sea Country Netizen, isn't Dragon Country self-proclaiming to be the descendants of dragons? Why do they die every time? Zebra Country Netizen, I'm so hungry.
If I had known earlier, I would have charged all the money and starved to death. Ever since the Otherworld descended on the blue planet in the form of dungeons, the reason why there were so many chosen ones in Dragon Country was naturally because the survival rate of the Dragon Country's chosen ones was the highest, but their death rate was also the highest. The other countries were basically watching the show and welcoming the arrival of the Otherworld instance dungeon. To put it bluntly, what abilities did the other countries have to be able to play in the Otherworld instance dungeon? On the Otherworld forum of the Dragon Country, do you know who the 8 chosen ones of our Dragon Country are? Currently, the Heavenly Dao livestream hasn't been activated, but we have a chosen one in Shihai. There's also a gray pillar of light in Zhanghai City. My cousin said that there's also a chosen one in Qingdong. What's the hurry? When the Heavenly Dao livestream opens later, all the chosen ones' information will be announced. Those who were not chosen by the Heavenly Dao system were naturally watching the drama. The people chosen by the Heavenly Dao system might be crying and gathering money. At this moment, in Jinqiu Manor in Zhanghai City's Shangping district. A gray pillar of light appeared beside Wang Wanqing, enveloping a 5-year-old girl. When Wang Wanqing saw that Su Chanxian was enveloped by the gray pillar of light, she panicked. Huh? Su Chanxian was slightly surprised at first, and then she turned to look at Wang Wanqing. Big sister, I've been chosen again. Wang Wanqing did not know what to say to comfort Su Chanxian. She clearly knew that Su Chanxian could pass a 3-star Otherworld instance dungeon twice in a row because of the help of a mysterious big shot. However, could Su Chanxian, who had been chosen by the Heavenly Dao system for the third time, still be helped by the mysterious Big Shot? No matter how awesome a Big Shot was, he could not help out 3 times, right? Even the legendary trump card of Dragon Country, Yu Fushue, couldn't help Su
Qianqian 3 times. Qianqian, don't panic. Wang Wanqing stroked Su Qianqian's head and checked the Heavenly Dao account herself.
She would help as much as she could. Wang Wanqing did not spend a single cent of the 500 Heavenly Dao coins she had earned in the demon-eating forest. She was also planning to give them all to Su Qianqian. In her opinion, it was all because of Su Qianqian that she could leave the demon-eating forest alive and obtain these 500 Heavenly Dao coins, although these 500 Heavenly Dao coins could only serve as a drop in the bucket in the 4-star Yellow Spring Station Otherworld Instance Dungeon. It was better than nothing. In that case,
Wang Wanqing would definitely not hesitate to increase the chances of survival by 1%. Of course, Wang Wanqing also
liked money, but money could be earned again. Even if Wang Wanqing was still a university student, it was definitely not a problem for her to earn 3 to 5 million yuan a year. Qianqian, call your father first. At the end of the day, Wang Wanqing felt that she was an outsider.
There was only so much she could help with. As soon as Wang Wanqing finished speaking, the Heavenly Dao livestream connected to the various livestream platforms. The identity information of the 15 chosen ones in the livestream view were screened in the Heavenly Dao livestream. When everyone saw a cute girl, they were surprised again. Su Qianqian was chosen by the Heavenly Dao system again.
Chapter 58, An Eerie World Filled with Horror. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Can I say it's to be expected?
That's right.
With the help of the mysterious Big Shot, she became the biggest winner of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon twice. According to the comprehensive assessment of the Heavenly Dao system, it's only natural for her to become the chosen one of the 4-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon.
Will there be a mysterious Big Shot helping her this time? Aren't you thinking too much? Even if there is, can that mysterious Big Shot really help Su Qianqian complete the trial in the 4-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon?
As everyone knew, there was a huge difference between a 3-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon and a 4-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon. In an eerie world with a 4-star difficulty level, not only were there Ghost Kings, but there might also be Ghost Kings above IV 11. A lesser ghost could toy with someone to death. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream looked at the identities of the 8 chosen ones of Dragon Country. Chosen 1 in 0.1, Kong Meru.
Chosen 1 number 2, Zhou Tangyu. Chosen 1 number 3, Shui Liakai. Chosen 1 number 4, Yuan Changzhou. Chosen 1 number 5, Su Qianqian. Chosen 1 number 6, Long Lianfeng. Chosen 1 number 7, Deng Shiji. Chosen 1 number 8, Orong.
The people of the Dragon Country did not discuss the other 7 chosen ones from other countries. Among the 8 chosen ones of the Dragon Country, there were actually 5 names that were familiar to those on the Otherworld forum: Zhou Tangyu, Yuan Changzhou, Long Lianfeng, Deng Shiji, and Su Qianqian. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but they had all passed the 3-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial. Kong Meru, Shueliakai, and Orong were newbies. Chosen 1 number 2, Zhou Tangyu, is from the Shenzhou Institute. He has completed 4 Otherworld Instance Dungeon trials. Chosen 1 number 4, Yuan Changzhou, is from the Flying Fish Company. He has also completed 4 Otherworld Instance Dungeon trials.
Chosen 1 number 6, Long Lianfeng, is from the Leading Authorities Company. Copyright.
She has also completed 4 Otherworld Instance Dungeon trials. Chosen 1 number 7, Deng Shiji, is from the Lied Swan Company. Copyright. He has also completed 4 Otherworld Instance Dungeon trials. Other than the Shenzhou Institute, the Flying Fish Company, the Leading Authorities Company, and the Lied Swan Company are all formed by super financial groups. They are very rich.
This Otherworld Instance Dungeon might give birth to an ace? It's hard to say. Anyway, this is how Yu Fushue emerged 5 years ago.
However, how could everyone not know that in the 4-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon, IV 9 primary ghosts? Copywriter not the worst opponent, a level 10 Ghost King might just be the beginning. Some people summarized the characteristics of the 5 alternate worlds: demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts. Copyright the world of demons, playground the world of devilkind, havoc the world of the eerie, horror the world of monsters, madness of the world of otherworldly beasts, food of the strong. Copyright among the 5 alternate worlds, what women feared the most was not the eerie one, but that of the otherworldly beasts. As for the reason, it was indescribable. Selection complete.
Heavenly Dao live stream has been activated. Warm reminder, the 15 chosen ones from the blue planet will be teleported to the Eerie World's Yellow Spring station in 30 minutes. They only had 30 minutes to prepare. In a commodity room. Why did you choose me so coincidentally? A young man with his hair parted in the middle panicked. Shweliakai had only said it casually when he had been in the Billiard City yesterday. F***ck. Why is it a 4-star Otherworld instance dungeon? One don't want to die yet. Shweliakai stomped his feet anxiously. Yesterday, he had bragged that if he had been chosen by the Heavenly Dao system, not only would he have been able to live well in the Otherworld instance dungeon, but he would also have been able to complete the trial very smoothly. Although he knew the secret techniques of the Mahist school, he only knew some basic secret techniques, such as Paperman crossing the river and Wooden Doll hitting stakes. If he wanted to use them to deal with the Eerie, he wouldn't live long. Shweliakai made a call. All Chuan, I've been chosen. Is there anything I can do? Shweliakai's tone was very panicked. A disdainful tone came from the other end of the phone. Didn't you say yesterday that you were confident? F***ck, I was just spouting nonsense yesterday. Hurry up and help me think of a way. I'm only in my early 30s. I don't want to die like this. Shweliakai broke out in a cold sweat as he spoke. What can one do? Why don't you go and look for Elder Zhang from the Humanities Department? He's also from our lineage. Perhaps he can help you. With that, the other end of the line immediately hung up. F***ck, I'm usually as close to you as a brother. Is this how you treat me? Shweliakai cursed. He knew that he was really in trouble this time. When the 4-star Otherworld instance dungeon descended, the survival rate of the selected people was almost 0. What right did he have to be lucky, just because he knew some secret techniques of the Mahist school? Moreover, he was not an authentic inheritor of the Mahist school. Even an authentic inheritor of the school might not be able to deal with a 4-star Otherworld instance dungeon in Zhengyang City Center. The leading authorities of the Great Xia Copyright Celestial Masters Department, Lil Fong, you have to be careful. When you encounter the 4 types of the Eerie, blue, red, white, and black, be they primary ghosts or lesser ghosts, you can't rush in front. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man who was blind in one eye. He was talking to a girl with braids that was dressed in rustic clothes. She was chosen one number 6, Long Lianfeng. She was from the leading authorities company's Celestial Masters Department. All the other worldly companies had established 5 departments that corresponded to 5 other worlds. Master, you've said it many times. I've always remembered it. Long Lianfeng nodded. She had been dealing with the Eerie since young. No one was actually unfamiliar with what the Eerie were. In short, they had no physical body. They could pass through walls and release curses of resentment. Copyright, just like how demons knew sorcery. The blind man stood up and said, "Go to the conference room." This emergency meeting was, of course, specially organized by the leading authorities company for Long Lianfeng. The main discussion was about the startup capital, the Eerie analysis, and benefits. The leading authorities company was also established by capitalists, so they put benefits first. It couldn't be helped. Capitalists were all the same. A few days ago, Pegasus Corporation suffered a huge loss. Not only did they lose someone with potential like Ma Feihang, but they also lost 2 billion yuan this time. The Otherworld instance dungeon that descended on the blue planet had higher difficulty. For stars, obviously, the leading authorities company would not put too many eggs in Long Lianfeng's basket. At Zhanghai City, Shangping District, Jinqiu Manor. Su Chanxian's pink turtle children's smartwatch dialed Su Yang's number. Hello, Daddy. Su Chanxian made a greeting in a childish voice. Chanxian, did you go to play today? The person on the other end of the phone asked Su Chanxian if she had gone out to play today. Yes. Big sister brought me to the amusement park. Daddy, one learned how to skate, Su Chanxian said excitedly. Chanxian, you're awesome. Su Chanxian smiled innocently at Su Yang's praise. However, Wang Wanqing, who heard these words, became anxious. Was this the time to talk about daily life? Chapter 59, Hear Ye, Art These Human Words? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Dad, I've been chosen again. Su Chanxian had not forgotten the purpose of calling her father. Unexpectedly, the other end of the call was silent. Wang Wanqing frowned. She should have known that although Su Chanxian's father, Su Yang, was handsome, he was still a scumbag father. The previous 2 times were perfunctory. This time would not be an exception. After more than 10 seconds, Su Yang's voice came from the other end of the phone again. Chanxian, tell Daddy. What Otherworld instance dungeon are you going to enter this time?
Upon hearing this, Su Chanshan organized her words and said, the Eyrie, the Yellow Springs, and the relay station. Wang Wanqing, who was at the side, did not want to interrupt, but she still decided to add something. Wang Wanqing approached the pink turtle child's smartwatch and said, hello, Chanshan's father.
I'm Wang Wanqing.
The other world instance dungeon that your daughter is about to enter is the Eyrie World's Yellow Springs Station with a difficulty factor of 4 stars.
It's you. Thank you for playing with my daughter. The next time we meet, I'll give you a present as a thank you gift.
These words not only did not make Wang Wanqing happy, but they also made her angry. Was this the time to talk about this? This concerned Su Chanshan's life and death. As an outsider, she shouldn't interfere in other people's family matters, but she really couldn't bear it. Moreover, she doted on Su Chanshan very much. The voice came from the other end of the phone again. Chanshan, there are also many delicious and fun things at Yellow Springs Station. If you don't think it's enough, Daddy can arrange a surprise for you.
Hear ye? Art these human words? Wang Wanqing felt that Su Yang was spouting nonsense. Was the Eyrie World's Yellow Springs Station for people to play? Was it there to let them eat? He'd even arrange for a surprise. Wasn't this bragging to lie to a child? However, Su Chanshan was a child to begin with. Even the usually gentle Wang Wanqing could not stand it anymore. Wang Wanqing approached the pink turtle child's smartwatch again and said, Chanshan's father, this concerns your daughter's life. I hope you can do your best to help her. Wang Wanqing did not expect Su Yang to do anything, but at the very least, he had to mortgage the villa and luxury car in exchange for heavenly Dao coins for Su Chanshan. On the other end of the phone, the man replied calmly, you're really a kind girl. It's rare in the world, but I'm telling the truth. The truth? In the eyes of others, this was simply the biggest joke in the world. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Su Yang was really a hidden big shot, could he be powerful enough to control Yellow Springs Station? That was an alternate world, not the blue planet. How could he do that? Daddy, is there really a surprise? Su Chanshan was already looking forward to it. After all, Su Chanshan trusted her father very much. You'll know when you enter the Eyrie World. This call was heard clearly by the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream. I think he's drunk. Why hasn't he ascended to heaven yet?
That's right. Even the legendary trump card of the Dragon Country, Yu Fushue, doesn't dare to boast like this.
Who would believe it? Even ghosts wouldn't believe it.
How could the viewers believe such ridiculous words from Su Yang? It was as if he was the one who'd opened the Yellow Springs Station. He could eat, drink, and have fun there. If it was not enough, he could arrange a surprise. Anyone with a normal mind would find it extremely ridiculous. Fang Shiyan, who was watching the live broadcast in the car, felt that Su Yang's words made him sound like a bragging drunkard. Looks like there's really no need for us to see him.
Fang Shiyan was a little disappointed.
She had been looking forward to it a moment ago. The man in the suit shook his head and said, if he's not drunk, he's crazy. Or he's lying to a child. Shenzhou building. On the sofa, Yu Fushue, who had a high ponytail, already looked quite tall, and now she looked even taller as she stood up given that she was 170 centimeters tall. While Yu Fushue's gaze was fixed on the screen in front of her. One, do you believe it? Yu Fushue asked. Another quiet girl in the room shook her head and said, how can one believe such ridiculous words?
Yu Fushue smiled and said, I kind of believe it.
As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Wenwen knocked Yu Fushue's head lightly and teased, is your head empty?
Yu Fushue smiled and said, if my brain was good, I probably wouldn't be so brave.
As Yu Fushue's best friend from a young age, Zhao Wenwen knew Yu Fushue's personality very well. However, Zhao Wenwen also felt that what Yu Fushue said made sense, that if Yu Fushue was very smart, she would have more thoughts, and wouldn't be so fearless. Zhao Wenwen sighed slightly and said, after all, it's a 4-star otherworld instance dungeon. Even if a mysterious big shot wants to help, he's bound to be powerless. What a pity, she's such a cute and lively child. Yu Fushue changed the topic and said, Zhou Tanya from our Shenzhou agency.
Which department is he from?
Same as you, Zhao Wenwen immediately replied. Why Yu Fushue was a little surprised, but she also said curiously, he seems to have obtained, Ghost Blowing Out the Lamp, power copyright.
Wouldn't that be a good time to show off at Yellow Springs Station?
Zhao Wenwen nodded and said, actually, there's another chosen one who can show off at Yellow Springs Station.
Who is it?
Yu Fushue asked. Chosen one number 6, Long Lianfeng, an elite of the leading authorities company's Celestial Masters Department. Zhao Wenwen knew that this information didn't come from the Heavenly Dao live stream. It could be said that she remembered the information on chosen ones of the Dragon Country and even other countries very clearly. In that case, the two of them are very likely to complete the trial at the Yellow Springs Station? Yu Fushue stretched, and being reserved was the farthest from accurate description of her sitting position. It's hard to say. Yellow Springs Station Otherworld Instance Dungeon descended on the blue planet for the first time, and the difficulty level is 4 stars. Of course, Zhao Wenwen knew all the Otherworld Instance dungeons that had descended on the blue planet in the past 28 years. There were too many Otherworld Instance dungeons. After all, there were 5 other worlds that had descended on the blue planet in the form of dungeons. No one could tell how big the 5 alternate worlds were. Everyone only knew that the Otherworld Instance dungeon was a living hell. In the livestream of the Heavenly Dao livestream, Su Chanshan said to the phone, "Daddy, there were a beautiful sister and a beautiful auntie who wanted to see you this morning." The beautiful sister Su Chanshan was talking about was Fang Shiyan. However, Fang Shiyan did not seem to intend to see Su Yang anymore now. As for the pretty auntie, it was Zhao Wenwen. Zhao Wenwen also felt that there was no longer any need for her to see Su Yang. Daddy knows. On the phone, Su Yang added, "Chanshan, Daddy is going to be busy." Yes. Bye, Daddy. Kisses. Mua beep. Beep. Chapter 60, Welcome to Yellow Springs Station, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The call ended, however, everyone was holding back their anger. It was anger towards Su Yang. Not only did he not do anything to mortgage the villa and the car in exchange for Heavenly Dao coins, but he also bragged to the heavens and hung up in such a hurry. He simply did not care about his daughter at all. Even a passerby would inevitably be angry. About 20 minutes later, swoosh, under Su Chanshan's feet, a gray halo became stronger and stronger, forming a spiral teleportation array. The teleportation array gradually shrank, and Su Chanshan's figure became blurry until she disappeared on the spot. She was teleported to RH Otherworld Instance Dungeon again. The other 14 chosen ones were also teleported to the Otherworld Instance Dungeon at RH's same time, location, the Eerie World's Yellow Springs Station. Although it was daytime, the sky was still gray. A sinister wind blew, causing the already sinister aura to become even stronger. In front of everyone, there was a gurgling stream. The sound of running water was like a baby crying, sometimes louder, sometimes softer. Across the stream was an empty forest. Did you see that? There's a man hanging himself, 11-inch F***CK, is that a human? That's a floatyful. Calm down. At least 5 of us have passed the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial. The 8 chosen ones of the Dragon Country had already appeared in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon of the Eerie World. There were also 7 chosen ones from other countries in the crowd. However, they seemed to be scared out of their wits, and did nor dare to make a sound. This is Yellow Springs Station? Why don't I see any houses? Everyone looked around. There were no houses or shelters. There was not even a straw shed. Ring. 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 Just as Fingling's voice sounded, a broadcast-like voice entered the chosen one's ears. Welcome, 15 chosen ones of the blue planet, to the Eerie World's Yellow Springs Station. This Otherworld Instance Dungeon only has 1 trial. Some chosen ones became excited when they heard that there was only 1 trial. That was how it was with trials. RHE number didn't really influence the difficulty. There was only 1 trial, but the difficulty was at the nightmare level. Moreover, this was the Yellow Springs Station with a 4-star difficulty factor. Therefore, even if there was only 1 trial, it would definitely not be easy to complete it. The voice of the Heavenly Dao system echoed, "All chosen ones, obtain 2 contribution points at Yellow Springs Station within 72 hours, and you will be able to complete the trial and obtain the Heavenly Dao reward." 1. Warm reminder, every chosen one enjoys his or her own contribution points. Failure to complete the trial within the specified time will result in extermination. The voice of the Heavenly Dao system disappeared, and the surroundings were dead silent. A moment passed, everyone started discussing, if we can complete the trial by obtaining 100 contribution points at Yellow Springs Station, won't that mean we must work at Yellow Springs Station? How do one obtain contribution points? The key is, where is Yellow Springs Station? We only have 3 days. The chosen ones knew very well that contribution points were not shared. If chosen one number 1 obtained 100 contribution points and chosen one number 2 obtained 99 contribution points, only chosen one number 1 could complete the trial and obtain the Heavenly Dao reward. Even if chosen one number 2 was still alive by the time, he would still be killed. In this Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial, they were not united against a common enemy, but rather had to scheme and compete against each other. After all, the Rule was every man for himself, even if they shared these contribution points. The chosen ones were also enemies and friends. This was a 4-star Otherworld instance dungeon trial. The chances of obtaining a power as a reward were extremely high. Among the 8 chosen ones of RHE Dragon Country, 3 of them were employees of private companies. Few in an instant, 2 ghosts, 1 white and 1 black, floated over from the forest in front of them. In fact, there had always been 2 ghosts, 1 black and 1 white. However, because the forest in front of them was very dark, they could only see the white-clothed ghost clearly. A few chosen ones were trembling in fear. Black and white. Chosen one number 6, Long Lianfeng, had always remembered what her master had said. She had to try her best not to provoke the eerie ones of blue, red, black, and white. They looked like IV.S eerie creatures, but once they went berserk, no one knew how powerful they would be. Even the Ghost King might be in awe of them. You clowns, follow me quickly. The ghost in white glared at the 15 chosen ones. However, no one dared to take a step forward. Who knew what the white-robed ghost and the black-robed ghost were up to? After all, no one wanted to go first and serve as cannon fodder. Long Lianfeng also remembered that saying, "Don't rush ahead." A pure blonde woman with blue eyes asked submissively, "Where are we going with you?" "Where are you going?" "Of course, we're going to Yellow Springs Station." "Do you clowns want to die?" The white-robed ghost shouted, and a violent cold wind swept over. "Where's Yellow Springs Station?" The blonde British woman asked again. "Clap." Clap. All of a sudden, the ghost's apricot slapped the Britannia woman twice. "You talk too much. If you anger your grandpa White again, I'll take your life." After the ghost in white finished speaking, he glared at Long Lianfeng and the others. No one dared to speak. As the white-clothed ghost and the black-clothed ghost turned around and floated, the chosen ones followed behind these 2 eerie ones. When they walked into the forest, everyone felt the cold wind. The bone-piercing cold rushed to their heads, as if it wanted to stimulate the fear in the depths of their hearts. As expected, some people were so frightened that their souls flew away. It was a bearded man from Ruby Country. He seemed to have gone crazy as he shouted and ran backward. "Asaguka." Seeing this, the white-robed ghost turned around, and his apricot shot out like a snake, wrapping around RHE bearded man's neck. Its tongue could actually extend for more than 20 meters, and could even track the target automatically. Clap. Clap. The neck of the chosen one of Ruby Country made a 360-degree turn. A chosen one from Ruby Country kicked the bucket just like that. The other chosen ones were even more terrified. This was just the beginning. A chosen one died on the spot. Strictly speaking, they had Uro enter Yellow Springs Station. The remaining chosen ones, including Su Chanshan, did not say anything. It was nor that Su Chanshan was so afraid that she did nor say anything. Her eyes were still filled with anticipation. This was because she could not wait to enter Yellow Springs Station. Eat, drink, and have fun. For a 5-year-old girl, eating and playing was the most important thing in her life. Bang. Bang, there was a knock on a door ahead. Suddenly, everyone's vision became clear. What's going on? Everyone was very curious. Why did their vision change after hearing the knocking? This is a ghost's curse. Ghost blindness. As RHE words fell, an ancient-looking building appeared in front of them. There were 4 words written in front of RHE door, Yellow Springs Station, 1 foot.